Recording in progress.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Before we start the day, here are some hygiene rules for you guys to please keep in mind. You may use the chat feature to share your point of view. Please use a steady internet connection, broadband, or a 4G dongle. For a seamless experience, you may use a wired wireless earphones and headphones for enhanced audio experiences. Just in case you face issues with connectivity, you may use the Zoom app on your smartphone to join the session. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the second day of the edition of India Gaming Summit, hosted by the Financial Express Online and MPL. Before we start, I would like to thank our presenting partner, MPL, our co-presenting partners, WT Black, LG OLED, and Google Play. I would also like to thank EY, our knowledge partner, as well as our industry partner, AIGF, and our associate partner, Zupi. Lastly, I would like to thank our audience for joining us and request you to remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media, hashtag IGS 2021. Without any further ado, let's begin the conference with the theme for the day being the game of monetization. The first session of the day, I will tell you about who all are joining us. It's basically looking at gaming from VC's lens. In this session, we will take a deep dive into minds of venture capitalists and explore what they are looking for when it comes to investing in gaming startups. For this, please welcome our panelists: 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗺, Principal, UI India; Anuj Tandon, Head, India and MENA regions; Corporate Development, Crafton Inc.; 𝗬𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗺, Corporate Development, IR and Strategic Partnerships, MDL. The session will be moderated by 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗺𝗺, Editor, FE Digital. If you have any question for our panelists, please enter it in the chat box during the course of the session. We'll ensure that the moderator relays it to the panel.
Hello and welcome to the session on looking at gaming from a venture capitalist lens at India Gaming Summit. Gaming is emerging as a hot sector to attract funding, but that interest is only very recent. According to estimates, venture capital in gaming startups was about $350 million between the 6 years until 2020, but it has picked up significantly. In fact, some of the companies have even cashed in through IPOs, bringing significant returns to their investors. So what exactly do we see in gaming companies? Well, I think we've got a nice panel out here, and I think I should toss this first question to Roy. Roy, what exactly is it that you look at when you all put money in a gaming startup?
Thanks, Roshan, and thanks for having me on this panel. I think absolutely right. I think it's a pretty exciting time. I think our gaming investments don't look that different from some of the others, which is, we primarily look for a strong team. And, in gaming in particular, I think it helps to have some sort of expertise previously. I think, I remember when we invested in Sai's previous company, the one before MPL, which is Creo, at least, I was like, hey, can we just do gaming, right? Like, why are we, trying to build a mobile phone? And I'm glad, that that's where they ended up, at least in the second sort of iteration, right? But I think it boils down to a strong team, strong thesis. We have invested both in sort of global gaming studios as well as in local gaming studios, and continue to be very excited about sort of some of the studios that we are seeing emerge in Bangalore and sort of in Delhi and other places.
So I'll take the next question to Crafton. Anuj, y'all are in the middle of an IPO in Korea, if I'm not mistaken. And so how has the fundraising game been for you at Crafton?
Hey, thanks, Roshan. So I think thinking from two perspectives, it's been a very exciting time, in the IPO process. Crafton is going to be one of the biggest gaming IPOs this year globally. So there is a lot of interest in the space globally as well. Coming back to India, I mean, we have sort of deployed quite a sort of large capital in the first 6 months of where we have been active in this space. Typically, how we are seeing the Indian market is it's still shaping. It's in terms of gaming as well as broader media and entertainment. We are seeing a lot of green shoots that are there, and a lot of positive momentum that has been triggered for the past year and couple of years, and we are seeing now at a large scale monetization of gaming actually become a reality, which was sort of thought about at a very early stage. When I started working in this industry 11 years back, we were always thinking, how would gaming monetize in India? Where would it lead? And we were always thinking that India would become a large, consumer gaming nation, and we are finally starting to see numbers move in that direction, not just in terms of usage, but also in terms of monetization. So that's, in my opinion, one of the biggest encouraging signs where you will see a lot of active investor interest and strategic interest coming in.
Right. And speaking of monetization, I mean, I think MPL, Joe, you guys have some very popular games and people playing them, and you've also been raising a lot of funds. I think your last round was about $95 million last February, and you're still raising more. So, how do you see yourselves monetizing this? How fast is it? If I was to compare it to, say, any other industry in gaming, is the monetization and the returns on investment faster?
It's a tough question to answer because I don't really have the benchmarks for all other industries, so I can't really tell you if it's faster or slower. What I can tell you is that I think we are seeing an inflection point in India due to several macro trends, where you've always had a very large audience in India, but I think for the very first time, you're actually able to monetize this audience over the internet. And what I would say is, when you think about internet spend, I think they go in, it's not like, let's say you have $100 of spend and you're going to spend that on the internet, they're all going to be evenly distributed across all potential options, right? I think there are buckets. And so I would say I would put, after e-commerce, I would put gaming as probably the second big bucket where people will put a lot of money. And so, and that's a function of, it's a primary source of entertainment for a huge demographic. And so that's what I think is driving, this massive spend that we are seeing, not just on MPL, but frankly, across the gaming industry in India.
Right. So now, I mean, the last year and a half, I mean, we've been battling this global pandemic, but that has probably played in the favor of the gaming landscape, wouldn't you say? I mean, so how has the pandemic really changed the landscape for gaming in the last year and a half? Roy, if I could take this to you.
Yeah, no, I think, and I'd love to hear what I think Anuj and Joe have to say about this as well. But obviously, I think the lockdown definitely helped. People definitely reclaimed a lot of time that they were spending commuting and in other activities, and have sort of definitely deployed some of that attention and time towards entertainment. And at least we know MPL has been a big beneficiary of that. But I'm sure PUBG and others have sort of similarly sort of benefited. But I also think that it's kind of interesting, right? Which is that as gaming sort of catches on as a real entertainment option, especially I think post the launch of Jio, we've seen that sort of become sort of more and more prevalent. It's fairly sticky. So it's not like it doesn't really go back to, sort of pre-pandemic levels when things open up. We suspect that a large part of this, I'm sure there'll be a bit of a correction, but I think a large part of this attention that has been grabbed by gaming is pretty much here to stay.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like Anuj also to probably chip in here. How has the pandemic been for you? Because you all had one of the most popular games, I would say, in India, and there were a lot of tournaments also around it. So how has it kind of influenced your gaming landscape?
Sure. I mean, at an overall level, not just for one game. I mean, if you look at an overall level, it's been a massive uplift in all sort of metrics. The pandemic has given a lift to new downloads, new users, engagement, retention, everything. All numbers have sort of seen a massive growth across the spectrum, across genres. So it's been one of the and what has happened is also it's been recognized within social circles and family groups because of the pandemic that it's a legitimate social activity, gaming and gaming together, right? So that has given it a lot of momentum for adoption and for newer people, and that is changing a lot of habits, and you cannot sort of undo that. Like they, of course, when things go back to normal, you might see a small dip in certain numbers, but largely the habit formation has happened, and you have to understand a little bit of history of gaming in India to go back to the fact that we are not a PC or a console gaming market. Our habits are not formed and transferred to mobile. This is a mobile first gaming market where sort of people are in the last 2-3 years now transforming themselves from casual to mid-core gamers. So it's a very, very interesting time to be in this market.
Yeah, and I think with mobile penetration increasing and 5G going to be rolling out, I think this is only going to grow. Joe, how are you seeing this pan out for you? Because I see a lot of people getting into games like Rummy, Ludo, all that being quite popular, which is there on your platform. How have you seen this pan out for you?
See, we don't have Ludo on the platform, so we only focus, to be very, very clear, on games of skill. So Rummy is one of 70 different games, but it's not actually the most popular game on the MPL app. But what I would say is just generally, I would echo what Anuj mentioned. We've seen significantly higher levels of overall engagement. We've seen massive increases or improvements in customer acquisition, both from the amount of traffic that is coming onto the site, but also the conversion of that audience. So I think one of the byproducts of COVID, or rather the lockdowns and during this pandemic season, has been an increased preponderance to actually play video games, right? Echoing what Anuj said. So that's been good. One thing that we are cautiously optimistic about is that, to Roy's point, the retention does seem to be there. I think that is one area where we were holding our breath a little bit, quite frankly, because we weren't sure if, it's great to go up, but you don't want to be on a roller coaster. If you're going up, it's great, but you don't want to go up if that just means you're going to fall down, longer, right? So I think so far that's been holding, and I do believe, I do believe gaming as a media format is, our broader macro thesis is, gaming as a media format is going to be the dominant media format for the next, 50 years, right? And so I think we're in the very, very early stages of that, and we're seeing that play out in India.
Right. In fact, there's an audience question also on similar lines. I mean, someone's asking, will this kind of growth continue, or is there a fear that it will kind of plateau? Roy, do you think this growth will continue in this?
Yeah, I think for sure. I think as both Joe and Anuj are pointing out, I think the habit formation sort of once it happens is sort of sticky and irreversible. And you as the sort of entertainment quotient of these games go up and more people play it, and you grow up seeing other people playing it, it's sort of a very natural thing to sort of get on, right? And gaming's ability to deliver bite-sized entertainment to deliver sort of sort of small moments of joy and happiness through the day is a step function better than sort of most traditional entertainment, right? Which demands significant engagement on sort of their time, right? So I do think that the gaming paradigm is qualitatively better, more suited for the modern world and the sort of information age we all live in. And as sort of more and more of India gets introduced to it, gets used to it, starts playing it, starts enjoying it, starts spending money on it, the tribe will just grow. I don't think there's a plateau for sure. There may be there's likely a small dip, I think, when things come back to normal for a bit. But I don't think that beyond that there's going to be anything major.
Right. In fact, there are a couple of projections which are there from some of the big companies. Deloitte says it'll be worth about 20,800 crore rupees this year, FY21. KPMG predicts it'll grow to 29,000 crore rupees in FY25. So, what are your projections? Are these the kind of numbers that you all are working with as well, Roy?
Well, these are very precise numbers, which is good. And I'm sure they have a methodology behind the number. I think at least it's not we aren't just the nature of venture capital being what it is. We don't really think about this in terms of a 1 year, 2 year period. Right? It's much more sort of longer term. As big as MPL has gotten, it really has only launched 3 years ago. So it's still very early days for most of the gaming studios, in India. Even the ones that are slightly older, like Octo and others, are still very early in the journey of what is being here. I think lots of exciting stuff will happen over the next decade. I think the market will definitely get bigger, and hopefully, if this 29,000 crore number is to be believed, then I think a healthy compounding multiple on that is most likely possible.
Okay. But what about monetization? Anuj, if I was to take this to you, are you seeing people actually making a little more now in terms of in-game purchases, spending a little more? Are you seeing an uptake on that? Because there was a reluctance in India to spend on anything. We like free apps. We like everything for free most of the time, and most of the games also start off as free, but you have in-app purchases. So, are you seeing a trend? Is there an uptake?
No, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head that India is on Google Play for the past couple of years. The largest market on Google Play in terms of downloads, right? So, but it's probably not in the top 10 in terms of monetization. That shows the immense potential that the market has for monetizing in the future and right now. But just to give you a flavor, it is changing very rapidly. Like the numbers are growing super fast, and I would say that the primary form of monetization for games on Google Play and Apple App Store for you sort of in India still remains ad based, whether it is video ads or banner ads that people show. But in-app purchase, virtual goods, that's sort of India's one of the highest growth rates in the world for that market to sort of take over, right? So that's a very, very healthy and positive signs that you can see across genres, even when you talk about casual games such as Ludo. Also, I've now started seeing uptake in app purchases, right? So things are moving fast on that aspect in terms of monetization. Are we there yet in terms of maturity of the market where we can say, hey, it's the top 10 market in monetization through in-app purchases and ads? No, but that would be late to invest. Right now is the time to invest.
Okay.
And if Roshan,
yeah, sure.
Hey Roshan, I just wanted to add something. I think the point Anuj is making is worth sort of exploring. I think the one thing that is interesting about India is that it does require you to be more innovative, right? So, just cut pasting business models from sort of countries with high disposable incomes hasn't really worked well so far. Though to Anuj's point, we're definitely seeing the uptake in that. But at the same time, there is sort of innovation that is required to sort of provide a better sort of incentive for people to pay, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's entertainment. If people are sufficiently entertained, they will find it. They'll find a way to create a share of wallet for this, right? So I think the onus is on sort of game creators and gaming companies to be innovative about sort of how you monetize this audience, and not just be like, hey, this works everywhere else and it doesn't work in India, right? And which is of course one way, but there's tons of innovation. I think what MPL is doing, for example, is an interesting innovation that's allowing us to sort of create a monetization pattern that's not your usual sort of virtual good or ad based necessarily.
Yeah, in fact, that's what I wanted to get to Joe about your monetization model, Joe. Please.
Sure. Is there a specific question, or do you want me to
No,
just elaborate on the model?
Yeah, on the model itself, because you'll have a fairly diverse set of games, and how are you seeing the monetization from them?
Yeah, so I think if you just start at first principles, right? MPL is a competitive platform, so we view ourselves as our mission is to be the world's largest mobile esports platform. So that means providing a global venue where someone anywhere in the world actually can compete in in a tournament of any size or scale at any price point, right? That is for the leading mobile games in the world on one app. That is our mission. And every format of game, right, has a native monetization methodology, going all the way back to arcades, right? So if you're looking at arcades, it's a pay-per-play model, right? You go to the arcade, you pay once for the experience, that's it. In the early days of desktop, it was actually a freemium model, right? If you think back to, Wolfenstein or Doom, first level is free, distributed for free, and then if you wanted to get additional levels, you had to go and pay for stages, basically. And then obviously as cloud gaming took off, there's, more SaaS type models on PC, and then for mobile, there's IAP and IAA. So every gaming format has a native monetization model, and we believe that the native monetization model for competition is what we're doing, right? Is essentially monetizing via entry fees, and so that's the philosophy behind our model. We think it's the most appropriate type of model for a competitive platform, and it resonates, right? And that's what we've seen, because what it does is when there's an entry fee attached to a tournament, it creates more buy-in from the user, and that actually enhances the entertainment factor of playing, right? Because you have something on the line and you have the opportunity to win something. And so, we've seen that really, really resonate with the Indian customer, and also, with the Indonesian customer, and now with the US customer as well. So we believe that will be fairly, we hope that will be globally accepted.
Yeah. So I've got another question coming in from the audience. It's between acquiring users and retaining users. How do you plan to bring down the monthly burn rate? So I think this is a question that should go to the gaming companies again. I think I'll start with Anuj. How do you plan to bring down monthly burn?
Right. I think when we talk about a generic sort of, if you're thinking of a startup or a studio, so I think just because of the nature of the market, which is India, if you are able to get sort of a product market fit for your game, the amount of organic users that you will be getting will be massive, right? If you achieve product market fit, of course, that has to be supplemented with user acquisition strategies to get the best cohorts that you desire for your game. But that's the beauty of this market, that if you achieve product market fit, acquisition is largely solved in a lot of aspects. But if you're sort of thinking about retention, yes, India probably, if you compare it with the other global markets, because of the massive device set and the massive user base, the retention rates for games are typically lower than some of the more developed and tier one, so-called tier one markets, right? So across genre of games, whether it is strategy, battle royals, shooters, even casual games.
Right.
And I'm talking from a relative person. So if in Korea a certain game has a day one retention of 45%, the similar game would not be considered bad if it has a retention rate of say 40% in India. So there will be a slight difference, and you have to sort of take care of that. Another unique feature of Indian Android ecosystem is the reinstalls. Like a lot of casual games are uninstalled on Monday and reinstalled on Friday to play on the weekend, right? So that's also a very, very sort of unique flavor to this market, which is very anyone who's built something here would know how difficult it is to manage those numbers so in my opinion, acquisition costs in India are pretty low at the moment. Quality users and when you're thinking about monetizing that those CPIs we are seeing because of the large amount of interest in the market. The CPIs, the cost per install for those are increasing. As we every year that's an increasing trend. I think focus should be more not just on the game features, but also to manage the massive device set that Indian users have, right? And the various amount of RAMs, the various amount of specs, and if companies are able to focus on that aspect of technical capabilities, where they're able to service these massive device set, the retention numbers would improve much better.
Yeah, in fact, there's another audience question that's related, and I think this question to Joe. How much are Indian gaming companies actually spending time on doing R&D specifically to games that are suited to India, just slightly different from what would probably work in another market?
So I think our approach is a little bit different, right? I mean, we don't take a view on games per se. We work with game developers and to the extent that a game developer has something that resonates, we then do our best to bring that game onto the platform. So what I would say is we now have a good sense of, I mean, there are certain categories of games that work really well in India. We've seen, for example, what we call like the offline classics. So games like pool, games like caroms, games like cricket-focused games, obviously, they do very, very well in India. Sports games in general tend to do quite well. But it's not something we really do so much ourselves, right? We're not spending R&D effort on the game. But we do see a lot of game developers, focusing on that. But that's not something that MPL will do.
Probably I'll take that one. I'll take that one.
Sure.
In terms of game development effort, I think every industry goes through a transformation. I think where we are at the moment with the gaming industry, if you look at any traditional media and entertainment industry, sort of starting with television or animation, it all started with global content being super dominant in the early stages, and then local content sort of finding its mass base, right? And I think if you sort of study any entertainment industry in these developed markets, that's how it's typically shaped out. Having said that, India still has not a very mature game development ecosystem. And we'll be honest about it, it's not very mature. So to see the sort of the dominance of local content over global content will take some time. It's going to happen. It's going to happen maybe 4 years, 5 years, but it's going to take some time. We're already seeing that in the casual space of Ludos and Caroms dominating at the moment, which is sort of Indianized content, and that will move to other genre of games as well.
Okay.
So at this point, the investment I feel the Indian game companies are putting in is they're doing it, but it's not at the scale one would describe as a mature market.
Right. In fact, another audience question saying that television in the early days made the mistake of pushing too many ads on TV as their monetization model, right? And now when they're trying to drive subscription, it's not meeting with much success. Do you think in gaming this is something that could be corrected? That right at the beginning you now try and drive subscription model, because there could be a problem with just going by the ad-based monetization model. Uh, Joe, want to take?
Yeah, so I have a view on that. I think, subscription models work really, really well when you have payments infrastructure that allow you to credit payments in a way that is frictionless, right? So when you have high credit card penetration, subscription model works great because you don't have to go and make a purchase decision every single month. I think, to the extent that people are, I think as credit frankly improves in the country, and as people are putting more and more money on balances that are easy to auto debit, you are going to see subscription improve. That being said, it's also, I would say, subscription services generally tend to skew to the higher end of the market, and it boils down to who is your audience, right? If you're pushing out a hyper casual game, like let's say, like a Helix Jump or one of those games, right, that are incredibly popular, I wouldn't recommend a subscription model. In-app advertising is likely the best way to go there. I think again, it depends on the kind of game that you're going.
Okay, Roy, from your perspective, what do you see? Subscription driven or an advertising driven model? What's the better model for you?
I think TBD, right? I think I think that there's room for sort of both models to exist. I think that it might be a little early to worry about this stuff. I think at least for the next few years, I think the focus has just to be, hey, can you build engaging games? Can you get people to sort of play the games? Will they, and can you figure out a way to sort of get them to provide some money while they're sort of playing that game? And I think that some of the stuff will come with time. To Anuja's point, some of these are just mature market dynamics, and I don't think anybody can argue that that's where India is right now. So, at least I wouldn't worry about this much. I think it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. We'd definitely be happy to invest in both kinds of companies for what it's worth. Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question on the regulation space. I mean, a little while ago, there was ruling from the Tamil Nadu High Court, overturning the ban on online gaming. So is there a fear that these kind of regulations that come in from time to time in India, especially since this is a maturing market right now, will it hamper the growth in the gaming space?
I think game of skill wise, whatever regulations are happening is, I think it's largely we have to accept it's a state subject. It's and every state has its own sort of machinery to impose, and it's a part of the business that the game of skill companies. I think Joe would be able to answer this better. They have to just account for it in their business.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to that, look, I would say there is going to be there may be some short-term volatility. As this is obviously a new industry, and it's rapidly changing. And in any industry that's moving very quickly, that's rapidly changing, the regulations and the regulatory infrastructure, take some time to adjust, right? And they have to move slower. It's better that they move slower, because once they set things up, it's hard to change, right? So I think long term, we're very, very optimistic about the growth in India. I think short term there may be a bit of volatility here and there, but I think long term the ruling bodes well, and yeah, I don't see it as a hindrance to growth in India in the long term.
When do you see the Indian user kind of moving up the value chain in gaming to like more mature games? There's a question from the audience saying, India is still a maturing market, will we see a time when the user moves to evolved games such as AAA?
AAA.
Yeah.
Got it. No, I think I'll sort of we already have, like, if you consider India market as a single market, it's very difficult to define it. It's got its own flavors. It's got its own sort of user base and tier one, tier two, tier three, and you can already see the tier one market sort of maturing much faster. I mean, 2.5 years to 3 years ago, if you would have told me that, hey, a 1 gig game, which is about a battle royale where you're putting 100 people together in a plane, and then they have like 3D graphics and with the network speed and all that, will be the number one game in India, I would have said, what are you smoking, bro? This is changed, right? And then suddenly, it's battle royals are the flavor of the Indian gaming market. They are defining, they are the top games that people are playing and paying for. So we are already seeing a shift from a large amount of casual users moving to, say, battle royale or shooting games, which has already happened. You already see that transformation right before our eyes. That's happening. So will we move towards AAA games? Well, it depends again on the model. If you're talking about PC gaming or console gaming, the markets are growing. That's not that these markets are stagnant. It's one of the highest growth rates anywhere in sort of console and PC consumption that's happening. Is it to a stage where we can say India has a massive thriving PC and console gaming ecosystem where AAA games can be sort of sold at the same pace as some of the European countries? No, we're still getting there, but it's growing fast. In terms of mobile, you have massive casual gaming audience, which is and now you have a really big mid-core gaming audience, which is developing. I mean, I tweeted about it a few days back. Genshin Impact is one of the MMO RPGs, which is making approximately $6 million a month from Indian Google Play users. Mm-hmm. That's a massive amount of money being spent on a role-playing 3D game, which was sort of not heard of maybe a year back. So these are the small green shoots that are happening. We'll get there. When does it happen is crystal ball gazing. I would say 5 years.
Right.
Yeah, I would just add to that one thing. I mean, I do think there may be some growth in PC and console, but I also our strong view at least is that you will skip you'll essentially skip PC and console in India, right? In the same way that you kind of skip fixed line phones and you went straight to mobile phones, we think that you're going to see something like that happen in India. And in all emerging markets, we think AAA was going to move to mobile.
Right. A question for Roy. How much of innovation do you see, coming from Indian gaming companies? And also, from your perspective, what is it that you look at when you're looking for startups in the gaming space to invest in?
Yeah, I think I think there's very interesting sort of early companies that are building very interesting sort of gaming IP. I think we look for a few things, right? One is we look for strong teams. Obviously, especially early stage investing, a lot of it is just taking a bet on a set of people. We also look for essentially some innovation on business model or on game mechanics, right? If you look at, for example, MPL was exactly that. So, it's a bet on sort of a different mechanic and a different sort of monetization model than India had seen, and the bet was that it would work. And I know you asked a question about when gaming works, it really works, right? And these things tend to sort of accelerate very, very rapidly. So we look for sort of new game mechanics. We're very intrigued by global game studios being built out of India. Folks that are sort of trying to build games for a larger global audience and aren't just trying to solve necessarily for India. I think that's sort of interesting. Also, I think the point Anuj was making, which is that, hey, there's also India, because of its diversity of devices, etc., is also an interesting place to sort of, for tools investments and, things like that. So, game tooling companies is interesting. In Surge, we recently led an investment in a company called Mod.io. That's not India, that's Australia based, but is a way for, games to essentially integrate sort of Roblox-like capabilities and have like modding and UGC support. So, that's another sort of type of gaming company, which is they're not building their own games, but they're sort of, a sort of a gaming SaaS play, if I may describe it as that. So yeah, so just, lots of interesting sort of dynamics in this industry. We are sort of very open-minded about investing in many different sort of flavors in this.
Right. So, okay. So before we wind up, we've got a little time left. Anuj, if I was to start with you, what is the most popular game that you like to play? I mean, I'm just going from a personal perspective here on your own phone.
I'm a 20-year-old FIFA player, so I've been playing FIFA right from my undergrad days at my college. I was organizing FIFA tournaments right from that time. So I've been a FIFA player for quite some time. Apart from that, I really play strategy games. One of my favorite games is Total War Rome 2, which is a massive strategy.
Okay. And Joe? What do you play?
Well, what Anuj says resonates. I mean, Total War was actually, I studied history in college, and the big reason was I played the first Total War game, which was like all about Japanese history. But recently, on mobile, I would say I really like match games. It's, I really, really like them. I find them very, very fun and addictive, and great time suck. I think on console, there's this company game developer called From Software, which releases these really almost masochistic games. They're incredibly challenging. There's this one game I've been playing called Sekiro, which is, I just beat the game. It's incredibly satisfying, but I think it's actually the hardest. It's apparently rated the hardest game in the world. So it's very, very painful, but very, very satisfying. Yeah.
So do you spend more time on mobile or on console?
I'm an equal opportunity gamer. I think I don't spend much time on PC. I do spend time on the PS4 and on mobile. It just depends on what I'm looking for. Obviously, with if it's something a bit more immersive and I have more time, then I'll go on console. If it's something I'm looking for, like a 15-20 minute sort of snack, I'll be on the phone.
Right. And Roy, are you a gamer?
It's kind of interesting. I used to play a lot of sort of Age of Empires and all of that stuff earlier, but last year for my birthday, I got a chess.com membership, and at this point, I'm just playing chess incessantly. So that's kind of my thing right now. I know it's a little old school, but I'm super addicted in a way that I used to be. Like, I haven't played chess in like 25 years, and now suddenly that's all I can play. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah. But chess.com is a fantastic website. So, if you guys want to try it out, you should. Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. So on that note, this has been a very interesting session, and it was great speaking to all of you. And I think this has brought some fresh perspective on the investment space in gaming. Thank you so much for joining us. And now it's back to you.
Thank you so much to everyone. I would now like to proceed to the second session of the day, titled Learn About Your Audience, Mobile Gamer Insights. This is a special session that reveals research insights and stories of mobile gamers across the world. For this, please welcome Sharan Tulsiani, Strategic Partner Development Games, India, Australia, New Zealand, Google Play.
Hey, everybody. Hi. My name is Sharan. I'm Sharan Tulsiani. I'm here with Google Play, where I work with game developers and publishers, helping them make their games even more successful. And, I also work with them to take their games out to the world and help them find their audiences. For me, gaming before the days of the internet was different, right? I remember cruising down the streets of Europe in Need for Speed, not really focused on improving my lap time because I used to like chilling, that and strategy games. Uh, but as the net exploded, gaming to me became very different. In fact, uh, I'd like to recall this quote, which is, gaming became a way to meet new like-minded people, to go on awesome adventures, and yet, oddly enough, it was a great way to disconnect. Uh, this quote's by, well, as I say, it's quotes by me. To be honest, I just put it in a while ago while I was figuring out what to think and say in this chat. But essentially, gaming, my interest in gaming and my choices in gaming changed over time, as they would for everybody. Uh, Everybody has different reasons to play games, and everybody likes different games. When I started playing, I had a certain style and certain genre that I like. But today, even though I can buy the best console and a really nice gaming PC and even a high-end phone, I spend most of my time playing hyper casual games. Right? Some people play to socialize, to connect with friends. Some people play to relax and unwind. While some, of course, play to get into completely different characters and go adventuring into the world. As someone who helps companies build strategies from battle royale to match 3, and also has a chance to observe the work that's put out by some of these top UX researchers here at Google, I wanted to share a little bit about what we've learned observing gamers. Our UX research team recently had some very interesting observations. And what we'll share today is an output of that research. A research built on interviews and surveys of over 20,000 adults who play games on various devices from around the world, including India. So if you're an investor, a developer, a publisher, whatever your role in the industry, I now aim to provide you with usable insights that you can apply to creating marketing strategies, live ops, portfolio plans, etc. I think it could also be a useful way for you to understand how to look at gamers in general. But I don't want to restrict it just to India because, as you've already seen with some of the most successful gaming companies in India, the audience that you can reach out to is around the world. So let me start off with an example. Right? And this is how I want us to think about data throughout this presentation. Let's say we are interested in the overall satisfaction of people playing games on a mobile device. Now, when we look at aggregated data, let's say something like this, right? 93% of mobile gamers are satisfied with playing games on their mobile device. It's interesting, but it's one data point. It's not really super useful, right? Are there differences in satisfaction on the game you play? What about the device? What about the 7% that's sort of missing? There are many ways to dig into this. So to understand better, one thing we can do is split it by country. Let's look at mobile gamers by country, the same data set. Now we dig further, right? Some differences start popping up. This is interesting, right? Like what's going on rates of satisfaction. What we looked into and what we found out was one of the drivers of dissatisfaction in this audience is in-app purchases. In fact, 1 in 10 respondents said that they're unhappy or they're not really satisfied with in-app purchases that affect gameplay. This came up often in interviews, the topic of microtransactions that will affect gameplay. And for these specific markets, the impact was larger than some other markets. Interview participants talked about microtransactions that give advantages in a game rather than just, say, cosmetic ones, right? And more competitive players felt discouraged by this, since they cannot separate the skill and the money spent. So just by looking a little deeper, we got an insight, right? But let's look broader, right? This is no surprise, but we definitely saw that in different countries, people had different ways for liking games and liking to play games with their mobile devices. For survey respondents from the United States and Japan, let's say, content of the game was at the top of what they cared about. And how enjoyable or fun the game was essentially what they valued above all else. What about India? Well, for India and also Korea, South Korea, the respondents indicated that in addition to content, satisfaction is affected by games that they can play anytime and anywhere. So that flexibility was really important. Now you contrast that with Germany, where respondents noted that games with good performance that run smoothly on their devices, as well as nice graphics, were the top reasons that they are satisfied. But that's not to say that we should stop there. We can look into this a lot more, whether building a game, building a portfolio, a marketing plan, pricing, etc. For these critical make or break decisions, we can't simply stop at saying gamers in India versus gamers in the US, right? In my experience, many plans go wrong and many debates are had because of the very broad classifications, right? And just putting it by country. And some strategies, unfortunately, only go that deep. And it's understandable because it's easy to look at the world and say, okay, let's put everything down to, say, cultural differences, right? People in this country have this culture. People in this country look at pricing a certain way and create these monoliths that then we then use to inform our strategies. But we also see the negative impact of going only that far, right? Because we know this. Look, especially if you're in India, right? One of the understandings that non-gaming or traditional companies have is that they create many deep segments for their consumer profiles. And this is standard procedure. So it would be fair to say, for me to recommend, or for me to think about that, we should keep this complexity in mind when also thinking about the gamer within each country. For example, when we did an in-depth research in South Korea and we talked to just say this group of 21 people, we saw a huge difference in how games are played and how people even think about the games that they play. It ranged significantly. It would not be fair to put this in a monolith and then try to target them with one strategy. So we need to think about segmentation. What's the right way to look at your audience? Let me share the approach that our UX research team did, and what approach they came out with and how they looked at dissecting a specific games audience or gamer audiences. So we wanted to get a holistic study understanding of mobile gamers, right? Not just what they do inside the game, but how they think and feel about the games they play. So during our research, we looked at a few things. We looked at, and this has come from our survey data, we looked at gameplay behavior, essentially what games they played, how often they played, and on what platforms. We also looked at monetary spend behavior in the games. And we also asked about peripheral activities, right? So when they're not actively playing a game, do they watch streams, gaming streams? Do they read blog articles? Do they go online to find out about the best character builds? And finally, also how emotionally attached did they feel to gaming? Did they consider it a critical part of their day or just something they would do if they were standing in line somewhere? Now, you may think, why not just look at genre, right? That's a common way of classifying games. It's something we say very often. Hyper-casual gamer, casual gamer, action gamer, so on and so forth. But as our research team noted, in many cases, when we look at one factor at a time, it's harder to see a full story. So they saw that a genre, in fact, is not a good descriptor at all. Now, if I were to say to you that we saw 49% of all mobile gamers played puzzle or word games in our survey, it's not unexpected that you might expect these gamers to be casual players, right? And even stereotype them. However, in our analysis, we found that all sorts of gamers play puzzle or word games on mobile. Even the most dedicated console or PC gamers might have different expectations from these games and might have different expectations from games overall. Bringing more factors together, we start seeing meaningful and distinctive groups emerging. In our case, we saw 4 types of mobile gamers emerge: enthusiasts, busy hobbyists, persistent puzzlers, and dabblers. Now, some of these names are self-explanatory, but let me quickly run over this, right? And enthusiasts, let's say we can think of enthusiasts as people who are passionate about mobile games, who spend a reasonable bit of time and money across gaming platforms, particularly, say, in this case, action role-playing games, right? As well as they partake in peripheral activities such as, watching streams, videos, gameplay, blog articles, so on and so forth. Busy hobbyists are an interesting space because I think that's somewhere where I lie personally. These are people who are engaged mobile gamers who participate in some peripheral activities and spend money on games, but they don't spend a lot of time on actually playing the game, right? Then we have persistent puzzlers. These are people who invest a lot of time in playing the game, persistent, but are not as emotionally invested in playing the game or spending money. I mean, think about that one. There's time, but not money. And finally, we have dabblers, those who are, say, more disengaged from gaming in general, and they spend little time or money on mobile gaming. Now, normally, if we did not look at all the different factors, again, it would be easy to miss out the most interesting aspects and the most distinctive differences. Now, let's say we looked only at gameplay time. We would have treated enthusiasts and persistent puzzlers as the same. So that means time alone is not a good way to segment a user base, right? These segments have very different attitudes towards gaming, and they play different games and different types of games. So, how would you market how would you differently market to two different groups here, right? It's something that you would need to think about. Now, for example, let's look at the busy hobbyist. By gameplay time, they might actually seem very similar to dabblers with a very low average gaming time per week. However, spending sentiment towards gaming, they're actually similar to enthusiasts. So, open question. If you were to target this segment, what kind of signals would you look at to identify this segment? And how would you change your monetization structure to maximize engagement with the segment? One of the gamers, in fact, in our research, captured the overall sentiment of busy hobbyists, and this, I think, sounds a lot like me, right? The participant said, this is a participant from South Korea, I believe, that said that during college days we used to meet 4 to 5 times a week and play together. Now it's hard to meet up. Many of my friends have moved away for jobs or got busy with starting their own family. So instead, this segment may optimize their gameplay time by either spending money or looking up gameplay videos or reading blogs and articles to accelerate their success in the game. Let's think about how these different groups distinctively interact with a game, right? And how would you want to think about that in your game? So, for example, during, say, Diwali or on New Year's, right? If you launched a game or had an in-game event, which segment would you aim at to get the most momentum? Would it be enthusiasts? Would it be persistent puzzlers? What would you base this decision on? And what should somebody think about when they're looking at gamers? And how does this impact your understanding of these games, right? Now, our survey shows us that in an in-game event, which a lot of games do, enthusiasts and busy hobbyists, rather than persistent puzzlers and dabblers, might be more attractive, right? So, if you're in the marketing industry in gaming or you work in gaming marketing, you might look at this segment and go after these segments for the highest results, right? In fact, nearly half of enthusiasts report participating weekly or more in an in-game event, while the majority of persistent puzzlers and dabblers saying they've never really participated in an in-game event. Now, based on what we've discussed about these segments, one could come to a conclusion that for an in-game event to be effective, it could be built for users who are most likely to pay. I mean, that's one hypothesis that you can test. And then you can ask the question that if you want to look at an audience, a gamer audience, and decide whether this audience doesn't spend, are you going to get the right answer if you look at the data as a whole and say India or a certain market, or you break it down into the segment and then try to look at the behavioral indicators and then find within that what segments spend and don't spend, and then in order to maximize results, target the specific segments. That's really the intention behind this conversation, right? One of the things that I have and we have to try to address here is the sort of lumping in of who a gamer is by very broad-based, indicators like, say, country, is often ineffective and misleading. And so this data can hopefully give you some hypothesis that you could test. Now, what about discovery of a game, right? You have a new game, you're looking to launch it, or you have an event. We can see that various mediums exist, and we know these are all the different mediums that you can do to call attention to your game. But for today, again, just to understand how data can be broken down in this case on gamers, let's dive into social media. Now, as you can see, under 30% of people discover games through social media. So on the surface, that may not seem like much. There are other mediums that may be right for your game, and that may be true at any point of time. However, just digging deeper, and what we find is that about 50%, at least this is what the UX team, the research that we did, and the surveys that we did tells us, that 50% of enthusiasts learn about new mobile games through these methods. 50%. This means that for your next in-game event or live op, or where you're doing something to say accelerate spend, or you want to basically people to spend more, or have larger, longer engagements, you may want to look at social media. I'm pretty much almost done, but I want to make sure that one thing comes across clearly. I don't intend, and we don't intend to be prescriptive here, right? Which is why I'm not really saying do this or that. These are interpretations from some of my colleagues and myself, from the researches that have been conducted in a fairly broad researches. What really I'd like to convey is that I'm fairly sure that if your marketing strategy and for a game, or your way of looking at games to invest in, or where to invest in once you have the game, whether you're looking at live ops, in-game events, things like that, then your understanding of gamers will being more nuanced will only help in decision making. And there are many ways to get a better understanding from audiences, right? Looking at their behavior, their sentiment, and keeping things in context with the data that you see from your game, right? And that better decision making, of course, I hope will result in more success in what game developers, publishers can do in engaging their audiences. So again, actual final thoughts, and this is from our research team, right? Mobile gaming continues to grow, and over half of surveyed mobile gamers noted that the quality of mobile games and mobile gaming in general is changing for the better. Some even say that gaming is a very important part of their life. Now, by understanding the audience, we can build better games and invest in better games, as I mentioned, better strategies, and we increase the chances for success. But good games, well-made games, games that understand their users, their audiences, can be a lot more, right? And I want to leave you with this, that like any true medium of entertainment, they can bring a lot more to a user than what the user initially sets out to when they discover a game, when they set out just for fun. In fact, I don't believe this is an unusual sentiment, and I personally believe that there's so much more that we can get from playing games today. And I know I certainly do. And in fact, this is one of something a user told us from the US, I believe. They said that gaming is very important to me. It's helpful emotionally, and it's more like therapy where I can disconnect from the troubles of the real world. And yeah, I think this may be true for a lot of us here. So thank you. And I hope this talk helped you look at your data differently, help you look at gamers differently, and help understand, in general, gaming audiences better. Have a good one, and good.
Thank you so much, Sharan. Before we move on to our next session of the day, I would like to thank our presenting partner, MPL, our co-presenting partners, WD Black, LG OLED, and Google Play. I would also like to thank EY, our knowledge partner, as well as our industry partner, AIGF, and our associate partner, Zupi. Lastly, I would like to remind our audience to remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media led by the hashtag IGS2021. All right, we now move on to our second panel discussion for the day titled In-App Purchase. The session will throw light on how the gaming companies are trying to drive payment within games. For this, please welcome Anurag Khurana, founder and CEO, New Gen Gaming, 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, Business Director, India, SEA, Epic Games, Oliver Jones, co-founder and director, Bombay Play, and Manav Sethi, global CMO, Octro. The session will be moderated by Prabhu Ram, head Industry Intelligence Group, Cyber Media Research. Over to you guys.
Hi, I'm an industry observer with a keen interest in consumer tech. Today, I have the privilege of having 4 industry leaders on this panel with me who are on the vanguard of democratizing gaming as such and making world-class games for India as well as for the world. I've got Anurag, Manav, Oliver, and Samir, and they all are at different stages of journey, and it would be a really insightful session to hear from them on in-app purchases and what's not. Just to set the context, when we look at gaming, we see that China is very PC heavy, while US is console heavy. And we at India, we are a mobile first nation, and what clearly stands out is the headroom for growth as such. Last year at Cyber Media Research, we did some studies around both mobile and PC gaming, and we saw a real inflection in terms of the genres played and the terms of the app downloads, time spent, and what gaming represents for the consumers themselves. So there are different aspirations and all. As of today, we see that the gaming industry and the mobile gaming industry in particular, it stands at around close to 1.3 billion US dollars. And there are 250 to 300 million mobile gamers out there. And this could potentially grow to 4 billion or more by 2025. And what's driving this change is powerful smartphones, decreasing data costs, and a strong and vibrant digital infrastructure at the back end. And backed by, of course, the UPI, which is really, having a meteoric rise over the last year, and the pandemic impact, on gamers and whatnot. What we have seen is there is an increased appetite at the investor end to really invest in such games. So the quality of games is going up. The time spent is also going up. We are seeing from our market research that there are 3 different cohorts who are there, in terms of the gamers. We see that there is the hyper casual gamer, there is the casual one, and there is the serious gamer as such, all of whom are active on mobile. And we also have seen the rise of the female gamer as such. All of that said, what we have seen is the free-to-play game is what counts in Asia market. That's around about 98% is what I understand from our own research, as well as from those from other agencies in the field. So today we are going to talk about the holy grail as such of game monetization. I look at it in 3 different ways. The first part is the game discovery. The second is more of game retention, the engagement with the user. And the third is the monetization itself. What we saw last year, again, research from Cyber Media Research, it points to that there is a rise in paid gaming, and we saw an increase of around 15% during the initial days of lockdown as such, and freemium also coming up. All of that said, I would love to hear from, let's start with all of you. If we could go one by one, who is the Indian gamer? How do you define them? From your own experience, what are the characteristics defining this gamer? So if I could have you first, Manav, and then we will take it from there. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Prabhu. So I think Indian gamer is not a unidimensional gamer. So, you can't sort of compartmentalize him in either one cohort or one definition or, one perspective. I think we have seen rise of, casual games like Ludo, which have been predominantly played by women. We have seen IPs like Among Us, your Roblox, and your Minecraft, where teens have sort of latched onto it, right? And then we have seen card and
casino category, which have been in this country for long. I mean, 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗶𝗁 from Octo has been played by about 150 million people so far, some 200 billion times, right? And then you've had cases of games like PUBGs of the world where, you know, the game was a roaring success, and I'm hoping that the comeback would be the same success as well. So you have people who have consumed games for the very first time because of the recent lockdown, right? People had that disposable time. People didn't have any other option. So gaming emerged as a scalable leisure option at the intersection of sports and entertainment, right? If you go back and correlate it, what Samir and I used to do in our earlier lives, and Netflix, Reed Hastings actually said, right, that the biggest competition is sleep. And he also went on to say that for him, you know, Amazon Prime is not, or you know, Disney is not the potential competitor as much as the, you know, any other game is, right? And if you try connecting the dots, right, we've seen how metaverses have emerged, how Travis Scott concert has happened while being within the game environment. And that's where the future is going to, right? Where you will see that you would not be required to sort of step out of this environment, and you will consume every other form of entertainment, whether that is audio, video, or anything else. And I think that's where India is also moving to. I think what you said in the beginning of the conversation is absolutely true, right? Where UPI or any such micro transaction enablement at scale has sort of accentuated this uptake. Policies where they've started to accept payments not only via the cards, but also, you know, other instruments, including UPI, right? So I think what COVID did in last few quarters is sort of brought forth that growth, which was waiting to happen maybe, you know, in next 6 to 8 quarters. We've seen that already happened. And I think that's where, you know, those gaming platforms who have invested heavily in tech, data, CRM, and who have sort of invested in the right kind of people would have been able to either, you know, convert those first-time gamers into the loyal, you know, players, and have seen those cohorts emerging where they are sort of becoming meaningful for their P&L. So I think that's that.
So Anurag, over to you. Like you have your new initiative, you know, born right in the middle of the pandemic. You know, it's a perfect time. You have some really great ambitions around esports. Would love to hear from you, given your wealth of experience, you know, what you did at Rio and Riot Games. If you could talk about us, who your target audience is. Do you think that really exists in India? What are you doing right now to drive this, you know, discovery as such, you know, discovery and engagement?
Sure, Prabhu. So basically, our company, which you, as rightly said, is a COVID company or a pandemic company. That's what we call ourselves. We started in 2001. We are a esports tournament organizer primarily, but not just tournament. We're doing 360 degrees of esports, where we're doing tournaments, leagues, content, platform, and all that kind of stuff. But in our case, target audience is not just the player, but it's the viewer also. Actually, the fan of the game is a much larger audience or user for us than just the player.
Right. Got you.
Yeah. So that is the whole concept. When I see the whole ecosystem for esports and a lot of people miss out the fan part, that is what our focus is. So even the content that we're creating, which is apart from our tournament content, we have started a new show called Esports in 5, which is a weekly show, which is more aligned towards people who want to know about esports but are not so regular user of reading the news. So it's a very funny twist on esports in 5 minutes. That's under 5 minutes. That's why we call it Esports in 5. So basically, that's what we are.
Got you. Oliver, you know, you have had stints with Zynga and all, and I've seen that you are right now at Bombay Play, spearheading what you call as you know, Indian first games, you know, for India as well as for the world. You know, you have been focused on instant gaming as well. You know, so talk to us about the dynamics that you see in India market and how that differs from the rest of the world.
I think that's a really interesting question. I mean, I came to India a decade ago and, you know, worked with Zynga and then started, before starting one of the first sort of companies that targeted the India market, which was Moonfrog. And I sort of had the opportunity there to try and understand the India market as an outsider, I guess. I had no idea. I had no clue. So as such, perhaps it was a bit of a benefit because I started from complete scratch and just did, try to invest in original research into who is the Indian gamer? How are they different? Like you asked. And actually, in many respects, we found, the Indian gamer just wants the same thing as everyone else. They want to drive fast cars. They want to earn lots of money. There's no difference there. But interestingly, but what we did find in terms of app discovery, it was an underserved market, right? There were people searching for content that simply didn't exist. And that's where games like 𝗬𝗺𝗵𝗴, Ludo, Carom really sprang up and really took India by storm. But I think that gold rush maybe only lasted a few years, but there's still plenty there on the table in terms of intellectual property. I think that is still largely kind of not fully explored. Another interesting thing that we observed was sort of the context in which people like to play games. So something Manav touched upon with sort of these social games like Among Us had very, and also Ludo Club, of course. It's Ludo King. I'll mention the non-Moonfrog game, these were games that people, like, we went to these parks, we went outside, we saw how people played in their homes, and we saw that people just love playing mobile games together. Not in their bedrooms, not online separately, but online together. Which we found was a really interesting trait of the Indian gamer, and really was one of the reasons why these multiplayer games especially really enabled discovery.
Got it. Samir, if you are from Epic Games, what's that you're seeing in India which is different from rest of the world?
And like Oliver said, there's a whole lot of world in India, right? There's different kinds of world in India. So, there's no one single sort of Indian gamer persona that you can. There's a mass Indian gamer persona where you can probably design to, and then that typically is a reflection of the internet as well, right? It's I think an earlier version of the internet in India was heavily male, and then it grew to be sort of. Now it's a lot more balanced, but I think gaming in that sense is a little still sort of skewed that way. I mean, what we're seeing over here is generally a huge growth in casual gaming. I think mobile continues to be the dominant platform, although, sort of on the high end, especially a certain select set of Indians pretty much live a lot like advanced sort of geographies in terms of the likes of Australia or the likes of Scandinavia. So there's a certain sort of audience for that as well. But really what we are seeing is as high-end Android devices begin to proliferate the market, especially when it comes to our core technology, Unreal Engine, we're just waiting for Moore's Law to catch up with us on the devices end, which allows for a lot of that kind of content, which you typically see only on high-end devices being able to be played, while also optimizing ing. I mean, Battlegrounds, for example, or the PUBG is also based on Unreal, but really souped up and rather souped down or a more efficient version of it. So, we basically feel that the Indian gamer is going to be heavily socially invested. Multiplayer is going to be here to stay. And as our network, especially mobile internet connectivity, improves, multiplayer and longer play times and plus with in-app purchases will grow. But as of now, what we are seeing is most monetization is growing due to the volume of people playing coming on, as opposed to the ARPU itself growing. That continues to be a challenge in our market, and most likely will continue to be free to play for a long time to come.
Right. And that's a good point. We have a large base, but it's a very price sensitive market. That's always there. What I would want to understand, again, let's, go across the table. When we talk about gaming as a social phenomenon, what we have seen over 1 year now into the pandemic. Do you think these trends would sustain moving forward? Is that change which happened in the gaming behavior, it's more or less acceptable now? It's not like how it used to be a couple of years before. Oliver, what's your take? Like, how do you take this engagement and retention going, forward as we, it's already a year now into the pandemic?
So I'll just connect back to something Manav was saying about understanding your users better. And it really is looking like, maybe in the past, the market favored companies who were simply faster at executing, getting the games out there that the people were searching for. But now it's favoring, rather than the people who are the fastest, people who are the smartest. And this isn't just about analyzing, what your users are doing inside of your games, but understanding the market a lot better. So, so looking at the qualitative data as well as the quantitative, and ultimately building products that are better suited to your target audience.
Yeah.
Instead of I think it's really is a shift in game developer behavior that needs to happen, and we're seeing really amazing kind of products come out now, especially I think in the space of live streaming, where you games that support voice chat, video chat. These experiences we're seeing sort of a much more drive a lot higher retention than games which have social involved but not really committed. So I think old school games, maybe it's a bit like giving your friends post-it notes. It's fun, but only for a short while. But yeah. I think the new wave of social is going to look a lot different. And especially during the pandemic, people getting separated, people are really yearning for this, better quality social interaction. And I think if you just think of this from a real layman's term, it's so much harder to quit a game which is live, in which other people are present, than it is to quit a game where there are no consequences.
Got it. One follow-up question there, and from this is around the customer acquisition cost versus revenue. How are you managing that burn? And if you could all talk about that, Oliver, you could go first.
Sure. I mean, it's I think in the past, like I said, it really, you had to thrive off of organic, and just be at the right place at the right time. But now you really have to, I mean, just like, I guess, more mature app markets, you really have to start rigorous measurement of your ROAS, spend in intelligent, you have to effectively do the whole CAC LTV equation and really work out how that can work for you in India. I think previously it's a tough market to crack still, but that's the direction in which we all have to go now. Unless we can make something that's special or meets a sort of unmet need. Yeah.
Got it. Samir, again, you spoke about India not being a homogeneous market, and that's perfectly right. Like we do have the urban India, which is very much active there, and then there is what I call as aspirational India. That's the gamer who is beyond the tier 2, tier 3 cities and towns, who are coming online for the first time, during the course of the pandemic and are playing now. So from your experience, how do you see retention for them happening? How do you see the content genre also developing for them? Or what's the strategy like?
On our end, most of our games are free to play, and the ones which we publish, if they're not, we tend to make them free to play, because the idea really which we aim for is long-term immersion and the ability to actually move the rhetoric beyond just it being a game, but rather larger social world. And it's common to know that with Epic sort of constantly talking about what the metaverse means to it, and quite frankly also trying to define it as we go along. So by nature of our own games, and I can say it only in that context, and our context is a limited one, we are very sort of aware of the fact that a lot of our games may not appeal to, or may not work also. While they may appeal to the audience, they may not be able to work given the kind of system requirements that they have. So our worldview is a little more limited at the top end of the market right now, which, it admittedly is not very deep, right? In India, most of the market is mass. And in that world, I think what we tend to see is that, the audiences, every season changes for us, whether it's Fortnite or whether it's Rocket League. So for us, I think really the way we look at it is in terms of monetization, is we're looking at over trends and looking at the devices that these folks come from. And the longer a game like Fortnite is around or Rocket League is around, we find that, our overall ARPUs are actually fairly constant and they're growing really well. They go through ups and lows depending on which season, how well received that season is. But in general, the overall trend for this market amongst that cohort, which I've already highlighted, is on the top end of whether.
So, I think, and I'll again go back to my ODT experience, right? When we were launching Alt with Ekta Kapoor, I think Sameer Nair had coined this term called white chasm between Nagin and Narcos, right? So you have this 100 to 100 million people who would consume, premium English entertainment, but you have this, 500, 600 million who would sort of consume entertainment, which is non-English, non-urban or localized for them. And I think that also sort of stretches to gaming as well, right? I mean, you do realize that need to be entertained, according to me, is a very primal need, right? And that need cuts across the socio-economic strata, right? Once you look at it from that prism, you realize that while there is a urban kid who is sort of consuming either Roblox or Among Us, that doesn't mean that a kid who is in Lucknow, Jhansi, Etawah, having a mobile phone and a geo connection which gives him that throughput, still wants to be entertained, right? So how do you build experiences for him, right? Because as you rightly said, for all you know, there is a high chance that he will, it's his first sort of exposure to gaming at large. And I think that's where Indian studios have played very, very important role beyond just Pokemon and PUBGs as well, right? From a discovery to retention standpoint, I think that's where your strategies also have to change, stroke, emerge, right? The creative that will work for a golf course road, Gurgaon player will not be the same or should not be the same for a guy from Allahabad, right? Because you have to really show the context which is suitable to him, right? I mean, when House of Cards was launched, I still remember that case study. They had actually created some 10, 12 trailers, right? One for Republican, another for, non-Republican, Catholic, Protestant, men, women, because you sort of take out all the possible dimensions of your IP and say, because I'm not talking to a singular persona, right? And because digital as a marketing platform also enables you to do that, right? Unlike TV, which is, one size that fits all on Google, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Insta, I can actually sort of customize my creatives for that particular cohort. And as Ollie rightly said, sort of look at my ROAS numbers and then, long tail look at my ROI numbers. So I think that's the investment that a platform or IP or a gaming studio, has no other choice but to do. And when you look at it from retention standpoint, right? And I think it is tightly also knitted with, what we all are here discussing with in terms of the monetization play, right? I mean, we've had cases of companies like Winzo who have very smartly brought that barrier down, right? I mean, we saw how in Rummy and other games, it was about 150, 200 plus, and then it became MPL and Dream 11, where you could sort of bet with $10 also, right? And what Winzo is doing is sort of allowing you to consume or experience that play for as less as $2. I think, and then if you look at it from a casual game or the non-real money gaming standpoint, you will realize that how it becomes so imperative for you to show the right SKU to the right cohort, right? If you're expecting a guy who's a first-time gamer, you can't show him a SKU of $100. Why don't you give him a touch for maybe $25 or $50, right? And because today, beyond App Store or Play Store, you have these sort of payment instruments and platforms available which can sort of help fructify that transaction, right? And so you can do that on scale.
Yeah.
I think we have also seen in the recent past a significant consumption of rewarded videos, right? I mean, there is a certain cohort which either doesn't have propensity to pay, or while they still have propensity to pay, but they are taking more time to build the trust on the platform, right? So they consume rewarded videos, and we have seen across the industry, across the games, uptake in rewarded videos as well.
Right now, in a play-to-pay environment, how tough is monetization as such? One thing which I was wondering, do you see sachet pricing coming into play? Would that be the right way to go to bring those casual and hyper-casual gamers to spend more and get used to it? And I would love to hear from you guys about all of that. If Oliver, if I can start with you. What are the hurdles that you see, and sachet pricing, would that work? Or do you think as Mano was saying, if it's more of a in-kind, offering, that might work better? What's your take?
I mean, just taking a little bit of a step back and just address some broad things on monetization, I guess, in India, is that I think there's been and it's still true today, like, very few games are actually monetizing with IP properly, effectively. And maybe that's because of the kinds of just the kind of content kind of available, or just consumer behaviors. But nonetheless, it seems that ads, in-app advertising is the predominant form for better. Well, in my opinion, mostly for worse, because it's very difficult to build a business on pure advertising. So we really have to move towards IAP. And I'll just spend a little second because I think some game developers don't quite get how difficult it is to build a business, launch a game in India, and rely on advertising alone, right? So I'm not sure what people in the room would be seeing as sort of eCPM, how much money do you make per 1,000 impressions in a game? But at least in the games that Bombay Play has, you'd be lucky if you're getting an eCPM of like $1.5 or maybe 120 rupees, if you have sort of more people watching rewarded video versus interstitial or the lower value. It kind of it depends on game to game and what you're offering in there. So let's say you're making sort of $1.5 per 1,000 impressions. You need 1 million DAU and everyone watching one ad to make $1,500 a day, which is a very insignificant business in the scheme of gaming.
Yeah.
If you have a $500,000 annual revenue business, I mean, to be a sort of respectable gaming company, the companies that are getting exits right now, it's 20 million and above, right? And 20 million is what Moonfrog, the kind of around that level, Moonfrog exited that. But honestly, you need to get 50 million, 100 million above. But to get there, you have to have if you want to be a, let's say 25 to 50 million kind of annual revenue business, you need 50 million daily active users in India advertising off of ads. That's it. That's mind-boggling. You need a Ludo King, and you need highly engaged, like super highly engaged users who maybe will watch, if you're lucky, one interstitial and one rewarded video, on an average. It's very, 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 very tough. A super tall order for any company to build that kind of user base in India. So, honestly, it seems like IAP or building games with IAPs at the core are very very important for you to build a long-term sustainable business that has a presence kind of on the global stage. Now, I think the only thing there is that what we've seen, I think it's not sort of a hidden trend or anything. the games that are seeing higher conversion rates are mostly in the casino category, and maybe that's just just because users who gamble have a higher propensity to pay. I do, and then I think what we've seen now is sort of really enormous surges in conversion rates with sort of this real money gaming sort of monetization mechanic, which effectively turns any kind of game into a gambling game. So there's this potential here of taking that really good conversion we see in one category and expanding it out kind of across all others. Although it's still a particular kind of user who will kind of opt in for that. As for pricing, I think the jury is still out on what the best model is here. What I've seen, at least for like the when you're dealing with like kind of audiences who do not have a strong conversion rate, if you anchor them in, so if you anchor them in at a high price, so say 100 chips costs 100 rupees, and that's the first price point they see. Then the second price point they see is like, now it's only 10 rupees. You anchor them in high and then give them a huge discount early on. Users that are very sensitive to discounts convert a lot on this kind of a deep sort of perceived discount sort of model. But that trick only works a few times. How do you get them in the long run? Well, hopefully they love your game and see the value in what you have to offer.
Got it. Anurag, you want to chip in? Yeah, please.
So let me just take you 2 decades back. That is 2001. Because that is where my game development journey started. And I was lucky to have great mentors in terms of Reliance Infocom people. So I was taught in 2001 only that India is not one. You please divide it at least by state-wise. Yes, your product could be same, but the way you communicate your product to them has to be very different. When you doing in North, us, we as guys, we love the jig bang and all that stuff, but whereas South people are mild, so basically the product could be same, but the communication has to be very different. Second strategy which we deployed back then was in 2001 was that we don't have to teach people the game. We have to teach them to play on a new medium, which is mobile at that time, where even the screen size was 95 by 65 OLED. So I worked on that screen size, and it was just two colors, black and white. There was not even 4 shades of gray. So I'm coming from that period. But luckily, I had great mentors who taught me that, and that's how we worked on that. Then comes 2017, when I was the country manager of Riot. There, my experience was totally different, because if you see back in 2001, there was nothing called social media. So there was no need of marketing or discovery for our product. Our discovery was only on Reliance Infocom network on a platform called Reliance Application Platform. In 2001, that was the precursor to Play Store and Apple Store right now. That was the precursor that we Reliance created back then. But come 2017, I think the discoverability of Riot title was mainly through social media, using influencers. Alongside esports event and content independent of the game, like music videos and etc., that Riot created. So that was how we got the discoverability of the title. Now coming to the point of monetization, I think what is important, especially for international developers or publisher, this is the India price. You can't just convert dollar pricing into Indian pricing and tell the Indian users that this is your pricing. It doesn't work. If you take an example of Netflix right now, Netflix has slashed its rate by 77% for India. So from, I think it was 549, we just dropped down to 149, some figure like that. But I know they've dropped the pricing down to by 77%. I think second point is make it accessible. Like as Manav was talking, that even Apple has added UPI. But even Google only added the UPI, I think 2 or 3 years back only. So, because see, our target audiences or our demographics don't have credit cards and they don't like to use your debit cards because they don't want their parents to know how much they're spending on the game. So the means of UPI, Paytm, etc., that has been a real boon for the purchases in India. Because that's what we saw even at Riot, though I had left Riot, but for Valorant, Riot employed a system where people could even pay from their Paytm wallets, which actually was a request from Indian users, which Riot did, and their in-app purchases boom like crazy, man. Third point is, as somebody was saying, the sachet pricing. That is the key. Availability of small amount of microtransaction. I think that is the way to go. As I think Manav was mentioning that instead of 10 rupee, you could just invest do 2 rupee in app, because you have to get India is very clear. They don't mind paying unless they see the value for the money, and the lower entry barrier you keep, the better value for money you can show to the Indian users. Next point, again for value for money, like you see for the internationals, which is the Dota 2 annual event, the Battle Pass system, which gives you exclusive limited time virtual offering on purchase. So it creates that value that if you don't spend right now, you will not get this virtual item. I think that's another good way to go ahead. Last is I am a guy who doesn't believe in the pay to win system, because if the product is good, users are likely to pay, and hence a stringent rule like play to win might deter users before completely delving in the game.
Samir, if we can have your views on monetization, the hurdle that is there, in a price-sensitive market like India, how do you sustain that going forward? What's the value you can create? Over to you.
I mean, our hurdles are very basic. They are just coming of age. We don't have basic payment integrations, and our engineering is always overloaded with new things. And it's our regions ARPU versus other regions ARPU to determine priority of integration. So these are all very trivial and very basic issues which I think we face over here.
Yeah.
But in general, I think like I said, it's also very platform dependent, right? Our monetization on the PlayStation versus sort of other devices compared to Android and PC. There's a fairly wide gap between a lot of these, but it's surprising to see that how gamers, especially people who like a franchise and they invested in it, a lot of in terms of certain engagement at a certain engagement threshold, regardless of device, your ARPU pretty much remains the same, because you've pretty much got people who have bought into the IP and are playing games or playing that particular world and are willing to continue to spend a certain amount to customize themselves. That said, there is really no in terms of challenges. I think we haven't really. It's mostly internal than external because there's I think a fair amount of a land grab that one can continue to optimize on if we kind of get some of the stuff done in terms of local payment solutions and all of that. But beyond that, I do believe that there will be, like it's true with everything in India, right? That a very tiny percentage pays, and most of the growth will come through volume as opposed to value per user.
Got it. One of last thoughts, would depending on in-app purchases only, would that be the right way to go? What's the right business model to follow? Very quickly, if you can have 1 minute each from each of you. Yeah.
I haven't met a soul who knows what's the right business model, if you ask. Or what is the one single model? I think India, again, is a country which has repeatedly shown that you cannot commit yourself to one track. I think idea is, how do you, as Samir was saying, how do you create a federated play? You say, I have enabled it all, now you consume as much as you can. I think that's where India, we will see progressing. And I think it's a misnomer that Indian people don't pay for content or games. I think they do pay, they want to pay. It's largely what is it that you are selling to them. How, and as Anurag was saying, how you have made it so easy for them to sort of, fructify that transaction, and while building the trust. You have these 3 ingredients in place, there is nothing that will stop you from them. Of course, your core game has to be, the liking, right? You can't sort of marginalize your core gameplay.
Oliver, what's your views? Like, what's the right way to go ahead? How do you retain consumers? If you were to rely only on in-app purchases as such, what are your thoughts?
So I cut out for a little bit, but as far as the trend of in-app purchases, honestly, I don't have too a bit of positive, a bit of negative. I guess I'd say on this front. Over the last, say, 3 years, the improvement, just organic improvement in conversions, we've seen pretty nominal increase on that front, just like basic purchases through the App Store. Although sort of innovations in methods to pay have certainly made it a lot easier in the lower, I guess the lower price point sorts of items. But then in terms of overall revenue, sort of ARPU hasn't, at least for us, I mean, very all well and good for the those who have seen it, but at least for us, it's been pretty nominal. And honestly, this has led us to this kind of conclusion when it comes to the India market. There still seems to be some apprehension towards spending on entertainment as a proportion of your kind of take home on a monthly basis, right? And there really has to be, perhaps it's a generational shift that needs to happen. The younger generation seem to be much more comfortable with the idea of on any kind of entertainment spending a larger proportion of their salary. But overall, I think India is still a bet for the long run. If you can capture the user base, if you can give them a kick-ass product, the revenue will come, or rather you can sort of hold on to those users, build a brand, and just wait for the sort of quality of living, maybe higher income per capita needs to kind of increase as well before we see more spending on entertainment. And only then will we start to see sort of an organic kind of trend sort of emerge in terms of conversions. Until that point, all we can really do is try and innovate our way out of this with payment solutions, just to make it, and like Manav was saying, just be smarter on how we give our deals to our users, and those who are willing to pay, how do we get them over that line? So I think those are both short-term and long-term sort of trends we see.
Anurag and Sameer, we can, Anurag, please.
So I think, as everybody has said, I think we don't know the winning formula, but I am putting my bet on in-app, because there it's all depends on the product. Of course, same as the came with advertising, but as Wally has been kind enough to share what eCPM is right now, I don't think that's a much longer sustainable business, because as I said, you need 50 million users to even earn $1,000. I think that's not a right model to build your business on. Yes, that's an income you can always consider as a bonus for your product, but I think you have to build a in-app strategy for your product, and that's my personal take on it.
Good. Sameer, what's your advice for game developers? What's your closing statement, so to say? How do we look at the market? How do we encourage app developers out there?
I think one of the strongest sort of trends we have seen is how much cross-play increases monetization and also increases retention. By cross-play, I mean the ability to go across multiple devices. Now, while that may not be a huge thing primarily for a mobile market like India, the idea is that if you get a hit here, how can you kind of translate that hit into other markets and geographies where mobile is a great form of engagement, but is not the only form of it. And I genuinely believe that sort of as the next generation of these consoles have come out, we've seen some of the world's best stats coming out over here. So your ability to then look at your market as not just a console or a PC or a mobile, and to have this open mind about how you can take your game development and move it more towards a AA and a AAA kind of title space I think those are unique opportunities which have never existed in the Indian market, primarily because we didn't have enough of a native player base, and secondly because venture capital in gaming was weak, and third because there wasn't enough of a depth in terms of game design and game development in terms of talent. A lot of that is changing now, and I think as people begin to look at the coming world of sort of persistent gaming worlds which are always on, those worlds will become platforms by themselves. And like in any business, there is a certain hit and miss ratio. So it's going to be very few games which are capable of getting there, but once they get there, they will be persistent. So I do believe that what's happening with the app stores, especially in terms of just how hard discovery of gaming applications has become, that the ability to kind of explore that world for game developers and to aim high will be important. Secondly, I do believe that a lot of existing platforms besides Roblox and Fortnite, etc., allow for great number of MVPs to be done to test your sort of core game, depending on what kind of genre of game that you're building. And I think for aspiring developers, that's a great place to actually build games within these games and to try out the mechanics and try out the monetization before they venture out and try to spend hard-earned money trying to get user acquisition and trying to do something there.
So it's been a great session. What I see that from our perspective, as I mentioned earlier, we are a mobile first nation as such. Indians, there's a whole generation out there who have not seen desktops, PCs, and all. They directly went onto mobile and experienced the internet. So the headroom for growth as such is really high. I get the sense that you all share that optimism of the market. Of course, monetization is something which will come into play if you sustain your journey with good content, get the retention going as such. And one thought that I had, and with which I would love to close, is that there's no one perfect model. In-app purchases is there, but we do need to have a hybrid model in play, which will help that sustain also going in terms of user engagement and retention, and for us to grow as an industry. So I would love to thank all of you, Manav, Anurag, Samir, Oliver. Thanks so much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you all. Great seeing you. Have a good day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much to all our speakers. After in-app purchases, we now move on to the advertising on gaming platforms. In this session titled Brands Taking in a Deep Dive, Driving Revenue, we explore why more and more brands have taken to online gaming platforms for advertising. For this, please welcome 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗶𝗁, Director Marketing, Swiggy, Prabhakar Tiwari, Chief Growth Officer, Angel One, Resha Jain, Head Content Marketing, Sugar Cosmetics, and Ritesh Sud, Associate Director Marketing, 𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗶, India. To moderate the session, we have Amiya Swaroop, Director Marketing Advocacy Services, EY. Over to you, Amiya.
Great, welcome everyone. We're here to discuss our topic on brands taking a deep dive into the gaming industry and how it's going to drive revenue. A thought and a conversation for all of the brand marketers today. I would like to share a few numbers which are pretty staggering and interesting to note. There are over 700 million people online in India, which we're all aware about, but there are about 470 million of them who are gamers. TV, OTT, social media, and now gaming has built up huge market reach. Average age of an Indian gamer is less than 24, and it's currently skewed towards the male gender. Branding and advertising in current formats are in-app advertisement and in-game product and brand placement. So a lot of innovation possibility and capability is there. Mindshare of gaming is 15%, vis-a-vis online browsing, which is 18% today. Esports will play a very critical role to augment online gaming. Esports already has 150,000 professional players. Viewership is touching 17 million. It's broadcasted over 14 platforms. And by 2025, it's expected to have 1.5 million professional gamers, 85 million visitors and viewers, and 20 plus broadcasters. So huge growth is expected. And something which would resonate with all the brand marketers. Video content is king. So it's not just playing the game; it's also watching the game, which will become big in the near future, and it provides very exciting opportunities for all of us to relook at our marketing mix, we relook at the media mix, see what kind of innovations one can really do to explore additional reach, newer ways of reaching to the Gen Z. Opportunities are all here. So I'll start with you, Ritesh. A few years ago, brands recognized Facebook to be an important mix in the marketing strategy. Do you think gaming is the next big thing for the marketers?
Thanks, Samya, for the question. It's a very relevant one, and really happy to be part of the panel today. With the advent of technology, the external environment has been evolving over the years. And the last few years, we've all seen how important digital marketing has become. And it's today an integral part of our brand plans. If you look back 10 years back, what the scenario was, that TV was the dominant medium, but today that's not the case. And with the emergence of technology and the digital, gaming is coming into the limelight now. Just a couple of statistics. As you mentioned, there are 470 million gamers, which is actually more than the population of America.
Yeah.
And soon this number will cross the 500 million mark. And this is a size which nobody can ignore. In a country like India, where Bollywood, politics, and cricket have ruled, I was reading a stat that last year the most searched item on YouTube search was PUBG.
Yes.
So that shows, and by a far distance. So it just shows the amount of interest that is there around gaming. And most importantly, like for consumer companies like us, if you look at from a consumer lens, what is driving? What are the reasons which are driving the growth of the gaming industry in India? One, it's a medium for consumers to play. It's a playful entertainment platform, and also a social meetup arena, which is important. You meet like-minded people. There's this entire culture of gaming influencers which are coming into play. So it's also becoming a spectator sport, as you also mentioned during the opening remark. So just like you have cricket, you have football. Similarly, this is another spectator sport that's becoming, and also it's being used as a network tool. For example, there's Discord. So in the last couple of years, the gaming environment is evolving into a complete industry on its own. And hence, the answer to be yes, it is here to stay, and not only stay, but grow rapidly in the coming years, because the consumer experience is so immersive as compared to what a person does on Facebook or YouTube or other platforms, that this will only grow. And especially given the demographics of the country.
That is true. And, to take it from where you left on how immersive it is, I have twin boys, 7-year-old. They not only watch, play Minecraft, they then go to YouTube and watch Minecraft, somebody else play Minecraft. And I'm constantly struggling to get them off it. So it's pretty immersive, and they'll constantly keep pushing back. No, this is the next stage, this is the next level. I need to know how he's cracking this. So this is, it's something which we definitely have to acknowledge that it's here to stay. And I was, the entire video content, which, the definition of video content is going to drastically change in terms of what needs to be produced as well. And I'm also already seeing glimpse in the four walls where I am. Very, it's very impactful, and yes, it's addictive. So a lot of engagement, interaction, and the thing which this platform really provides, it's undivided attention. So you're really not struggling with a lot of options to have that, and that's what a brand, from the brand marketer's point of view, that's something they are all aiming for, and they're all wanting to get. Resha, coming to you, every brand can find the right narrative for the user journey via gaming. What role you see gaming play in brand building in the marketing ecosystem?
Well, Amya and Rupesh, you guys have largely given a really good glimpse into exactly how it's going to be working for brands.
Yeah.
Of course, every brand out there wants this kind of an audience with which is right at where they want them to be. This is the young audience. This is the audience that you want to tap into. This is the audience with internet, with connectivity, with phones, with the money to spend and the time to engage. So we see gaming as this whole big box of possibilities, and I think extremely nascent right now. So that way, I think not a lot of work has been done here. I think there is so much, there is a lot of option to do extremely great engaging storytelling through gaming. I think in product and in game integrations, brand integrations are extremely effective to build for brand building over a long period of time. That would be extremely, that's something that excites me a lot, because I think very effective storytelling can happen. It's already been happening on OTT, in films and everywhere else. And I think gaming is only the next logical solution there. I also think of course, performance marketing, programmatic, a very, very good place is gaming. I think one thing, because I personally have had experience sometimes of being on gaming platforms too. And I've always realized that, the experience of ads has to become more in line with the kind of games, and the kind of audience that is in the platform. I think that would be extremely effective to crack, to understand different gaming platforms. What are people listening to? This becomes almost like any other channel. Like when you go to a YouTube or an Instagram, you will see reels in the way that they are supposed to be seen. Similarly, I think with more, and I like you said, video content will change its face. 3D, VFX, immersive elements, a lot of storytelling from visual to the way it's being narrated will change. And I think that will come into ads, that will come into storytelling. So lots of possibilities there, Ramya. And I think you mentioned most of them in any case. But we will, of course, be taking tiny steps. These are the two that we are really looking forward to.
Yeah, totally. Prabhakar, your experience on, and your expectations from gaming industry.
I think gaming is a very exciting industry, particularly because sports and games are big crowd puller. Okay. And fundamentally, they're not just, test of your skills, but they also build into you certain values which are good for, normal human life also. Gaming numbers have gone through the roof. It's nothing new there. I mean, pre-COVID also gaming numbers were sizable, not just in India, but abroad. Also, gaming somewhere was drawing the big advertising dollars, so much so that you'd have heard about the fallout between Apple and one gaming company which pulled out because they were not okay with, Apple App Store charging 30% for the payment gateway and all of that services. And also, particularly, COVID has given a lot of free time to people. Earlier, we used to talk about how, because of the commuting time involved, people commuting in public transport were gaming. Now people are gaming at home, right? Candy Crush went viral in a big way, right?
We've come a long way from snakes on Nokia to where we are.
Seriously, but some of the basics never change, and so is true about the gaming. So I leveraged gaming in a big way back in 2013, 2014 year when I was on Seat Tires. I mean, that point of time, I was kind of tying up with the movie franchise Dhoom 3. And as a part of that tie-up, we also got to launch a limited edition tires. And we also got to launch to get our brand integrated with Dhoom 3 game. And it was a huge craze that time, this chore police, so the thief is being chased by police on a high, this racing stuff. So that's where, we had and there was the integration was very nice. We were at Seat Shopee. So it was not just about the impression, it was a plugin, which was very, very powerful for us. And to today, when I had sales and marketing at Angel One, which is previously known as Angel Broking, we recently rebranded. So today my team do a lot of performance marketing and programmatic, that what Resha was talking about, you know, and we find the numbers very encouraging. Not as good as high intent channels, but good enough, right? Only thing we need to be wary of, which I want to tell upfront, is many a times people click a banner by mistake also in gaming, and you count it as an engagement, which is not right, or like you count it in the performance marketing. So these are the big issues which are there, and also some of the gaming platforms are very adultish, and may not really correspond to middle class values that we abide by. So those are the challenges, but we'll talk more about it as we go along. But it's a very, very exciting genre. It's only growing. And a lot of companies from India are gaining prominence in doing that. And particularly, I'm excited about the Facebook multiverse, which they are working on, which will take gaming to a different level altogether. So look forward to talk more about that. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. No, very insightful, Prabhakar. Yes, I think, in my period with 𝗚𝗺, I've been, doing this for over a decade. And, from the brand marketer's perspective, we've only worked with the brands to create more engagement. Whether it was on television and 𝗚𝗺 did the first KBC play along, it was an engagement where we were trying to, get the consumers or the viewers who are there on the mobile also play while Amitabh Bachchan is sitting on the hot seat and making everybody play. And we were expecting 5 million downloads. On that, we hit 30 million downloads. And that's the kind of, returns which an engagement really drives. So keeping, and I think it's a new opportunity. Yes, it is, as Risha says, it is at a nascent stage. A lot needs to be figured out. I think a lot needs to be figured out from the gaming industry as well on how they're going to create the engagement for the brand. Currently, what's really happened is that, over a period of time, the brands have started noticing, yes, there's a lot more excitement and lot more action happening in the gaming industry. But while they are chasing the dream of app downloads and game downloads and subscription, the mile to connect a brand and marketer for them to monetize and for the brand and marketer to reach the target audience they're looking for, I still see a lot of gap there. Ritesh, how do you see that part? For you, how have you leveraged gaming so far? What are your learnings and experience?
So, considering we're in the consumer space, we've been primarily dealing in the casual gaming space. And while gaming has evolved rapidly in the last couple of years, we actually started very early. Sometime in 2013, 14, when in those days social media was not that established. In those days, we used to partner with cartoon channels like Nick and Cartoon Network to make branded games where consumers could play through levels where the brand was seamlessly integrated. For example, if the consumer had to collect something, it was Just Jelly, for example, as a brand.
Yeah.
And these used to be hosted on the websites of these channels and primarily targeting kids in the age of 10 to 14. So all that did well for us. However, with the emergence of social media, we have also progressed and we've tried out new mediums with especially new brands. For example, with the coming of age of Snapchat, we used Lens as a game for one of our brands, 𝗚𝗺, sometime a couple of years back. Did very well. We've also partnered with game aggregators like Loco and hosted customized games, branded games. And the ROI has been good for us. So we've also done some game integrations. For example, there's a regular game a person is playing, and then to get a life or jump to next level, the consumer has to play a certain branded part. The idea is more of what we've actually tried to do is on more for seamless integrations, because that is important. We don't want to upset the consumer journey, because then it should not become the brand should not become an irritant. our experience has been that more than just placing your brand and logos and stuff, what makes the user experience good is a seamless integration of brands, so that because the person is very immersed in the game, and usually, when the person is consumer is so immersed, the logos the person tends to miss. So if you could somehow seamlessly integrate the brand into the games intelligently, that's been our biggest learning. That's something works.
Yeah. So EY recently, we did a report on esports, and how we've seen the emergence of leagues a couple of years back, where IPL started and obviously garnered the lion's share, and then there was a hockey league, and there was a soccer league, and there was a kabaddi league, and there was a badminton league, right? The way we really foresee the gaming industry to evolve and have huge opportunities with the brand is to evolve into esporting events. A lot of your esports were also being considered to be part of Olympics at one point of time, and most likely in a couple of years we'll see we'll at least see it in the Asian Games. So it's really becoming very as a competitive sport. It's not casual anymore. So where I would see most of the brands really moving towards like how you have the IPL branding. That's how I'm seeing this eventually. So right now the platform is there, technology is there. There is casual gaming, there's competitive gaming. There could be some sponsorship-led events, like the whole PUBG, competition happened, and similar to PUBG, there are many others. Which our assessment is that in India there is one esport event happening every single day. That's how big it is there today. So with the right amount of promotion, right marketing mix, right media, that's where I see a lot of engagement. And yeah, absolutely, this model has to be really figured out, because just the banners and a link will not be there, because you absolutely bang on this. The experience is absolutely very immersive. But I think where the value will really lie is in the viewers, right? So like how in IPL your viewers are watching it, the players are still very immersive. They're focused on their game, but it's the whole viewer community. And that's taking me to the next question. And Resha, community building, would be very, very critical for you and your brand, like all the other brands, but specifically for your brand in particular. And this is a pool of 20, 25-year-old, target audience, which is out there with a very focused, availability for you to capitalize on. And I know your brand is more women oriented, but the statistics which show that in US it's on a rise, and very soon in India also we're expecting that piece to take up. So it's an opportunity, in the setting. How do you see your brand collaborating with the gaming industry on, community building?
So with community building, I think for us with gaming, it has been extremely about getting to the touch points of user journey. So we want it to be extremely immersive. We want us to be integrated in the game itself. Like we really want our gaming strategy to be able to talk to individuals. We do definitely see a problem in the fact that women, especially in that age group, we don't see them gaming as much in India, especially. But I totally believe that this will get better and better. So this will open up a lot of possibilities. I don't think the gaming industry right now has been thinking of monetization entirely, because when we talk to them, and we've spoken to at least a few, we don't see that everything is in place and being able to track, like, where we are going with gaming, how do we track, like, and maybe like Prabhakar was saying, traffic might not be the best way, because we don't see too much traffic coming which converts. I think brand building becomes extremely important. When you're doing brand building, then in that case, community becomes very important. I also think pop culture is a very, very important thing. I think with gaming, pop culture becomes relevant for brands like ours, which are young, which want to be part of the youth dialogue. I think that can be very, very, like, we can influence those dialogues really well. And that is where I think we want to go with community building overall, that very pop culture integration, because we are bold, feisty, fun. And for us, that becomes really important.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And that takes me to my next question to you, Prabhakar. What specific solutions you think marketers could really deploy, to leverage the gaming industry?
See, I think Resha and �ฤિધેશ both talked about their brands, challenges of their brands and all. I think we all come from different industries.
Yes.
�ฤિધેsh is confectionery, you can call it FMCG. I used to work with Marico a long time back. Resha comes from sugar cosmetics. I was GM marketing with Avon long time back. So I can relate to them, and then I am in fintech business, right? Fundamentally, as a marketer, I mean, you have to work across the funnel. It's a full funnel marketing that you are engaged in. And thankfully, gaming can help at each of the funnel steps. Fundamentally, gaming and the choice, and we're using gaming as an umbrella word, but the fact of the matter is that the choice of games people choose to play, even in the same age group, talks a lot about their psychographics. What kind of things excite them. A lot about the customer value, whether it is around aesthetics, adventure, or it is about something else, teamwork, coordination. You can make out, and as a brand, you can take a call whether you want to play in that area or not. And as you integrate with gaming, as I talked about Boom 3, and I think the number that time was 100 million or the such number in terms of downloads and all, C8 tire had certain value of superior grip. And with a C8 Nitro booster, where you can really speed up your bike in a Dhoom 3 chase, was amazing for the brand C8. And we had a C8 Shopee, which was the franchise store C8 has all over India. So this kind of integration helps the brand per se on the upper funnel parameters, be it awareness at a, kind of or brand association in the right way. Now, the biggest challenge is in the lower funnel, which is the performance marketing and programmatic. There are multiple platforms, DV360 is a programmatic platform from Google. We have experimented with 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗏, a US-based company, and they have a lot of mobile gaming publishers in their network, and they have a lot of inventories. But there also, is it in the brand safe environment? I don't know if that's the case or not. Okay. Second, what are the right KPIs? In some gaming environment, people hardly notice what is there on the screen. They don't take their eyes off. Okay. So will the visibility really matter there? Will they give you certain innovations which will intercepting customer at the right point of time? I think these are the fundamental full funnel marketing solutions which need to be developed. As Resha was saying that maybe, and she has dealt with the gaming community, so they're not fully ready for monetization. It may be because some gamings are like Xbox kind of gamings. Some gaming, if you remember way back, people used to go to sci-fi cafes. They used to do a lot of Age of Empires and other such gaming. And today the gaming is reduced to a smartphone. Okay, and forget about the urban population with a 16-inch or larger, or tab or iPad and all of that. Many smartphone screens are very small right now. Okay, so how much of real, branding can you do there? So these are some of the challenges, which I'm sure industry will solve for in coming days. But at the moment, gaming works in certain categories and certain kind of campaigns.
Yeah, no, totally true, totally true. �ฤિધેશ, question for you from say FMCG perspective and other segments also. Do you think big advertisers will consider gaming to be a critical part of their platform mix?
Thanks for the question, Amya. It's a very relevant question. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, marketers will go where the consumer is. So from that standpoint, the way the industry is evolving, growing, and the experience that it provides to the consumer and the amount of time they spend on the platform, on the gaming platforms. Indeed, this will be an important part of the marketing mix for marketers like us. And we are already, I would say we're still taking some baby steps, but there's a lot we can evaluate and do across, especially for a company like us, which operates with multiple brands and across multiple TGs. So, I mean, earlier, 2 years back, gaming was not not an active part of the consideration set, but a lot has changed, especially in the last 1 year. Today, across multiple brands, we are evaluating gaming opportunities, and especially, because we typically work a year in advance for next year's, and I'm already seeing that many of our brands are actively evaluating multiple opportunities and parking a certain proportion of money, monies towards gaming. So this trend is only going to grow and become stronger.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good sign. I think a lot of work needs to be put into place for the marketers to start seeing value, even in the digital journey. I've been, in my interaction with a lot of digital heads, they feel the challenge with the brand heads still feel, in terms of the value of digital media is driving today. And they're still struggling with that aspect. And largely the conversation really came into the picture, especially during the COVID era, where the media spend had to be cut down, and with rational or without rational, the first one to go off was digital, right? And many of them were insisting that digital should continue and ATL should go down. But from the brand head's perspective, they see very little value still from the digital. And that's a challenge which a lot of FMCG and consumer product clients of mine face from time to time. So to build that trust, and with that, I will come to Umesh. Umesh has joined us. Umesh, how do you see, in the gaming industry, what are your pet investments in gaming, or what do you see, the key sectors will invest in the gaming segment?
Within gaming, something that we realize is that there is this set of casual gamers who form the everyday audience. They are the same ones we try to reach over an OTT streaming or television, and adding in gaming to the mix ensures that you're able to build further on the frequency for them, build up much stronger campaigns and visibility with this audience. So very often when people say gaming, they not only, more than the casual gamers, I think the more seriously involved gamers, like the equivalents of PUBG, 4G are being thought of. But for us, casual gamers are the one to reach.
And that's where you see a lot of traction for your brand, and you see that happening for other segments also, Umesh?
So even if you take psychographic or demographic cut, what we have noticed is that gaming has its presence there. One way to look at it is that instead of the very fact that almost every demographic or psychographic is available, then when you come to your media planning and when you come to deciding on the placements, figure out how can you figure out the list of the tentative list of apps that will drive most of your volumes. So it could be a particular genre, it could be a certain genre for certain geographies, and then use that to build up the plan. Don't always just purely open it up programmatically and say that, hey, just because I have this audience, this particular age cut being covered in my programmatic plan, I'm reaching everyone relevant in there. Because it's not just the demographics too. Sometimes it's a bit on the psychographic factor too, right? In terms of what product you're selling versus what audience you're catering to. Therefore, choosing the right mix of apps also matters. It could be sometimes arcade, an arcade game to a brain teaser to education. All of these sub-segments within gaming are also very important. You have to select those and make sure that those are added carefully into the mix. and that you can do in terms of how you do your placement selection or which exchanges you build on. But that's something that you'll have to take care when you build your programmatic plan.
Yeah. Resha, value exchange video advertising, blended in-game advertising. What are the other trends do you see for ads via gaming?
So for ads, Amya, honestly, especially like everybody's been saying programmatic or conversion funnel, we till now we don't see too much value there in gaming because we don't think that a gaming audience is immediately looking to shop. We do see a lot of opportunity in the whole upper funnel and consideration set activities that we run. So for us, actually the more exciting things are branded content creation activities, our merchandising, our pop culture references, our in game placements or developing storyline with them. So those things will become extremely important. Being a part of their winning moments, I think those are important. Like Ritesh was saying, when they collect something which turns out to be their jelly, a certain thing, the association is extremely powerful and fun. Especially I think for kids, it must have been amazing, So, so even for us now, to build those kind of things would be way more important than only running ads. When we run ads, just like programmatic, it will be extremely important for us to understand, what sort. I think Umesh said it right. A very good mix. Understanding gaming platforms and understanding why and what they're featuring. Why people are engaging with the games will be very effective to make those ads. And I think very personalized experiences are the only way that it does not become irritating. So that will be extremely important to master in those kind of for ads for us. But in terms of only where we see it, I don't think we only want to run ads. We really want to create experiences.
Correct. Absolutely. I think that's where it'll play a very, very critical role in creating experiences. And in fact, with any new avenue, any new opportunity, a marketer today is looking for creating experiences. And advertising is always the next leg, but it's everybody wants to look at how experiences are created. We all remember, and gaming could be as simple as this: how Zuzu started. Find the Zuzu on the Voda app. A simple, immersive experience. They capitalize on Zuzu, what it had already established through IPL, and I think that was a great integration. And coming to integration, Ritesh, in terms of integration of commerce in gaming, what are your views? Create brand equity and alternate revenue streams in gaming. How do you see, marketers capitalizing on that aspect?
It's important. The ROI for even the the community is important, and I think possibly there are multiple opportunities which will probably happen over a period of time. So one is say merchandising. With the then there's this whole community of influencers which are coming into the picture. That can lead to just like we've seen influencers on the social media platform, how that became a money-making machine. I'm sure one day even these gaming influencers, they're becoming very popular, and some of them are more popular than most of the other influencers. So that is another area where I foresee the industry to evolve. So there's also building communities. That's one area to bring in further revenues in the long run. Esports, as you rightly mentioned, tournaments, etc. So there are multiple streams. So they also have to look beyond just pure advertising or integrations. The industry will evolve, just like you have football clubs. Similarly, you could own teams, for example. They could be gaming teams in the longer run, and which could be owned. And you mentioned IPL. There could be an equivalent tournament sometime down the line around gaming. So there are many various possibilities. It's a complete ecosystem of like-minded people. You have casual gamers, you have professional gamers, You have these communities and stuff. So it's a lot that can happen. And as things evolve, revenue streams will flow in from across multiple points.
Yeah. Very insightful, Ritesh. I think that's the way to go, because there's a point when I used to call the marketeers chief dot connectors, because that's what the role has really evolved into. And marketers is not just a cost function anymore. You are, there is information flow with finance, with operations, with CRM, with CEO. So now marketer is pretty much sitting in the center, and now with more and more emphasis on revenue marketing, I think everywhere that layer of how will this also translate into revenue and measurable revenue or attributable revenue is very, very critical. Umesh, your key strategies on success with gaming, top of funnel engagement, closure attribution, loyalty, and then I'll just come to each panelist on a wrap up on summarizing of their key takeaways from the session.
Something that kind of like came across from the panel is I think there's a slight indexation for every business on probably like using gaming as a top of the funnel driver or something that drives more deeper funnel metrics. But I think it's a little bit about customization, where you kind of look at your business and figure, hey, how do I make sure that I build the right kind of creatives, I pick the right messaging and the right articulation, that will fit that particular use case for game. And I also see a little bit of, when it comes to picking gaming inventory, there are a few elements to take care of, everything including, the risk of bad traffic, the risk of, unclear attribution, to, coming to being served on platforms which are probably not brand safe. So when you think about programmatic advertising, I think there is this requirement to, think from the very fundamentals of digital, making sure that all the basic skeletal frameworks are set in the right manner. And on top of it, thinking about it very creatively, right? In terms of, hey, this is an area where if I am to put out a creative there, if I am to put out an advertisement there or an integration there, it has to gel well with gaming. Like for example, we very often we don't even put ads on gaming platform. We might build another casual and then just use and merge our messaging into the casual game, and that might be the advertising that pops up. So not just you think of your basic skeletal elements of digital working well, you also think hard on the creative and make sure that all these aspects work together when it comes to gaming.
Yeah, agreed. Resha, your summary on the panel, and then I will jump into the questions.
Sure. I mean, I think one thing, of course, everybody's covered a lot of things. Gaming seems to be something that everybody's really looking at. I think the next year we'll see a lot of conversation happening around gaming, So I think it's time to get the first movers advantage and get into it as soon as possible for most brands. But I think the larger thing that many people are not really considering is that gaming is becoming it's becoming so big that it's changing a lot of consumer behavior. I mean, it's just like TikTok coming and now everybody wants to see those fast, quick videos. I think with gaming, the way they are interacting, the way they are using UI, UX, everything is changing. So I think in the long run, getting as much information, doing a lot of experiments with the gaming industry to get the numbers right, to actually help them also. Because I think their monetization is just being built, for them to be able to understand exactly what they can unlock, and to be able to do that while they are unlocking it would be very, very beneficial for a lot of marketers. So for me, I think gaming is like the next big thing, and there is lots to do there because this can really lead to experiences and delight, even more than only conversions, which I think in the whole brand journey is very, very important.
Yeah. Well put, Resha.
So the key takeaway for me is, as we all mentioned, gaming is here to not only stay but grow exponentially, and marketers will latch on, and going forward, we will see increased participation from brands, considering the right TG is there. Some points that you specifically mentioned about esports, and I think those trends will emerge going forward, and it will be good to see which brands are able to take the first mover advantage there. And so that's a completely new ecosystem which is evolving. There's the football ecosystem, there's the cricket ecosystem. Now you could have an online ecosystem of a complete sport. So interesting times ahead.
No, absolutely do. Very interesting and exciting times ahead. I can't wait to see what is the post-COVID normal, honestly, because you're all talking about post-COVID normal, and all the sci-fi which we used to see now suddenly, it's right in front of us, and it just everything moved 5 years, 10 years. So I'm very excited about this. Prabhakar, your summary thoughts and takeaways.
Yeah, so amazing discussion. All the panelists had so many insights about this. So to me, I mean, as humans in the digital age, we are compartmentalizing our lives in multiple compartments. I mean, gaming is another compartment. It's like earlier people had a social media bubble around them. They were so engrossed in their smartphone. Gaming is again pushing us there. Having said that, gaming is not for all categories. Gaming works particularly well for certain, stages of the full funnel marketing. Gaming is very intense, even if you take casual gamers in account. And gaming is opening horizons. Gaming is also has certain dark side. The dark side is about adultish nature. I mean, sexual content being sent to kids, or some terror financing, or some secret spying, and multiple things which we didn't touch here, but gaming has a dark side as well. So brands have to be doubly careful. But having said that, gaming is a phenomenon in the digital world. It has only accelerated in COVID, and post COVID also, I believe the trend will continue. India is still a virgin market. I mean, the kind of internet users we have currently, and the scope that is there for growth, and particularly because gaming can be monetized. It has been monetized a lot in Western world, and that's why most of the Indian gamers are actually working on contract with US gaming companies. So in India, with the monetization, with the subscription-based gaming and all, the marketers will have a better, customer segment to cater to.
Lovely. That is true. So yeah, while there are opportunities, it can also open Pandora's box when it comes to brand safety and the kind of content, and I'm sure there are regulations simultaneously being built around that to address those. I'll jump into a few questions which we have from the audience, and any of the panelists can take it up. By what percentage brand spends on gaming platforms have increased? And I'll add another layer to that. How do you see that, moving in the next couple of years?
So I don't have the exact number in front of me right now, but I think it's a triple-digit jump, in terms of percentage. So that has been very, very, very fast-paced, from what has happened, and that too because people realize that. There was only way to kill boredom is actually to game more. Earlier, the youngsters used to socialize a lot, pubbing, going to pizza parties and all of that. But now it was all their, kind of handheld device and the laptop, So that's the reason marketers have also started spending a lot in the gaming as a category of, digital advertising.
No, that's absolutely true, and I'm part of that. So I know how our socializing has now moved to one of the online gaming sessions, which all of us get tempted at the end of the day. They're like, let's just get together for an hour, and it's a let go. With us sitting at home, working from home, So I think that's opened another structure, another phenomena. As one of you said, it is here to stay. Another question: measuring the impact of ads or the campaigns which have been run so far on the gaming. Have you all, how's your experience? Have you seen that effective, not effective, vis-a-vis your current, media spend?
So, very often we run a lot of gaming advertising on via programmatic platforms, and you could actually, run a live study alongside. Very often we see, good results. At times mixed results, but generally it has been positive. The advantage is also that the measurability factor is high. So often we see very good traction coming in terms of the volume of traffic that the keyword can generate. So if I were to read that as Mind and Mind Metrics and Heart Metrics together, I think overall gaming has been extremely useful. One thing to also keep in mind when it comes to measurement is also that think about it just like I said, just think about it from a psychographic point of view as well, not just from the demographic point of view. So when you are setting up your measurement models, just for various kinds of subdomains of gaming, try to see if you can set aside a bit room to say that, hey, this work versus this did not, or this particular domain is having, it's better for performance marketing versus driving mind measure changes. So I think compartmentalizing it a little bit and then looking at the efficacies of each might be more useful.
The gaming industry has to put in place a full funnel strategy for a brand marketers to really reap the benefits. The risk of bad traffic, brand safety, and content regulation cannot be ignored. And to end it up with this interesting panel, first movers advantage. So let's see who we see out there in the next 6-8 months to capitalize on the opportunity which the online gaming, casual, competitive, esport, and probably many new structures which will form and evolve and take shape. But it was very interesting, a learning experience for me. And all of my favorite brands are sitting out here as I had spoken to you guys yesterday. So lovely talking to all of you. Thank you, Ritesh. Thank you, Umesh. Thank you, Resha, for your time. And it was a pleasure meeting you all. Lovely discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the speakers and for the wonderful, insightful session. Now we move on to our special session for the day titled Improving App Discoverability. The session entails user acquisition solutions to help gaming companies meet their objectives at every stage of the life cycle, so they can increase their ROI and drive lasting business impact. Please welcome Aman Grover, Head App Dev Sales, Google India.
Welcome to India Gaming Summit 2021. My name is Aman Grover, and I'm Head of App Developer Solutions team at Google India. Today, I will share about how you can leverage Google solutions to supercharge growth across your gaming business across different life stages. Similar to many other industries, we have observed many changes during the period of this COVID-19. And actually, COVID has accelerated mobile gaming popularity with lasting impact. Based on Google's data, more people are actually discovering new games. 45% of players are trying new games. More engagement is with the new games than ever before. 70% of existing players are playing for longer sessions. And those players are actually saying that they'll stick for a longer duration. So 33% of those players surveyed globally intend to continue this new behavior. When we think about our product strategy for apps, we always put developers first. And in gaming, we map our solutions to different phases of the app life stages. Ideally, this helps us solve for your needs above all else. For example, a pre-launch phase. How can you get a head start and set your new title up for success even before the launch. We have worked very closely with Android and Play teams to provide ad solutions that extend many of the great pre-launch tools in Google. For example, launch and growth phase. How can you build a stronger user base from day one? How do you monetize and grow sustainably? And finally, when your apps are into the maturity stage, how can you keep your users engaged? Google is actually uniquely poised to help you at all the phases, and I'm excited today to talk about some of our newest products. Let's talk about the pre-launch phase first. App campaigns for pre-registrations. Many of you may already use pre-registration as a solution. We now have ads that can also help you to drive sign-ups before even the app is launched. Build excitement for your game ahead of global launches and ensure a strong user base from day one. Here's an example. Like Creative Monkey games use pre-registration ads to improve retention and ROI. The headline for me is very clear that they save 15% on their CAC. Other product, open testing, is another great opportunity that you can only do with Google Play and Google Ads. We can now help you find early players to beta test your game without any consequences. You can also leverage our open testing ads. Some pro tips here for open testing: pay very close attention to ad engagements and churn rates. Test in the emerging markets, as the product is now available on even the low-end devices in wide emerging markets. Open testing also, helps you to know which matrices needs improvement, where you need help on monetization, and how should your creative strategies be, and also which markets you should expand to. Moving on, talking about launch and growth stages, here are 4 things we are going to talk about today: measurement, max conversion as a product, monetization, and some of the best practices across app campaigns for installs. Measurement. Measurement is the first step to a data-driven growth approach. And below are some key matrices for the games. The first one being retention. So short-term retention, paying close attention to the first week after your game is launched. Monetization. Ad engagement and purchase behavior are very critical for ads and IAP monetization. Coming on to engagement, you would like to take care of average session length and number of sessions per week to monitor closely on your user stickiness. And then finally, it's important to take care of app stability and look at how the crash rates and the load timings are playing an important role for your store rankings. One of the biggest mistakes, I see that customers are actually, not equally measuring all ad campaigns. For example, Google ad campaigns default to click to conversions, while Facebook and are in source. Their default is a 24-hour view through window. If you're not measuring all campaign types equally, you will never be able to get the efficacy and effectiveness of your campaign. Like Creative Monkey games use pre-registration ads to improve retention and ROI. The headline for me here is that they save 15% on their CAC. Open testing. Open testing is another great opportunity that you can only do with Google Play and Google Ads. We can now help you find early players to beta test your game without any consequences. You can also leverage our open testing ads. Here are some pro tips on open testing. One, that pay close attention to ad engagement and churn rates. And two, test in the emerging markets, as open testing is now available on low-end devices in emerging markets. Open testing results let you know which matrices needs improvement, monetization matrices or creative strategies, and also which markets you should expand to. Talking about launch and growth stages now, here are 4 things we are going to talk about. One, on measurement. Second, on a new product max conversion, monetization, and some best practices around app campaigns for installs. So let's talk about measurement. Measurement is actually the first step to our data-driven growth approach. And below are some key matrices for games. The first being retention. Talking about the short-term retention, paying close attention to the first week and after your game is launched. Monetization. Ad engagement and purchases and their behaviors are very critical for ads and IAP monetization. The third one being engagement. You should care about average session length and number of sessions happening per week to monitor closely on your user stickiness. And the fourth being the app stability. Crash rates and load times, which will impact your retention rates and even Play Store rankings. One of the biggest mistakes I see customers make is that they do not equally measure all ad campaigns. For example, Google ad campaigns are by default designed to go on click to conversions, while Facebook and ironSource, their matrices are 24 hours view through windows. If you're not measuring equally, you cannot effectively evaluate performances across all types of campaigns. Also, if you measure view through conversions, it may take a lot of credit from your organic installs. Moving on. Again, the first step we recommend with Google is implementing the Firebase SDK. This will reduce your ad campaigns learning period by half by integrating the Firebase SDK and result in some of the fastest performances you can get in the market. As the graph demonstrated, you can achieve a more efficient performance by bidding on Firebase events for your app campaigns. Based on our internal analysis, the median campaign that switched to using Google Analytics for Firebase for bidding saw a 13% increase in installs and a 20% increase in app events with no significant change in cost per conversion. So you know how impactful they are. Once you've understood how to measure your results with Firebase, the question that arises now is how do you effectively grow your app? We have 3 products. The first one being the max conversion. This helps you acquire users at scale by just setting the budget, and it acquires you all possible users. The cost is optimized by machine learning. I would recommend this bidding type for launch and the seasonal events when you need a lot of users in a given span of time. Second is installs if you care about a specific CPI. This type of bidding type allow you to control the cost per install of a user and acquire users at scale. And the third one, which is a little more deeper funnel, is the actions campaign. To acquire users with a high likelihood of driving a specific action in your app. With this, you will really be able to acquire quality users at scale. And so once you set up your campaigns, you may be asking, now what should I do? This is the question that most of the developers have in mind. I added all the text assets, but scale is pretty restricted. So what should you do now? Coming up is YouTube. One of the important inventory sources that unlocked through video is YouTube. 1 in 3 people on YouTube consumes gaming content every day. That's a massive 750 million people every month, making it more important than ever for you to have high quality videos as part of the creative research. As we launch and grow, it's also very important for Google App Campaigns to have full coverage of all asset types. We've run some internal analysis and discovered that campaigns that add a video can see up to a 20% uplift in installs by unlocking new premium inventory sources. Further, improving your ad group ad strength scope has been seen to drive an uplift in interactions with your ads across our surfaces. Let's talk about ad groups. So structuring ad groups by understanding the audiences has the following advantages. Look at it. It guides the ML for focused targeting into specific audiences. So machine learning becomes faster, leverages chances to spend more towards specific networks like AdMob, YouTube, or Play, and guide your creative team into themes that yield the most specific results. As an example on the screen now, you can see how an audience can be split above into 4 possible audience segments. with specific themes such as PvP. This will allow you to understand over time which audience's creative yields best ROI for your campaign. I would recommend creating 4 to 5 ad groups at least, basis custom segments to scale without changing the bids. Talking about a phase when app users are now stable. You got it. I'm talking about the maturity phase now. Now, how can you use Google products likes of 𝗚 and app campaigns for engagement? Let me switch the slide and tell you. If for actions, let's say we said that you could have installs likely to complete an action, ROAS goes even one step further by providing you users likely to install, complete an action, and achieve a targeted return on ad spend within a specific window of time. Isn't it interesting? It's very, very easy to set up in the interface, but just select the different lists of events and add that to your target. We've seen several developers benefit from this bidding type in specific. One particular case is Play Simple Games. They tested ROAS bidding versus action campaigns and saw a massive 4x increase in lifetime value of those users. The last product today I want to talk about is app campaigns for engagement. We call it ACE or ACE. This allows you to bring back your app old players that are valuable. Helps you ring back the whales. How can you achieve this? Build an audience of known high-value players who have stopped playing now. Knowing you have proven high-value users, bid aggressively to win impressions. And use targeted messaging around those events like sales or new features to bring your high-value consumers back onto your game. One example again here, Gameberry Labs. They tested re-engagement with existing Labs game users with app campaigns for engagement and effectively unlock the incremental value. I hope you liked the session today and learned a few tricks on how to acquire users profitably. Thanks for tuning in. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Aman. Before we start, I have certain statistics to give you. In August 2019, Apple Arcade, a subscription-based service comprising exclusively of iOS games with add-ons like freedom from ads and in-app purchases, was launched. Similarly, Google has also launched a subscription-based service called Play Pass. With Indians now opting for subscription-based video content, will the subscription model in gaming be able to carve a place in the Indian market? To answer this question, let's move on to our next session titled Paying the Subscription Fee. For this, please welcome Nitin Goyal, Country Manager, Indian Subcontinent, Gameloft, Yogesh Gaikwad, Country Manager, Jumpstart Games, and PR Rajendran, co-founder and CEO, Next Wave Multimedia. To moderate the session, we have Raghav Anand, Digital Media Leader, EY. Over to you, Raghav.
So welcome, everyone. This is a great time and really great to catch up on something that's really moving the gaming space, which is a space which has been traditionally looking at in-app revenues, and we've been looking at advertising, and we've been looking at trying to sell products on a wholesale basis. But the new trend in town is how we can get subscription going for the entire gaming ecosystem and across the board, whether it is Apple, whether it is the publishers for that matter, whether it's Microsoft, each of them are coming up with passes, which is around $4, $5, going up to $14 premium. Really trying to go out there and woo the subscribers and say, guys, you need not download one game, but here is a subscription. You can play games across the space and so on and so forth. And thereby calling what is the Netflix model of gaming for that matter. In fact, those guys are also probably going to be in gaming soon. All of that is pushing this to dollar space of 25 billion and plus, and that's not any small amount to reckon with. So I'm really glad, guys, that today we have a panel which is representing different parts of gaming. We have somebody from the entire mobile publishing side of things. We have a publisher, we have a developer, we have people from the esports side of things, and also large PC and console game publishers from that point of view. So really a very diverse and eclectic panel. So I wouldn't waste time, but start out with pulling you guys. And I think if we can kick this off by really giving some of the audience a bit of a flavor of what's happening. So when we look at subscriptions, is this really about the PC and console games or the large networked MMORPG games? Or is this phenomena also coming to mobiles? And is it also relevant in the casual gaming space? Maybe that will set the context for the audience as to what's happening around the world on this. If any of you guys, Nitin, if you want to probably and start out, and then we can go around the table, get some views before we jump into the specifics.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, so the monetization in gaming is something which had been like a very intriguing thing all through, right? So we have seen the way the gaming industry has evolved, wherein I would say, right, so when the console and PC had been pretty stable in terms of the monetization mediums, but when it comes to the mobile, it had over the last 2 decades, like, and that's the entire life cycle of the mobile gaming. I would say there have been a lot of evolution which has happened, but I would say it has happened in a positive sense, in a sense, like, so the kind of revenues that's getting generated from mobile gaming is significantly high over the last a decade or so, which had actually been brought across because of the innovations on the distribution side as well as the monetization front. However, I would say, right, so when it comes to the subscription piece, as you mentioned, right, so we are seeing a lot of traction coming across on the console and the PC. And it's more about the value-driven aspect of it, right? So if you are able to drive in the right value through the subscription, then you can expect a lot of people to actually subscribe onto the services that you are bringing onto the table. What has happened with respect to the console and the PC is the fact that we know those are all the premium games wherein the people have to buy the expensive license otherwise to play those games. And the value that it comes across when you are bringing across the subscription as Game Pass does, like, so it has something like 2.99 as well in certain markets. And I was talking to somebody in Microsoft a few days back. They're doing pretty good in the markets like Turkey because they have been able to bring across it at a very attractive price point of $2.99. And that's a significantly great value that you are able to bring across to the users. And that's where you see a lot of traction coming across. But I see there are certain issues or the challenges which are prevalent with the way the mobile monetization is happening currently, which is primarily driven through two means, which is your in-app advertising and in-app purchases, which is like the premium gaming experience, which is driving all the entire revenues. Where the game is available for the users to play for free. Now, how do you actually, the challenge from the developer standpoint is the fact, right, so if they were to actually evolve this into a subscription model, they will have to adapt the games in a very different manner. And Rajendran can actually share more details about it. Right? And that's one of the bigger challenges which I probably see from the industry's perspective as to if we were to evolve into that direction. The games which are developed for mobile have to be adapted or designed in a different manner altogether to look as a premium game. So that's one challenge which I see. But potentially, as I believe, the area wherein the next disruption can come across is the cloud gaming aspect, wherein the console and the PC games probably get enabled onto the mobile users. So you have the aspirational class and the mobile gamers who want to play the console and the PC, specifically for the markets like India. And they are currently unable to actually have that kind of experience because of the kind of detrimental aspects which exist in the consumer ecosystem, I would say. and that's something which can be bridged across with the cloud gaming, and that could be the value attribute that I was talking about, which can actually get enabled through this, and that's something which I believe can make a lot of difference with respect to the way the gaming is consumed going forward in India.
Fabulous. I think you raised some very valid points. I'd like to probably summarize it before I throw it to Rajendra. One thing which you said, which is very interesting, is in simple words, even when I was growing up, and I like to believe I'm still very young, but the idea is that you buy a 40,000-50,000 rupee console, and then you have to go out and buy a 3,500, 4,000 rupee game. And here is somebody who's saying $2.99, 200, 300 rupees, and you can play thousands of games. So clearly that's interesting, right? It's per month, yes, but we can choose the games that we want to play, and I don't like the title. The other part, which you have two significant questions which you're raising is, but if I am to do that in the mobile space, do I have the right content? Do I have the right bundle? And that's very different from how an in-app purchase and the kind of games where you buy a sword and buy something is designed. So are the developers ready for that? And that's another important point. And I think you made a brilliant point in terms of cloud gaming and that coming to the fore and enabling this from that point of view. So Nitin, very interesting questions, and which is why Rajendra, because you look at that space, is subscription gaming relevant for mobile? Is there enough content? Can we create bundles? Interesting questions.
Yep. Actually, if you look at the paid premium market, which is roughly about $18.5 billion, I think the subscription model is very relevant. But the bigger thing is the free-to-play market, which is the 90 billion market, which is a free-to-play. If you look at App Annie, the top 100 games, 99 are free-to-play. So subscription per se, is giving you access to a lot of games for less money versus one game, one premium experience, one game with a higher price point. So, but that kind of a model, in the mobile space, is kind of very difficult because there are no entry barriers. Basically, it's a free-to-play model, and it's probably a bigger challenge to get subscription going in the mobile ecosystem, because that's one thing. The other thing is also that, but as a business, right? I mean, these are very big players, Microsofts and Googles of the world. They're very big players, and as a business, if we have to be kind of very agile and see how this goes. But as of now, if we look at the market, we are seeing as a studio, if I look at subscription as a model, I would probably look at my back catalog, or let's say I have a great idea, I'm midway through that game, I would do a minimum viable plus product, put it in the subscription out there and see how it works, and then take out and build a whole new game out of it. Because I think that at least in the mobile, that the entry barriers are not there. It's all free to play. And so there's literally, I mean, by default, subscription, may not sit very well. And also that I think, very, broadly speaking, that to some extent that as a studio, one feels that some way in the mobile thing, at least, we feel it could be a destroyer of value. Let's say you create a top class game, you put it out there, all your labor of love, it finally boils down to how many sessions per day and what's this thing. Like take an example for India, Ludo King, which is such a big success, right? I don't know if they would have made those 150 crores if they were part of a subscription model. So that's where I come from.
No, very interesting. Which is you've thrown in a different angle to the whole debate, which is to say that would I be a D2C player and get 150 million people directly playing onto my hand, which is what King did, right? And which is what made King a $6.5 billion IPO at the end of the day. It's those 224 million people daily active on the Candy Crush and so on and so forth, right? So would I want to do that? The other is, would I want to then go ahead and give it on a service kind of a pass with a subscription and be able to do that? But the flip question to that, Rajendran, which is something I'll really quickly ask you before going into it. I understand as a publisher, it might not make sense. I also understand free to play, and it doesn't make sense there. But if somebody comes in like a Netflix, and this is what happened in the movie space, right? Or even a Steam comes in and says, guys, I'm going to start a subscription across the board. I'm going to give you a fixed royalty like today Amazon Prime or Netflix does to the movie guys.
Right.
Would that be interesting, the developers from that point of view, or the publishers?
Yeah, let me tell you this. I mean, games are super expensive to produce, and they're very unique in a lot of ways, right? And for example, if you want these very high quality premium games, I don't think the platforms can afford them. See, Microsoft can afford them because the games they are bringing on board their subscription, like the Halo and the Starfield, are their own studios, right? I mean, this could be a precursor to a cloud gaming later on, but I'm saying that it's so expensive, to be able to afford it. Is my answer, unless you own the studios. Yeah. And these companies are capable of owning huge studios and bringing out those titles. Then they bend reality, which is something we have to live with.
Completely different. And I hope there is a web series kind of a movement in the gaming space where they come and say, here is the 1,000 crores and develop some 100 games for me from that point.
Just to add on to it, right? So, sorry, I'm interrupting you here. It's a Raghav. I'm just giving you an example, right? So as Rajendra mentioned, right? So it's an, if you were to actually look at it purely from the publisher standpoint into developing and funding by themselves into developing those games, yeah, it's a kind of thing which is difficult from the developer standpoint to actually look at it from that perspective. But yeah, there's something which is like somewhere somebody has to drive the ecosystem, right? So as Apple is doing with Apple Arcade, and we are partner to the Apple in that initiative of theirs, and we have been like submitting titles to them. But how it works is basically there is a commitment from Apple in terms of revenues to us, right? And which is what enables us to develop the games and deliver onto the Apple Arcade platform. So yeah, I think somewhere somebody has to take that kind of initiative, as you said, right? So the Netflix, somebody like the Netflix comes into the space and starts and try to disrupt the whole ecosystem. Yeah, there is a possibility, I believe. Right? So I always believe that the OTT space, as it has evolved and the kind of growth that we have seen over here in India, and it's not just limited to the OTT entertainment consumption, right? So you look at other categories as well. You have the dining category, wherein you have the subscriptions as well. So everybody's actually looking into that mode, because that actually, in a sense, like, so it helps the developers and the publishers in a manner wherein it is getting all the more difficult with the Google and the iOS, wherein there are zillions of apps and the games which are already existing. It's getting all the more expensive for you to actually market your games and make them visible and people to actually download. So in that particular challenging environment where the margins are also shrinking for you, there has to be some way to actually look at the alternate ways of monetization, which can help you extend the life cycle of the game and also have some kind of assured revenue coming across to you.
No, and which is where this gets interesting, right? And I have a couple of audience questions asking exactly about that, the cost of acquisition versus marketing. I'll just come to that. Just want to get Yogesh into this. Yogesh, now you've been listening in, and there are various aspects to this, and whether we can do subscriptions at all in mobile. Somebody needs to come in and put the cash. But from an India-specific point of view, do you think, from a consumer point of view, there is an opportunity here? Are Indians open to having subscription-based games? How would you look at it?
Building on both what Rajendra and Nitin said, from the India perspective, India is a very price-sensitive market, essentially driven by price. And adding a subscription is kind of adds a additional barrier to getting to users as such. And essentially, subscription is more of a developer's relationship with the end user. To get to that point, either you need to have that users deeply engaged in that game, or you provide significant value that the consumer himself sees, or rather is open to deriving value and willing to pay. So especially given the India perspective, see, if you look at the landscape, only Apple Arcade is available in India. Google Play Pass is not. Similarly, if you look at the traditional Western MMORPGs, World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls Online, there is audience in India, but not much. But you compare that to the grossing MMOs or MMOs that are in India, like say Genshin Impact for that model, that it has a hybrid subscription, hybrid model. Rather than a subscription-based model, it has a free-to-play model with subscription elements thrown in. Similarly, more on the Southeast Asian market side, the MMOs are more of free-to-play with in-app purchases and some subscription-based things added to the mix. And essentially, in terms of subscriptions for India, primarily more of the kids apps, wherein the kids themselves don't have the purchasing power and are dependent on their parents. And also it's not ethical or morally right to monetize the kids using in-app purchases. Subscriptions make more sense. So from that perspective, if you see games like ABC Mouse or even Kidopia, primary of their revenue would be coming in from subscriptions rather than in-app purchases, because a kid can't go to his parent every once in a while that I need to buy this, give me money. Rather, the parent pays once, subscribes for it, and done. So done for the month. And similarly, also in terms of PC and consoles, with Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Plus, so the users derive significant value, right? So for example, if I have to buy Uncharted at 3,500 versus I buy a monthly subscription for $499, I get 2 premier titles, that is something that gives me immense value and I would be more than willing to pay. Or similarly, in terms of PC space, there are things like Dota Plus. So it retails at something like $3.99, but it gives you significant value. So in terms of competitive or esports space, that I want to improve my game at Dota. So I subscribe to Dota Plus. I get immense value in terms of I can see my stats, how well I fare with a certain character, or learning and making my gameplay better. So in terms of subscriptions, those are certain avenues in India that tend to do well.
Right, and I think that's a very nice view. I mean, you've spoken about different type of games which will make sense, MMO versus, how that makes sense. But you touched upon something very interesting, which is why I want to get in the audience question also as to what it takes to actually get a subscription running, right? Because you spoke about the difference between 3,500 versus getting a $499 kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But to really do this, and because I'm aware there's a publisher here, there is a developer here, and there is a platform player also. Is it more the onus of the platform guys, because there is going to be significant cost of acquisition, right? There has to be somebody spending on the CAC on the marketing side, right? And then the other question which is coming is you have to even how hard it is to retain these subscribers, right? We've seen it in many platforms, sports platforms. We've seen it in the video platforms. The fall is very high, right? So do you think it really augurs for in India, it's really a platform play that much rather than a publisher play? And what's the CAC and how difficult is it to retain these subscribers? Any one of you?
So basically, from the India perspective, what I see, it's more of a platform play, wherein you need to have a significant content funnel for users to become subscribers. Say, in case of either PlayStation or even Xbox, they have a huge first-party studios that produce content, and those games are exclusive to their platform. So that also lures subscribers to that platform. And there are so many other players in the PC console space, like even in the casual console space, like Nintendo Switch Online. So they also kind of leverage it as a platform as a service, that you want to access certain features, like you want to have multiplayer access. you subscribe to a Switch Online or a PlayStation Plus. Similarly, you get free games as well as certain additional features. Also, there are games as service, like deep games that have extended a gameplay of thousands of hours and provide significant value in terms of multiplayer gameplay, social features. So games like World of Tanks on mobile. So it has a deep gameplay, access to a huge database of different weapons, vehicles. So that engages people over a long time and kind of it builds the relationship, engagement, retention for the users. So in that case, when you have that sort of a relationship, the cost of acquisition, once you, the subscriptions, people who are serious enough subscribe to play the game because they really want to enjoy the game, invested in the game. So in that case, it also frees up capital for you to invest in other avenues. Like you could also do a hybrid model on top of subscriptions. You add in-app purchases. You can invest in that to upsell those things.
From your perspective, you'd have heard what Yogesh said, that it is really the owners of the platforms. So as a developer, would you let some platform take the ownership to make the subscriptions, so on and so forth, and really on the back end be only worried about steady state revenues, like Nitin was saying, coming to you?
Yeah.
Or would you think, like the international publishers, there is an opportunity to bundle everything together and start us?
So from what I have spoken to the retention is very important for these platforms. I mean, if your game is not a high retention game, it doesn't add much value for the subscription model to work. So I think the onus is heavily on the developer themselves to create and retain their users, and that's very important. In fact, that's one of the significant. That's one of the most important data that subscription platforms would look for. And I think for a developer, I think as a developer, as these business models evolve, we as a studio would be very happy to work with the Googles of the world or the Apples of the world to explore this model. But I think as a content developer, I think you have it's as far as retention and all those things, it's on the developer. Because unlike in the history of entertainment, this gaming is probably is very different in so many ways. Like it's not just engagement. It is social, it is status, it is competitiveness. There's so many elements in the game which is very unique. So a lot of that is on the developer.
Which also is interesting because you've highlighted the developer's role in engaging the customer, right? And whereas Yogesh was speaking about the platform's role in doing the marketing and so on and so forth, which is where the user has asked another very interesting question, which is what is the pricing strategy? We've seen in the mobile games, for example, which are driven by in-app. In China, for example, they would do the next release or the upgrade on a Thursday night because the wage workers get their weekly wage on a Friday morning, right? It's that synchronized. So Nitin, should India have a completely different pricing strategy on a weekly basis, daily passes? Do you think that's what will work in India?
Absolutely. I think the most critical aspect, as Yogesh was mentioning about, is like it's a highly price sensitive market. And we know that what really works in India are the microtransactions. And we have seen, and I always put the example of the Kevin Care sachet of their shampoo, right? So which they launched like 1980s somewhere, right? And that became like a trendsetter altogether in terms of the way you need to look at the Indian market is very different. You need to look at it more from the microtransactions perspective, not from putting across a heavy price or an annual subscription kind of thing. You need to be very innovative when it comes across to the Indian market. It has to be like a daily pass. It can be an hourly pass as well, right? So there was something like Netflix tried, right? So they said, okay, they brought in like the weekend passes, right? So okay, Sunday you get a Sunday binge kind of thing, right? So you can yeah, those kind of innovations in terms of your product mix is important for you to actually engage and get people to actually experience the product and the services that you bring onto the table. Yeah, broadly, this is how.
So I think this is an interesting point where I want to sort of probably ask you guys to bring in some practical insights, because you've spoken about how subscriptions are relevant, not relevant, depending on what platform, whether it's a PC, console, mobile. We've spoken about how and what is required to attract customers in terms of CAC and retain them for that matter. And we've also spoken about in India, what are the sensitivities that work. So when we look at this market, and again, we understand there are so many complexities, whether you're doing it from an MMORPG perspective, are you looking at it from an esports perspective? Are you looking at it from a publisher lens? Is it an Xbox Pass versus a publisher doing something, or is it Steam doing something? But with all these complexities, and also understanding some of the Indian OTT platforms would also be looking at this and saying, guys, you are the gaming guys. What should we be doing? So are there some good case studies, practical experiences on what has worked and what's not worked in the space? Would you guys be able to throw some examples on as really the Xbox Pass worked, or the arcade, or anything that you've seen in the international markets and beyond, which you think is relevant, which you say this is what really made it kick? Turkey you talked about, right? And many other examples. If anybody wants to throw in something. Yogesh, would you?
Yeah, so basically I can tell you from my personal experience, I used to build MMOs and virtual worlds for kids, essentially driven by subscriptions. So we started way back when auto-renewing subscriptions were not even allowed by Google Play or Apple.
Right.
But as soon as we moved to auto-renewing subscriptions, we saw a 30% revenue jump in our revenues. Also, one of the good things is we have a steady, predictable revenue that comes month on month, and then the savings you can invest on upselling other things in app. And essentially, we had a hybrid model, but also with subscriptions on your own platform, you have to build the whole tech infrastructure. You need to have a strong payment processor, customer support to deal with issues, and especially if you're working with a cross-platform game. So then each platform as such is a walled garden. So, for example, if you have a subscription which auto-renews on iOS and tomorrow you switch a phone to Android, then essentially that subscription doesn't work on Android. You need to cancel that there and buy it here. And also there are certain challenges related to sales. However, the platforms have evolved over time, but there are challenges related to sales over subscriptions, because anything you change related to subscriptions, Apple or Google will ask the end consumer to re-accept the terms on the new, whether a price or certain change, and that causes a churn in the subscribers.
Right. And
yeah, and also coming to India per se, right? See, majority of players in India are not building big, huge games with big budgets that would enable, or rather, games that have a significant, say, 1,000-hour gameplay, or game that is planned to run for 5 hours with continuous content updates, things like that. So the tech infra for that is also complicated to build and requires specific skill sets. Like you buy a subscription, it needs to be validated on your system and then awarding, then also dealing with technical challenges that arise out of payment failures and things like that. And also you need to have a strong anti-hack and anti-cheat system in place as well. So especially from the Indian aspect, the indies would find it pretty expensive to build something like this. And also majority of the small studios would find it difficult to build up the whole tech infra system, and also build something that needs continuous content updates to keep the subscriptions alive, keep the users entertained, engaged, and retained. You have to be in it for the long haul, and you need to have deep pockets to obviously do that.
Right. And again, so that is an important point, which is a distinction. What you're saying is in terms of what works and what doesn't. Uh, if you're a developer, are you in a mindset and a capital capability where you can sort of develop something and are creative enough vis-a-vis somebody who runs a subscription system, which means he's pretty much on an ongoing production, right? So he's updating, he's looking at the tech, he's maintaining the subscribers, he's giving them new things, he's billing them. It's almost like a telco operations or a continuous production operations from that point of view. That again, Rajendra, is very different in India, right? Indian developers, and both of us know them for about 20, 25 plus years now, from when there were small shops to, they grew to sizable scale because they were doing third-party outsourcing work and to porting and, all those things that we used to do when those mobiles, 300 different formats and all of that. So really speaking, all that tech, all that running subscription systems, what works, Rajendran, is does it work for a developer at all, or would you see that as something that is beyond the scope of a developer from that point?
As developers, we are always leveraging a platform for your subscription to work. You're leveraging the Google or the iOS platforms because I think building those platforms are a lot of people have done it in the past. They were, they lasted for a few years, but it's really Google and Apple that created that infrastructure for us developers to go and leverage. For example, our own latest version of the game, we have increased our IAP versus the older version substantially, and nearly 30% of the revenue comes from over 30% comes from subscriptions. So as developers, we can't create that subscription infrastructure. We have to rely on third-party platforms to leverage, and they have built excellent system of running it, dispute resolution. There's so many things that as developers we could develop, and so that we can focus on building a great game and not get into the all the
running part of it,
nuts and bolts of building that platform.
Correct. Which is where Yogesh is differently pointing to the MMORPG, especially kits, which is a different ecosystem. And Rajendran, what you're talking about is the mobile ecosystem where you have the people you can leverage from that point of view. Which also brings us to the point, Nitin, that if somebody were to enter this market and like I said, I mean, it could be Netflix, it could be Amazon Prime trying something, or it could be Microsoft wanting to do something here, then saying, guys, if it is left to you guys, what do you think would be the right bundle in India, right? Do we have the content to create subscription in the sense that if I am one of those large platforms, what should I be putting together in the bundle? Is it going to be more of the popular titles across Europe and US? Are we looking at a mix of Indian titles there? And if that is so, again, the audience is asking other question, does India have really high-end games that worth subscription? We've been making the Ludo Kings and the cricket games and so on and so forth, and some Bollywood-themed games. But do we really have the big setters? And like Yogesh said, runs into a few hours and is constantly updated. What's the content bundle here if it has to work? Whoever the platform, let's assume they have the money.
Yeah, so what I feel is basically when you come to like the subscription service, it has to be like I always believe it has to be an aggregated model wherein you have the content, the best of the content which is available out there in the market, available under the service. And the fact remains, like, so when you look at the gaming, you have content which is very diverse, right? So you can have and we always say in game law, right? So you have the gaming audience is like from 3-year-old to a 70-year-old man, right? So, and if you have the diverse content onto the platform, right? So you have the content for everyone within the family, and that's how we believe, like, the subscription is gonna be the one which would actually encompass the entire family as one product suite, which actually offers the content for the kid. It offers the content for the to the adult one, right? So the parents, both mom, dad, right? So they have very different requirements. Like, so your grandparents, they would have a very different kind of game requirement that they have. So yeah, that's the kind of model that would work. And when it comes to when it comes to the when you say the content, if it can like the Indian content or it can be like it should be the westernized content. I think we need to look at it from the present saying having the content for everyone. Like so for like the Ludo King could be a great game for somebody in the family, right? So while a younger one, right? So like a 20-year-old kid might be actually looking at some other MMORPG kind of game, right? So so if both the games are there into that service bundled across, why not, right? So there would be an audience for those kind of games, and that exactly goes with the OTT, right? So you go and see on the OTT platform, right? So not you are looking into or watching everything which is there available on the OTT. You have your preferences within the family as well. Somebody is watching something, somebody else is watching something else. And that's the same kind of approach I believe should be when it comes to the subscription product that we launch across into the gaming. And that's how it can be hugely value driven from the consumer's standpoint. And that's where you can see people actually adapting to that model and subscribing to it.
Yeah. And which is you pointed the right thing, because that's the Indian ethos, right? And or you call it the Indian jugaad, but it's really a family pass, and it's really the family using it from that point of view. So it should have the bundle which caters to the casual gamers, the core gamers, and the more evolved gamers from that point of view. Brilliant. That's a brilliant point. And Rajendra, you were adding on to that. So do you think,
if you were to ask what would be the right content mix, I think it should be global plus India. I mean, there's always these global favorites that gamers consume. Gamers are very global by nature. I think it's a global plus India. Typically, what the app stores do here, there's sizable Indian content, but it's global plus India. Probably 80% global and 20% local content. That would be the kind of mix.
Right. Let me then introduce something else very quickly, because we have not touched upon the esports ecosystem. And I know that's different from gaming, and the purist will be up in arms saying, guys, don't mix up both. And that's fine. But on the esports ecosystem, there are the gamers themselves emerging as creators, right? Each of those guys have their own live stream. And to a certain extent, there are also people subscribing to that. And it could be just somebody giving 10 cents and $1 as an appreciation, and not be a long-term subscription. Or it could be a YouTube subscription where you're really not paying anything from that point of view, but it is subscription all the same. How do you see that part of the ecosystem in India growing out? Do you see a big fan following, for the esports game streamers? From the esports ecosystem, how do you see this entire space?
So the game streamers are emerging as very powerful influencers. They are very legitimate, because they really know the game well, and all of us gamers are, trying to kind of reach out to the streamers and kind of get them to talk more about our game. I can see in the last 3 years how things have changed to they're almost like celebrity. Once I remember we had a esports event at a mall, and there was one person and there were 20 people around him, 20-30 people around him trying to get his autograph. He was a game streamer. So they've become celebrities in their own right, very powerful influencers, and we want to be all in their good books. So it's kind of emerging as an, I would have never imagined this 3 years back. It's emerging as a legitimate career, which was unthinkable. So from our experience, we're always trying to reach out to these influencers. I would call them influencers, streamers, whatever. But I mean, they're really, I'm seeing a huge growth in the market here.
Right. So as we start summarizing and wrapping this up, and I'm very sort of cognizant that we've been a very nice panel. Nobody has disagreed on anything, and that usually from a media point of view is not good viewership. So let me ask the road ahead question in a slightly different manner, purposely trying to introduce a bit of controversy there, is to say, what's your take, guys? What's your take? Would you say subscription is going to be the top revenue stream, beating in-app and ads and everything else? outright purchases in the next 5 years in India? Or would you go the other way and say, it will grow, but it's not going to be significant from that point of view? If I can have a quick vote from you guys and a couple of wrapping up sentences, because this has been a great panel and we've sort of looked at various aspects of it. But how do you see the next 5 years panning out for subscription and gaming?
I would say it would be slow in India next 5 years. I would say India is at that stage where a lot of people, we are essentially a mobile first country. A lot of gamers that have been introduced are more on the casual and the mid-core side. And essentially subscriptions work pretty well or monetize really well with AAA games, hardcore games, and till we make that transition. And like you seen the transition in India, when Candy Crush came out, it was a rush. But then when PUBG came in, PUBG became the top grossing game. So people graduated from a casual to a mid-core sort of a game. And slowly, people's tastes also change over time. As they get introduced, they look for more deeper and games with meaningful gameplay. And as that transition happens, by the time that transition happens, till that time transition happens, I don't see subscriptions in the mobile game space become that big in India.
Right. So it will grow, but not going to be the most significant, especially because we've not reached the AAA titles and hardcore gaming from that point of view.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. How would you see that, Nitin?
I see it differently, right? So on my side,
I am happy you go. I was too afraid all the guys going to go so the same road. Yeah, now RPs are going up. Now we can talk. Yes.
No, exactly, right? So basically, right, so how I see like the evolution on the tech side, it's in terms of like the 5G, which is going to come across, and the FTTH connections, which are actually spreading really fast, right? So with Jio and Airtel leading the pack over there, right? So there is a significant disruption which is going to come across in the entire industry with the cloud gaming space. And because it's going to be a device agnostic experience, which is going to offer across to the users. And it would actually take away all your challenges that we talk about, like so the mobile gaming and having the content being ported to run onto the mobile, right? So, but with your FTTH and your STB connection, right? So you can actually stream your game on your big screen at home, or you can actually have with the cross-platform kind of gaming experience that you can actually bring across with the cloud gaming. On the move, you can have the real-time experience playing on your mobile, right? So while you are on the go, you play over the 5G network, you play your games. And that's where the aspiration is like so where we talk about like in India, the console and the PC is an area which had not really flourished all through, and for the reasons as you rightly mentioned initially, and that's something which is gonna be completely destroyed with the advent of the cloud gaming. Important aspects would be the pricing, as to what would be the pricing, and I believe eventually, right, you will see pricing coming down across it. Like so, although currently cloud gaming is an expensive proposition, and second is basically having the right mix of the content over there, which I believe there is already a lot of content which is available over the cloud gaming. But eventually, a lot of content which is there on the console and the PC, the quality content, which can eventually be coming across onto the cloud gaming, and that's how I believe is the next level of disruption which would come across in the industry.
Right, absolutely. Consumers not ready, but the tech is ready. Rajendran, your final take before we wrap this up.
I think for subscription to take off in India in a big way, it has to happen on the mobile, and it can happen on the mobile in a big way only if cloud gaming happens. I think that's the big disruptor. The cloud gaming and then subscription would go hand in hand in India is what I feel.
Absolutely. So fantastic, guys. This is great. And there are very diverse views. And it is quite possible that a telco with the 5G and the FTTH, like Nitin said, or somebody who is a global publisher like Yogesh said, or a Netflix and Amazon comes in and bundles this and throws this to the subscriber to really grow. So very interesting times. I would keep my bets off. There are very good chances that 2025 somebody disrupts this. Subscription could be the top revenue stream, but there are also enough chances that the IAP and the other revenues could be better. But anyway, we are in a very interesting time. And really thank you guys for spending and taking out this time on what is really the future of gaming from that point of view. There is the cloud aspects, everything else that we spoke about. Really look forward, and I hope that we've been covering the audience questions as it goes. So I hope our audience also liked it, and really thank you all for being part of this panel. Good luck, and look forward to some great gaming. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists, and for that insightful session. Now, back on special demand, we have Mansi Gupta, aka Max Play, talking about the journey in the gaming space. Over to you, Mansi.
Opportunities दिखने लग गई, and that's how people started taking gaming as a proper career. So Max Play is basically a fun, goofy girl who likes to crack lame joke and stuff like that. So I started gaming पिछले lockdown में. I started gaming बहुत पहले. I used to play with my elder brother, but तब उस समय I completely inclined myself towards education. So पिछले lockdown में I started gaming full again through PUBG, and my content is all about funny, entertaining gaming, where it's all about my commentary, and I make gaming relatable for people. It's for people जो अगर शायद gaming करते भी नहीं है, but they might be able to watch my content. So that's the kind of content I aim to create. And yeah, my content is not only revolving around people जो एकदम pro gaming कर रहे हैं, or like esports players or something like that. It's for everyone who might or even might not be gaming but likes to watch gaming content. It's for everyone. It's for people to connect with me and just basically watching me gaming and experiencing that. So I didn't start with streaming. I started with video content, and जैसे I told कि मेरा whole content is about funny, entertaining gaming. It's not purely just gaming or stream or something like that. So I paid a lot of attention to editing, to shooting, to writing good jokes and stuff like that. So मेरे को एक वीडियो बनाने में initially इतना टाइम लग जाता था, और उस समय मुझे आदत ही नहीं थी कि कैसे गेम खेलते खेलते आप एक फनी कमेंट्री कर सकते हो, कैसे आप गेम्स के बीच में जोक्स क्रैक कर सकते हो, क्योंकि इतना फर्स्ट टाइम था तो नई आइडिया था. तो इनिशियली आई मेड लाइक 5-6 वीडियोस, और मैंने कभी चैनल पे डाले ही नहीं क्योंकि मुझे इतने गंदे लगे कि मैं अपलोड कर ही नहीं सकती हूँ. और मैंने काफी रिसर्च किया, खुद से एडिटिंग सीखी, प्रॉपर गेम प्ले का सेटअप बनाया एंड एवरीथिंग. एंड मैंने अपना फर्स्ट वीडियो शूट किया, मैंने अपने सारे फैमिलीज, फ्रेंड्स सबके साथ शेयर किया, एंड एवरीवन वाज लाइक दिस इज गुड बट यू आर नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट, तो ये दोबारा ट्राई करो. इसी तरह मैंने 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 वीडियो बनाया. 5th वीडियो जब मैंने सबके साथ शेयर किया तो एवरीवन वाज लाइक ठीक है, दिस इज गुड, यू कैन अपलोड दिस. वो मैंने अपलोड किया, और उस वीडियो को अराउंड आए कुछ 400 से 500 के अराउंड व्यूज आए थे. और ऐसे ही सिमिलरली मैंने हर 3-3 दिन में गेम प्ले वीडियोस में डालती गई. मेरे फर्स्ट 10 वीडियोस के अराउंड कुछ 1000 के अंदर ही व्यूज थे, और सब्सक्राइबर कुछ 1000-1500 समथिंग के आसपास हो गए थे. बट मेरे को समझ में आ रहा था कि ये चीज लॉन्ग रन में नहीं चलेगी, क्योंकि और भी बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं. So I'm not bringing anything very unique to the table. फिर मैंने कंटेंट थोड़ा सा चेंज किया, एडिटिंग थोड़ी चेंज की, एंड एक्चुअली जो उस समय तक मैं थोड़ी कॉन्फिडेंट हो गई थी, सो आई ब्रॉट माय एक्चुअल पर्सनालिटी टू द कैमरा. एंड उसके बाद फिर मेरा 11th वीडियो काइंड ऑफ गॉट वायरल, एंड yeah, उसके बाद I gained a lot of subscribers and views and stuff like that. So that's been the journey. So जब मैं बहुत छोटी थी, I used to play GTA San Andreas with my brother. So उस समय हमारे घर में एक ही कंप्यूटर था. तो मेरे मॉम डैड आर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स, तो उनका वो एक कंप्यूटर था, वही पूरा कंप्यूटर हम पूरी फैमिली शेयर करते थे. सो बेसिकली मेरे भाई का कंप्यूटर था, तो वो उस पे GTA San Andreas खेलता था, तो मैं भी उसके साथ खेलती थी. मतलब मैं खेलती क्या थी, बस गाड़ी चला के लोगों को चलती थी, उतना ही काम था मेरा. सो उस समय से थोड़ा बहुत गेम्स खेलती थी, और फिर वो एक क्रिकेट वाला गेम आता था फोन पे, वो काफी खेलती थी, और GTA San Andreas खेलती थी, मारियो खेलती थी काफी. सो वो इनिशियली वो सब गेम्स खेला था, बट फिर मैं बहुत ज्यादा ऐसे एजुकेशन एंड वो सब में लग गई, सो मैं वो गेमिंग से थोड़ा डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया. बट आफ्टर आई कंप्लीटेड माय ग्रेजुएशन, मैंने वापस से सारे गेम्स खेलना स्टार्ट किया, और बहुत ज्यादा मैं गेम खेलने लग गई फॉर 7-8 hours a day एट लेंथ. तो मैंने डिसाइड किया कि this is something I'm loving doing. ये मैं शायद आगे future में भी pursue कर सकती हूँ, and that's how I started my channel. See, video games has no gender. Till date, I don't say or call myself as a female gamer or anything like that. I feel gamer is a gamer. My gender has nothing to do with that. As जैसा आप male gamer नहीं बोलते हो, you say just a gamer. Similarly, I also say कि it's not a female gamer. I'm just a gamer. ठीक है, I'm playing my game. I'm doing my thing. जेंडर का क्या ही लेना देना है मेरे कंटेंट या मेरी गेमिंग से. बचपन में यूजुअली सारी लड़कियां जो गेम्स उनके बड़े भाई पे खेल रहे थे या जो उनके बहनें खेल रही थी, वो सब यूजुअली वो गेम्स खेलते आए हैं. सो आई डोंट नो व्हाई वीडियो गेम से पर्टिकुलरली ये परसेप्शन बना हुआ है कि लड़कियों का नहीं है, क्योंकि इफ एनीथिंग गर्ल्स आर डूइंग रियली रियली ग्रेट ऑन यूट्यूब. ई स्पोर्ट्स में भी अब धीरे धीरे लड़कियों का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ने लग गया है, जो कि पहले नहीं था इतना ज्यादा. बट अभी लास्ट 1 ईयर में लड़कियां भी ई स्पोर्ट्स में पार्टिसिपेट कर रही हैं. दे आर पार्ट ऑफ बिग मेजर टीम्स, विनिंग मेडल्स एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट. सो ये जो परसेप्शन है ये विद टाइम चेंज होगा. इट हैज देयर इज नथिंग कि लड़की वीडियो गेम नहीं खेल सकती है या शी कांट बी अ प्रो, शी कैन जस्ट बी अ नूब, ऐसा कुछ है. वो सबका ये बस कुछ लोगों की थिंकिंग है जो विद टाइम होपफुली चेंज होगी. बट आई फील धीरे धीरे इंडस्ट्री ऑनेस्टली इवॉल्व हो रही है. और जो एक सिचुएशन में हम पहले रहते थे जहाँ पे लोग बिल्कुल ही गर्ल गेमर्स एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते थे और उनको ऐसा टैग दे दिया जाता था कि नहीं ये तो खेल ही नहीं पाएगी, तुम्हारे लिए गेमिंग है नहीं, वो धीरे धीरे इवॉल्व हो रहा है. सो वी आर मूविंग 2 स्टेप्स अहेड, बट होपफुली दिस विल गो अवे वेरी सून. Gaming scene is very important firstly because when you're playing the game, right? So यूजुअली लोग को जो सबसे ज्यादा गेमिंग जो प्रॉपर गेम्स है जो लोग ऑडियंस देखती है, द फर्स्ट थिंग एंड द बेस्ट थिंग दे लाइक अबाउट अ गेम इज देयर ग्राफिक्स. सो ग्राफिक्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एन ऑडियंस जो आपका गेम प्ले देख रही है. तो अगर आपका स्क्रीन अच्छा नहीं है तो आप वो कलर्स, वो ग्राफिक, वो फ्रीक्वेंसी सब कुछ उनको नहीं दिखा सकते हो. सो आप फॉर यू टू हैव अ क्वालिटी कंटेंट की आपकी अगर आपको ऐसा कंटेंट बनाना है जो शायद ऑडियंस बैठ के 3-4 घंटा आपका कंटेंट देख सके, सो फॉर दैट यू नीड टू गिव देम द बेस्ट क्वालिटी, द बेस्ट गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस जैसा वो अपने घर पे ले सकते हैं. क्योंकि इंडिया में अभी भी अगर आप पीसी गेम्स की बात कर रहे हो तो बहुत सारे लोग के पास पीसी नहीं होता है, अगर होता भी है तो वो लो एंड पीसी होता है जिसपे इतने अच्छे ग्राफिक्स नहीं होते हैं. तो जब वो आपको देख रहे होते हैं, सो दे वांट दैट काइंड ऑफ ग्राफिक्स, दे वांट दैट काइंड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस जो शायद उनको ना मिल रहा हो, बट दे आर living it through you. So for that reason I think screen and game ka graphic and everything is very important. So a good screen is very important firstly because जब आप गेम खेल भी रहते हो तो आपकी गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस और आपका जो गेमिंग जब आपको गेमिंग एक्सपीरियंस है और आप कैसा गेम खेल रहे हो, कौन से लेवल पे खेल पा रहे हो, उसके लिए इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप सारे कलर्स आपको दिखें और बहुत ही माइन्यूट डिटेल्स और ग्राफिक्स दिखे. तभी अगर आप एक एफपीएस गेम खेल रहे हो तो आपको दूर दूर से यू कैन फाइंड बंदे जिनको आपको मारना है, स्टफ लाइक दैट. सो उसके लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एज फॉर अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर इट्स सुपर इंपॉर्टेंट क्योंकि देयर आर टाइम जब आप स्क्रीन पे 6-7 आवर स्ट्रीम कर रहे हो या आप लगातार रात भर 2-2 रात जाके एडिटिंग कर रहे हो. सो स्क्रीन ऐसी नहीं होनी चाहिए जो आपको आंखों में लगे या आपका आफ्टर अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आपकी आंख इतनी ज्यादा दर्द होने लग जाए, रेड होने लग जाए. एक्सपीरियंस दिस एंड दैट्स हाउ आई स्विच टू लाइक अ बेटर स्क्रीन. सो वो नहीं होना चाहिए. सो यू नीड टू हैव अ स्क्रीन जो आपकी आंखों पे सटल हो. कुछ स्क्रीन होते हैं जिनके कलर्स इतने ज्यादा एक्सट्रीमली ब्राइट होते हैं कि आपकी आंखों को चुभते हैं. सो वी डोंट वांट दैट. यू वांट अ स्क्रीन दैट हैज डार्क मोड, लाइट मोड, सटल कलर्स एंड nothing too extra or bright or something. Proper contrast, exposure and everything like that. So that's why for a content creator a good screen is a must. It takes me about like 5 days including the gameplay, the editing, the scripting and everything. So मेरे को usually edit करते करते 2-3 days का time लग जाता है. So that's the major part जिसमें मेरा time जाता है. But other than that 2 days I take 1 day for the gameplay part and for recording, shooting, 1 day for scripting and 3 days for editing. So there's this gamer in West, she's called 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗶𝗁. I follow her a lot. There's 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗁, there's 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗁, there's 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗁𝗺. So I follow these people a lot. Usually I follow West creators जो gaming में, and obviously there's a Indian creator called as 𝗚ጵ𝗚𝗺𝗁 and even techno gamers. These people are very very inspiring. They work very, very hard to put out content very consistently. So these are the few inspirations that I had when I started my channel. So the most trending game right now is Minecraft and GTA, and abhi recently BGMI aaya hai, so even that's trending. So I play GTA and Minecraft. I recently started playing BGMI as well, so मैं वो भी pursue करूँगी. But ideally these three games are the most trending games right now. So the rise of gaming in India is mainly because of two things. First is technology, second is affordable internet connection. So पहले obviously लोगों के पास internet इतना easy accessibility नहीं था, especially in tier 2, tier 3 cities. उनके पास proper smartphones नहीं होते थे, and even पहले smartphones जो आते भी थे used to be very expensive. So now अभी एक cheaper, affordable smartphones भी आ गए and as well as Jio भी आ गया है. तो जब से ये two things have combined, तब से gaming have taken a big leap. And I think in coming few years or months, affordable budget gaming PCs भी आने लग जाएंगे. Like as of now, gaming PCs थोड़े से expensive होते हैं, so इसीलिए बहुत से लोग इंडिया में afford नहीं कर सकते. But I think people are working on bringing an affordable budget PC as well. So once that comes, PC gaming will also take a huge rise. But ideally, these two, technology and affordable internet, are the two main reasons of rise in India. And also because esports came and local esports में opportunities दिखने लग गई, and that's how people started taking gaming as a proper career. पहले लोग as a fun लेते थे, but after esports and seeing so many gaming creators rise, लोग उसको और seriously लेते हैं, now putting full efforts and hard work into gaming and thinking of it as a long-term future. Oh, so there was a time. There was a time I was playing PUBG, and in PUBG ऐसा होता है कि आपको need होता है जो आपको फेंकना होता है enemy के घर में. So I was trying to throw that, और वो किसी wall से bounce back होके मेरे घर में आ गया था, and I died. And that was a very funny and disastrous moment. I took my entire team down with me, so that was a very funny epic moment. There are a lot of times it happens in PUBG or BGMI where you're actually finding the enemy and suddenly you win क्योंकि वो blue zone या वैसे कुछ मर जाता है. So वो चीजें भी काफी epic होती है. वो काफी rare होता है, but sometimes that happens. So that's pretty cool. I think probably a hardcore PC game should be trending next year. Games like Valorant or Call of Duty might be trending next year because, as I said, people are working on budget, affordable PC. So once that takes a rise, तो फिर games like Valorant and Warzone इन सब का भी trend आने वाला है in future. अभी तक ये game इंडिया में लोग नहीं खेलते हैं because PC का access नहीं है. But these are amazing games with amazing graphics. अभी भी कुछ लोग खेलते हैं, but लोग mass में नहीं खेल रहे. So very soon we'll see a trend जहाँ पे ये proper PC games, FPS games like Warzone and Valorant will be highly trending. Someone who wants to start gaming, be consistent. Quality over quantity always. If you're not streaming, if you're creating video content, then focus on quality. If you're streaming, be consistent. And for female gamers, never take any kind of mean comments to heart. Those are immature people who are just behind the screens, or they're looking for people to put down. Do not go in that track. Do not take those comments on heart. Keep grinding, be consistent, और जो आपको अच्छा लगता है आप वो खेलो, create content. Initially start with trending games, but do what you actually like to do and bring something unique. It could be editing, it could be your personality, it could be anything. Do that and do not ever, for female gamers, take mean comments to heart. Never.
Thank you, Mansi, aka Max Play. And now we move on to our next panel discussion of the day, titled NFT and Crypto in Gaming. For this, please welcome 𝗚𝗺𝗵, CEO, Bitpins, and Siddharth Menon, co-founder and COO, 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗶𝗁. The session will be moderated by Roshan Pavaya, editor, 𝗚𝗺 Digital. Over to you, Roshan.
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Tanvi. And hi, Gaurav. Hi, Siddharth. Great to meet you all in the session. And, we're in the middle of India Gaming Summit. But here are a couple of cryptocurrency guys sitting in the middle of a gaming summit. So, what's the relationship really? I mean, I think there is a lot in store with cryptocurrency, but I think we're still at very early days right now. So maybe if I was to toss this first to Siddharth, what's like the relationship between cryptocurrency and gaming to you?
I think a lot don't realize it's a very natural and a very natural progression to gaming in general, right? We've been used to playing games and finding those coins and paying for those small coins within the game, start collecting these things. But essentially, there is no value outside the game itself. Like you can't take that coin out or has any value. Primarily, you're just paying for the entertainment. But in now the whole crypto coming together, it's just a very natural progression where people can now play, enjoy the game, and also at the same time earn in cryptocurrency. So the whole the mix of crypto and this has actually really kicked off really well for a lot more people. So it's now not just a game, but now it's play and earn.
Okay, yeah. So Gaurav, before we move on with cryptocurrency and gaming, I wanted to ask you, what was your favorite game, and did you actually go about collecting tokens and winning prizes like this?
Right. So I got my spectacles because of gaming. So I used to do a lot of video games. So no one in my family has spectacles, and I got it because I was like a very, very avid gamer. I used to play the television-based video games, console gaming, and all. And I used to like Mortal Kombat a lot. Mortal Kombat and Ninja Turtles I used to kind of play a lot. And like over a period of time, it went to strategic gaming like Age of Empires and other things, and has been kind of a fascinating journey. Not something like now it feels a sort of a different world for me when I kind of see the sort of games and all that are kind of coming up. But like there is a little part of me which has the itch कि एक घंटा game खेलते हैं आज. So that kind of always kind of comes up.
Yeah, okay. So now coming down to the business at hand, cryptocurrency in gaming. Now, what are the definitive use cases that you see for cryptocurrency? Like one I would think was, of course, in-game purchases where you have like a common currency across geographies, across games. Also, you can have that, right? So, Siddharth, if I was to take it to you, what are the kind of use cases you see?
Yeah, so in-game economics is by itself an evolving economics within the game. So you have something called as fungible tokens, then you have something called as non-fungible tokens. When we got within the game, there are a couple of aspects, right? Like now people are trying to weave in assets which are consumable assets. So, for example, energy is a consumable asset to say fuel your car. You need energy to fuel. Let's imagine a typical game, right, where you have to fuel your car to play this. So that energy is something consumable. So that's something that you will always purchase from the market. And then obviously then you have, and these are things that is usually classified as the fungible token. So you can buy a lot of water, consumable utility assets like water. You can talk about energy and many other things around that, right?
Yeah.
Then comes the non-fungibility part of it, which we talk about, like more of vanity assets, and also like say within the game there could be a land that you want to buy, with specific land to sort of build your game around. So these comes under NFT side of things, and this mix is what we are seeing. How the games are evolving. And to be very frank, if you have something very rareable, it definitely makes sense to be a NFT. And that rarity itself brings a lot more value within the game for other players as well. It can be as simple things like hat to some a super hero or something around that, which brings in more value for these people, and that's how the game works. So there's a lot of economics, and it's still evolving. I think it's pretty amazing market there.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the NFTs, non-fungible tokens. I think one of the most famous examples on this has been the CryptoKitties, where you got the CryptoKitty selling at $117,000 or something like that. And of course, now you have so many new games. In fact, I think Gaurav and I were chatting a while ago about Axie Infinity, and there again, there's a lot of these collectibles. So Gaurav, how do you see this NFT space evolving in gaming?
Right. So, like, basically, if you kind of try and understand the definition of NFTs, right? Like, simply put, think of it this way: you have a Mona Lisa painting at your home, you can at max show it to about 300, 400 people in a year, right? Like you can't have more people coming to your house than that. But if you can socially prove the ownership of that, right, you can kind of showcase that you are the unique owner of this asset. And that is valuable for the community that is kind of interested into something like that. So for someone who is playing, say, a game and there is a powerful weapon that is out there, right, which is say the most powerful weapon, and there could only be 12 weapons of that sort, and you kind of uniquely kind of ascribe a value to it, and it's transferable. Like that is the interesting part. If you can kind of transfer it, that becomes valuable for all the people who are kind of playing that game, right? Now that is something that crypto kind of facilitates. Crypto facilitates the transmission of anything that way, and assigning the uniqueness of any particular thing, right? So both those aspects are kind of unique to it, and it becomes naturally kind of valuable in gaming as a whole, because like there are quite a few things around that. What we've kind of realized that there was no breakout game that was there with respect to crypto for the last few years. The Axie team is also a pretty old team. They've been working on it for like last 3.5 years, and they finally found out their breakout success. And Axie has been kind of growing really, really fast. They have over 1 million daily active users using the game, spending over 100 crores on a daily basis onto the platform, and that overall sort of uptake is kind of growing really fast. So we'll be seeing a lot of interesting derivatives of these. People are kind of creating horse racing sort of games. People are creating fighter games and all of that, and adding NFTs on top of that. So like we'll be seeing a lot of interesting variations of this that would be kind of coming up over the next few months.
Okay. But so NFTs, anything, any kind of an object which is currently in a game can be made into an NFT and traded, right?
Yes.
So if I was to put this question to both of you, Siddharth and Gaurav, do you see a space in crypto exchanges? Right now, you all are dealing mainly in cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, XRP, Bitcoin, and the whole lot of them. But do you see a space emerging for these kind of NFT trades happening on exchanges like yours? Siddharth?
Yeah,
absolutely. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Wazirix already has a platform around that, and they're doing a brilliant job in terms of creating an NFT marketplace. And like that is more towards the art side of it, but we'll start seeing a lot of gaming sort of NFTs also kind of coming up and start getting traded onto different marketplaces. And like that overall thriving, it would not be an exchange sort of a setup like you have an order book and that sort of token being traded, but it would manifest in a different way.
Absolutely. I think sort of resonate with what Gaurav is saying. We being in the whole NFT space, starting with art, and we see a lot more, interest from the gaming side as well, right? So it's more of a very natural progression even for us to get started with. And exchanges, definitely, we are in the crypto space. It's about market space, and it's a very natural thing to happen. And we would want to sort of help these projects or the gamers and the projects come together and have a place where they can buy and sell their assets, NFTs. So yeah, definitely, this is a great market, and I think it's just getting started. It's just getting warm. Like I think when Gaurav spoke about Axie Infinity, they are like just at the small breakout, and there are so many games that we know about. I've been working since almost 2-3 years and building out, and it's not easy to build games, right? It takes years, and slowly you'll see everything coming out now.
Right, but let's just talk about valuation. So now again, as it is in the cryptocurrency market itself, this whole valuation of what a cryptocurrency should be and what the price is today and what the price is tomorrow is still a very gray area, because not many people still get the whole concept of cryptocurrencies. It's a very, very nascent market right now. Yes, people are jumping on board because you have bellwether cryptocurrency like Bitcoin hitting new highs, and people are looking at it as a way of getting rich quick. But when it comes to NFTs specifically, how do you see valuations being done for these NFTs? If I was to take the CryptoKitty example, who says that it should be at $117,000? How do these things work? Really?
Yeah, I think it's obviously the buyers who says it should be worth so much, right? So it's the buyers who takes the call of how much they're worth, and how much they're willing to spend. I mean, in general, if you look at games in general, like if you like even talk about Candy Crush back in 2017, they sold very small little things, and they were about like north of $300 million, right? Like in terms of sale. So in general, the gaming market is quite big, and it can absorb all those things that we are talking about. CryptoKitties was one example where we saw a lot of collectibles being collected around. Now we have collectibles plus the game coming together, right? So every time we see a progression, we'll see a lot more complexity and a lot more value add that is coming on. And I think it's about people who want to be part of that, and how much they want to put that as a value there.
Right. So according to me, like NFTs gain value when they're kind of displayed, transacted, kind of moved along in a specific set of communities, right? So a collector or a fan or a different set of users kind of usually ascribe value to an NFT. And what we've kind of seen is that kind of happens in sort of waves and all. So of course, CryptoKitty also got sold for 117K, and it also got sold for $170 as well. So those sort of things kind of remain a bit subjective. So you also see a Snapdeal having a valuation of 7 billion, and now it's not even half a billion. So those valuation sort of metrics also kind of change in other sort of contexts. It is just that because this is a consumer-driven market, right? The sort of things that can kind of happen are 10 times higher because one is it is nascent, so the market cap overall of these things is really, really small. So it can kind of go really, really high. And entirely it is community driven, right? So we see herd mentality into VC sort of a structure as well. That also kind of happens when a lot of consumers actively kind of attach to a certain community and all. And we see a lot of things kind of going off the roof and even getting underpriced for a very long period of time. So those are waves on that. But like in general, for someone to kind of understand how NFTs kind of usually ascribe value, they need to kind of understand what is the significance of that in a particular context. Whether they are kind of foundational for a particular thing, whether it's a game, if it's a collectible plus sort of some activity, sort of a driven thing in a game that kind of had certain sort of value things. These sort of things would get evolved over a period of time where people start understanding, hey, these are the metrics through which I can ascribe value to it. But right now it is kind of that way that being a nascent market, the valuations kind of tend to go on both sides of the spectrum.
Okay. We're also getting audience questions, and just a reminder to people, in case you want to ask any questions to Gaurav and Siddharth, please feel free to put them in the Q&A box over here, and we'll take those questions. Speaking of which, we have one question from Miriam Blake, and she says, "I'm confused. Isn't cryptocurrency and NFTs illegal in India? Are they illegal? I think it's a gray area right now. But there is no regulation so far." So
so when there's it's not illegal in India, and but it's also not regulated in India yet. And we are working towards, as an industry coming together, trying to see if we can get these things regulated. So I think the max, the biggest effect that probably you would have seen was RBI trying to sort of do a banking ban, but that is RBI and not the government, and that also sort of Supreme Court has taken that lifted that ban off.
Currently, it's perfectly fine for a user to trade, hold, mine NFTs, and there is no restriction on it. At the same point in time, it is also not that there is a law framed which says your rights are protected by any particular law in the country. So right now, we like most of the sort of exchanges and sort of entities that are dealing with crypto are trying to work together and kind of have these laws framed, because that kind of helps in investor protection and quite a few other things.
Yeah. No, it's nice that you mentioned the law. Recently, I think a couple of days back, there was this whole story about crypto hackers stealing nearly $610 million from across the Binance Smart Chain, Ethereum, USDC tokens. I think it was a Poly Network 2 or something that was hacked. But they've actually said that they're going to give it back. So this is something, which is very unique to the crypto world, where you can actually trace where the money has gone. Right? It cannot get out of the ecosystem, isn't it?
Right. So, that is something that a lot of regulators have started realizing. A lot of regulators were earlier concerned, hey, this is not traceable and all of those sort of things. But it is very hard for someone to kind of take money out because everything is traceable on a blockchain. and you usually kind of are able to find certain trace for that particular person based on a lot of his activities beforehand, right? So that's something that kind of is very helpful for a lot of lawmakers, cybercrime folks, and all of that. And they're kind of now taking a fairly positive stance around crypto. Ki, hey, this is actually going to help us kind of control a lot of these issues that kind of happen versus kind of other sort of activities that were kind of happening. So overall, that is the positive around crypto, and like that's precisely why even someone like an RBI is adopting it, right? Even they don't kind of say that crypto is good or something of that sort. They're using blockchain tech and kind of creating their own abridged version of crypto, which they call 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗶. But at the end of it, like they kind of are accepting the fact that this is the best way to kind of actually have a more efficient way of transacting money.
Right, right. I mean, with cryptocurrency across the gaming world, which one do you see actually becoming like standard fare? In regular cryptocurrency, I think BTC, where Bitcoin is the most common. But in the gaming world, if there was one token or one currency that could be used across games, is there something like that becoming standard? Which one do you see becoming standard, Siddharth?
I mean, it's very hard to say. Like, there's different projects that's been working around to sort of build this out. There are like blockchains that were specifically designed for gaming world, and it's not just one yet, right? And it's too early to say who's the winner there. Probably 6 months back, you see, Engine or somebody projects like that doing really well. Today, you have other projects that is doing really well. So there's an infrastructure projects around which is basically helping people to build games on top of it. And then there are games by itself, right? Like who by itself have their own currency or token there. So it's a little difficult at this point, at least not from my perspective. But yeah, we'll see how things goes in next 1 or 2 years.
Right. I think it's like games essentially are silos, right? Like, so if you're kind of playing a particular game, that game has no connection to other games right now. So if you're playing, say, a chess game, that doesn't have a connection to a PUBG, to a Fortnite, and so on and so forth. So that some sort of a universal currency or universal sort of transaction medium around that seems tricky. We also have to kind of take into context that all of these games currently are also operating inside walled gardens, like a Play Store or an App Store, and some of these sort of things, which essentially also are going to kind of take a fairly interesting approach towards kind of looking at it, because they kind of also see that in-app purchases, which is a fairly significant revenue stream for them, like it's $10 billion plus for Google and Apple, that gets impacted with this in certain ways, right? And they're going to kind of look at it from that perspective that it is something that they would not be able to stop. Like someone can kind of distribute an APK instead of having a distribution Play Store, the way Dream11 works, right? And Dream11 still has kind of showcased that they could kind of get scale with that. So that's something that's going to be kind of interesting in terms of how these app stores and Play Stores look at it. Interestingly, what I kind of fathom, like a few years down the line, they might kind of actually facilitate that by creating their own mechanism to do that. And that might also kind of become the standard sort of currency for, say, Android games or Android sort of apps and all. Because they have the distribution. They already have like millions of apps running on top of their sort of platform. And they essentially can have a play with crypto involved. Now, that is something that's going to be interesting in terms of what exactly transpires there.
Right. No, so, but do you think there could, so like games exist in different silos you mentioned, and there are currencies used and tokens used within that same game environment. Do you see a situation emerging where some sort of a digital currency or a cryptocurrency would actually be tradable with another game? Suppose I've earned with something in BGMI and I want to spend it in some other game that I play, maybe Valorant or something like that. Can that happen?
I think that would kind of get facilitated, and crypto would be the root of facilitating that. Right now, they operate in complete silos. Crypto is transferable from one thing to other. What I'm saying is, an Apple or Google would try taking a shot at it, considering the fact that they already have all the games, they already know where in-app purchases are happening, and they'll just create a conversion medium so you can sell this for some sort of voucher inside that ecosystem, and that voucher again could be reused to buy something else. So that's something that I kind of fathom that would kind of happen, but it needs to be seen what exactly kind of happens over the next few years. But definitely between two games, movability is something that is definitely going to kind of happen.
I think that's already happening, right? Like you have all the assets which are being transferred to other games. Gamers are also game developers are also collaborating with other gamers to bring this, interportability between the games. And that's good. When we talk about currency, with which you would buy, I think it's too early. But as of now, Ethereum and all these basic tokens are very popular, which is accepted across the games. But eventually, we'll see, another very good, maybe a token which is more popular against all the games. So it's time will tell us how that happens.
Yeah, I think we are having a discussion on this, which is way ahead of its time. Maybe
Yes.
a year or two down the line, when we have the same discussion, we'll be talking about a common token across this platform.
Absolutely.
We have another audience question. Lakshmi Kanmai says, blockchain games are currently raising a lot, and can we expect a bright future in this domain? What are the most interesting things about these kind of games for pitching revenue?
Yeah, I think definitely it's now becoming a hot space, but you have to understand these games have been started developing under like since last 2-3 years. And even me personally being involved in a few of them and trying to understand how these things work. There's definitely a lot of potential here. It's just getting started. There are like basic things that is being just worked upon, which is not fixed yet, right? Like even if you're playing on your mobile app, having a wallet and able to do certain NFT transactions, it gets a little difficult. So we are at a very nascent state, and everybody is trying to solve this problem. And in terms of what sort of gameplay, I think you already can see there's plethora of ways to play games and plethora of ways to bring in economics and have a blockchain game just sort of fusing into it. So while talking to a lot of people, they have like great ideas, and then there's already started working on it. I can see in last 6 months, a lot more entrepreneurs have actually jumped onto building for games, and there's definitely a lot more growth there. So if you are interested, definitely don't wait for it. Just start on it.
Yeah. I mean, so that's the whole theme of the summit as well. We're seeing so much of interest in gaming. We had the summit last year, and we're having it again this year. And the interest has kind of grown so much more. Interestingly, we're also talking about esports as a theme of the summit becoming a part of the Olympics, and then going to be a medal event in the Asian Games. So along with that, since you both are in the cryptocurrency space, while cryptocurrency somehow is this underlying stream compared to fiat currencies, which are the dollars and the rupees transacting every day in the real world, do you see, while esports makes it to the Asian Games or the Olympics, whatever, alongside you see any of these cryptos also getting validation as the official gaming currency coming up in an event like this? Gaurav?
Yeah, okay.
Siddharth, yeah.
So from a gaming perspective, I would say, right, like so there are games which is game of skill, and I think that's a category by itself, right? Like when you're talking about Counter-Strike, you're talking about FIFA.
Yeah.
Many games are all game of skill, and that is more competitive in nature right now. Now, when you talk about crypto games, the easiest analogy I would put it is if you understand a game of Monopoly, like where you have assets, then when to sell, when to buy, those sort of like a game of business, if you want to call it, right? So crypto games is more of a monopoly on any game, right? So it's not just about skill, but it's also the game of business that we talk about. So it might come more close to maybe any games that is very economics or business focused, right? So like if there is a tournament on Monopoly, maybe
Monopoly, yeah.
and we can see crypto games also coming on. So it's a very unique combination where you have obviously skills, but at the same time you have this layer on top which makes it more interesting, and there's more monetary value around it, right? So yeah, I don't know how this will be for Olympics, but for sure I can see a new category itself coming up.
Right. So like it is going to be a function of how appealing it is also to the players, right? So right now Lionel Messi kind of just negotiated his contract, And his contract also includes NFTs and gaming part of it, like crypto involved in it. You're seeing a lot of that kind of happening with a lot of individual players. And when that kind of has a threshold, right? Like if people out of an 11-member team say, hey, we're ready to kind of accept in this sort of a form or something, it kind of starts going to a team level, and from a team level, it kind of goes to a sort of a sport level, right? So tomorrow, FIFA kind of says that these are the way in which you can kind of basically pay for tickets or kind of have some sort of like merchandise from some of these players and all. That is one way it would kind of start getting transacted, and I think that has started kind of getting kicked in, where a lot of these players are already negotiating a significant portion of their contracts in the form of some crypto or NFTs or other things. And I think we'll see by next Olympics, I hope at least one of the sport kind of has that.
Great. Yeah. We have another audience question coming in from Cycles Mondal. It says, if I decide to make kitties, who will decide if it is different from crypto kitties? Can I do that? From an art analogy, any art is verified by an art expert and is based on trust. But in the crypto kitty world, like, who will decide if that art that I'm selling is actually verified? Now, this is a very interesting question for the way in which these NFTs actually operate, right? So, Siddharth, you want to tell him, like, who would probably be the deciding factor here?
Yeah, it's a very it's for me it's not a very easy answer there because it's more about how you bring in more adoption to what you have made, right? So there are obviously really good art that's there, but probably not have a good value that is associated with it. It's not something that's just tangible. But there are people who probably do modern art and still have a lot more value around it. So art by itself is something that's beyond to even understand what has value and what does not, right? But definitely, if you find your audience there and if you are able to build on that and build a community around it, that's when the value starts becoming, it started coming in. And it's a very, when as when the community grows, the value of everything that you build and value of everything that you do also goes up. It's a very, I would say, a very abstract way of understanding how value creation happens, because it's not just about the art, but also about what all you can do. Yes, if at all you build an kitties or something that is usable in some game, that has instant value right there, right? Because there is some consumption happening. So then, instead of going zero or if and else, then you have more chances of getting more adoption and increasing the value.
I think like your code itself kind of defines whether it is unique or not. So in one way, like an ERC 721 standard, that way kind of justifies that, hey, this is unique, this is not, and so on and so forth. Point being key, whether conceptually you're looking at it or how value creation kind of happens there, that is something. Crypto kitties was unique because it was the first time that sort of a thing started to kind of happen, right? You need to kind of figure out what is it that you want to kind of bring to the world, and whether there is actually an improvement over something that has kind of already been kind of built. So there is one angle to it, or the art part of it, but on a usability context, if you can bring something that becomes really, really valuable if it kind of gets adopted by a certain game or something of that sort. From an art standpoint, that is something that is kind of pretty tricky right now for even for a person in the crypto industry to say, "Yaar, iska value ye hoga, ye hoga." That is the buyer sort of kind of deciding what would be the kind of value to it. I think, but if there is some usability attached to it, in-game currency, in-game sort of NFT or something of that sort, that has certain value automatically attached to it.
Right. In fact, another very interesting question from Vinay Chaudhary. He says, can there be a gaming wallet where a player can use it on any website or app? And how useful will something like this be? I mean, you have your crypto wallet where you keep all your cryptos, right? So can there be a gaming wallet which can be connected across apps and gaming?
Yeah, I think so. What you need to understand is crypto wallets now are also evolving to manage NFT also, right? So the moment that happens, it automatically works for games as well. There are a couple of projects that is now being very focused on only having a crypto wallet, which is more about usability, showing the price around, many things around that. But in general, even the current wallet, most of the wallets like Frontier Wallet and you talk about Trust Wallet, all these wallets also have NFT feature, right? So if you have multiple blockchains and you have your NFTs on different blockchains, you can store it on your wallet and still do the transfers or do the sellings within the wallet.
Yeah. And another thing I was just thinking about, there's this whole debate on games of chance and versus games of skill. And games of skill are what they are kind of promoting to be built into esports and taken to the Olympics and the Asian Games and stuff like that. But games of chance, do you think, because of the whole stigma around betting and all that exists, that something that crypto could actually be a solution over here, where you're not dealing in regular fiat currency, so there is no fear of people squandering their life savings on something like a game of chance. Siddharth?
Yeah. To be very frank, I think when in 2017 or 16, when people were thinking about crypto games, it was more about gambling there. Not a very big proponent of that, but still, one thing is very good about here is all these things happens on the blockchain, which means the code is transparent. So the whole trust comes into play, which probably is not the right way. It's not probably possible when you are playing online on a server where you can't see what's happening behind it. So when you think about a chance, the chance of you getting lucky can actually be seen in the code if the code has been written such that it's just a random number. That being said, yes, I mean there is a big market around that, and I think a lot of gamers have started building all these crypto gambling products on that. But I'm not very sure about where that can go. But in fact, in 2020 or 21, I've seen that coming down and seeing more mainstream games trying to come onto crypto. So most probably it will be these games who will actually take over and see how this goes.
Right. Gaurav?
Yeah. So what I see is that point what Siddharth kind of mentioned is perfectly valid, right? Where you always know that the house always wins. You can actually see that happening on blockchain. कि ये code में इतना ही chance दिया है तुम जीत सकते हो. So that is kind of perfectly visible, and you can kind of actually know कि hey, what is the exact probability of someone winning there. And it becomes harder for someone to kind of fudge that. So that is the positive around that. And I expect some of that kind of shifting towards this. What it also enables is a global market creation. So particular sort of website kind of enabling fiat sort of access in all different countries is very difficult for these sort of products. And with crypto, it becomes easier. Okay, with crypto, you can kind of start doing some of that. And then you kind of have a more efficient market because there are more people predicting on both sides of the spectrum, right? So it could be sports prediction, election prediction, any sort of prediction markets that kind of come along. So overall, crypto would try and make it more efficient that way, and that has happened to a bit. But those were early days around crypto that it kind of facilitated what Siddharth also kind of pointed out. We kind of seeing a lot of transition from that towards more actual gaming, and we might kind of see tomorrow something like a PUBG kind of also have an in-game sort of crypto asset or NFTs there.
Yeah. Just a question around the regulatory environment. What sort of regulations? I mean, we still are waiting for the cryptocurrency regulation bill to come in India. Do you think that would have any kind of bearing on the gaming market as well if that bill comes in? What do you expect in that bill, and what kind of effect do you see it having on the gaming market too? Siddharth?
I think we all are very optimistic about how things would be for India, and not just for India. Every other country is trying to sort of have a calibrated approach. This is what basically even Nirmala Sitaram also spoke about, right? Though it's an evolving market, it's a growing market, and it's growing so fast. It's very difficult for a lot of governments to sort of catch up on. And crypto by itself is a problem that they're trying to figure out how to calibrate. And then we are talking about crypto games here, right? So there are two layers right there. I would love for the governments and regulations to actually address one by one and see how it goes. But I don't see this in a bad light. I see this in a very good light because you can see a natural progression in how things are evolving. And I think governments are there to sort of make sure it's safeguarding people there, right, at people's interests, and have a framework to have make things safer for everybody else. So even when it comes to crypto gaming, it's as of now it's not regulated, but it's also not illegal or to play do anything. It's all fine. But going ahead, as and when the regulations comes for crypto, I think a lot can be applied here directly. And if there is anything specific for gaming, I think that we'll have to wait and see.
And what I kind of anticipate is first kind of technology kind of moves ahead and then the regulation starts kind of catching up. And overall, the sort of viewpoint initially earlier regulators have is if we don't understand this, we'll try and restrict it. That was something that happened with the RBI decision, and they had to kind of backtrack that after the Supreme Court ruling. But what we're kind of positively seeing now is, right, like with the DeFi hack that recently happened, the hacker is returning back the funds, right? So when regulators start realizing that the traceability aspect is higher here, people can kind of actually trace some of the illicit activities that are kind of happening on chain. And that kind of gives a level of comfort to regulators. Hey, this is kind of something where you can kind of actually trace and restrict illicit transactions that are kind of happening on the network. And that would be true across for crypto regulation in general. So if and that is something that most of the legitimate sort of entities that operate in the space want, right? So we do not want any sort of illicit transaction happening by user coming onto a platform and then going somewhere else, right? That is something because that's like less than 0.5% of the use case. 99.5% of the users are legitimate users trying to kind of trade on the platform and kind of do certain activity there, right? So when both the regulators and the kind of industry participants are in sync on that sort of a subject, it becomes easier to kind of like carve out things for every single thing. And I think what we are anticipating is it might be comprehensive in terms of with respect to crypto trading, crypto payments, crypto sort of gaming. So all of these sort of aspects of it kind of touches, that becomes really, really clear. Hey, this is what's kind of allowed right now. This is something that we are not comfortable with, and that's why we have kind of sandboxed it. And this is something that is absolutely not acceptable. If they kind of take this sort of a led stance, that becomes really kind of helpful. And we are seeing some sort of offshoot around that after our talks, which are kind of happening through IMA and a few other sort of bodies. We're seeing like things would kind of move in that sort of direction. But rest needs to be seen.
Right. In fact, another question that we had was around taxation. Now, there are two things. There is direct, taxation from your earnings in games, which is not much right now. But eventually, when the industry evolves and people start earning big prize money from games and esports, there will be a certain kind of taxation, income tax. But what if this was in cryptocurrency? How is that going to be taxed? Suppose they've built up a collection of a certain crypto that is involved with a certain game. How do you see that being taxed?
The taxation part.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Go.
Yeah. So, like with respect to taxation, what I feel is it would kind of as long as crypto doesn't become like a payment ecosystem, right, where you're kind of buying, transacting good or merchandise using crypto, a user would have to convert it into a fiat currency like an INR or any sort of currency globally to kind of make transactions. And when that sort of transaction is happening, that money is coming to his bank account. Money is coming when it kind of comes to his bank account. He'll have to declare it as an income source or something of that sort to kind of validate. When that happens, it automatically falls into the tax bracket of it. Like, hey, what is the source of this income? What is it? The classification is something that would kind of evolve, like whether it's an asset, whether it's something else. That classification would evolve. But for anyone transacting there, he has to take money into his bank account and then transact on an Amazon or Flipkart or offline retail or anything of that sort. So I think it's kind of solved to a pretty large degree that way. It just needs to be kind of seen that the funds that are kind of out of there in crypto, right? So MCA recently, for entities at least, has kind of provided provision that you can actually showcase crypto on your balance sheet and say, hey, this is the crypto I hold and this is the value of that crypto at this point in time. So I think those things are evolving, and we'll kind of see a lot of simplification around how people can kind of declare that.
Siddharth, you were saying something? Want to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's at this point it's also quite straightforward. Anything that you gain is sort of taxable in general. So the transaction that you ideally do, right? Like if you're gaining from a game, based on your slabs, these are things that is taxable. So it's sort of the same problem, or you can say, when you're trying to figure out how much you made on crypto, what was the value there, and how much is taxable. It's sort of the same thing that you can apply in the gaming as of now. And if you're able to do that, that's well and good. You'll be safe there.
Okay. So coming back to the use case for cryptocurrency in gaming, we were talking about decentralized finance. We were talking about the NFT market, but you were also mentioning the growing game finance market. So, what is the use case you see there?
Yeah, so I think the game finance market is just getting started. I've been, working with a few projects here and there, trying to understand how this works. So, and the best one is now the value of these assets are going up, right? Like, so when you're talking about probably a land, a decentralized land, or there are like different utility assets that is there that has a lot more value in future. Like a mining rig, like in a game, there's something called as mining rig, and that you need it in future to basically produce more tokens. So these are like different assets, and now since the value is really high, people are able to use this in another financial products where they can collateralize this and take loan against it, right? Or take insurance and things around that. These are like just getting started. So just what DeFi is doing in the whole finance industry, we can see the whole game finance industry coming up, and this is amazing. Like when you think about it, what's the possibilities of what a game which used to just be a regular entertainment or maybe a skill. Suddenly, you add finance, and then you have all lot of layers that's coming on top, which is just making it more interesting.
But that's very interesting. In fact, I mean, if I have one very rare sword in some game that I'm hanging on to and a piece of armor, I can actually pawn this and get tokens to build a house or something. Suppose it's in Minecraft or something that. In fact, Minecraft I think has a lot of these transactions already happening, but they happen in real world currency at the moment. You constantly are paying in dollars to buy more stuff in Minecraft, right? So this is an interesting use case. What's your take on this, Parag?
Yeah, so I'm seeing that a lot of things kind of a lot of these sort of games, Minecraft and others, have been kind of at the forefront of these sort of innovations that are kind of happening. And we'll kind of see a lot of those kind of also translating to a lot of other games that are kind of coming up. We're also seeing actual gaming studios like Nazara and others kind of looking at NFTs very kind of closely and figuring out how they kind of embed that into the current gaming sort of a spectrum that they have.
Right. That's quite interesting. And what about the security? I mean, that's one aspect. Now everybody says, it's all built on blockchain, so it is secure. Blockchain is very secure. But at the same time, we are seeing reports of hacking happening, and even in games, like if I have kind of earned 200 tokens and kept it aside, somebody could actually hack my gameplay and take my tokens. Is that possible? So what's the kind of security that you see happening in gaming with cryptocurrencies?
Right. So what we've kind of seen is like in general, blockchains are not hackable. The code on top of a blockchain is where kind of the issue kind of arises. But in sort of the other context, right, we also see like a Domino's database getting hacked, or a MobiKwik database, or a Zomato database kind of getting hacked, and all those sort of details kind of coming out into the open, right? We're seeing a lot of these sort of things kind of in the blockchain aspect. One of the reasons for that is the way the coding works for blockchains. You need to kind of think of it this way. Normal software engineering is you need to deploy it fast and iterate from there. If there is some mistake, you'll just kind of sort it and iterate it. That's not something that you can do with a sort of smart contract written on top of blockchain, because the smart contract is immutable in that sense. It cannot be changed. And if you have some sort of a loophole there, so it is more akin towards kind of writing code for launching a rocket. Here, if you screw up something, your rocket is going to misfire, right? Here as well, if you kind of screw up something, your smart contract is going to get exploited, and the funds are going to kind of get kind of removed from your sort of contract. So here, like blockchain audit, security, and a lot of these sort of things kind of become a lot more important, which is not something that people who have done normal software engineering are actually keen with, right? Like it is fairly different in the way they have to kind of code. And once they kind of start realizing that, we'll start seeing a lot of these sort of things kind of getting resolved, because one of the interesting aspects that crypto or decentralized finance or a lot of these gaming finance and these things are going to have is composability. Like you don't need anyone's permission to kind of use something and kind of build on top of that. And we're going to see very, very sophisticated, secure deployments of a lot of the base layer sort of things and things happening. Whatever things that are kind of getting exploited right now are fairly sophisticated in the way they're kind of getting exploited. Those are not trivial sort of issues that are kind of happening there. Even with the poly network sort of a thing that we kind of discussed, it was kind of a pretty sophisticated kind of attack there. We'll start seeing that sort of attacks kind of getting reduced. But that onus that a person is taking control of his funds, right? If it's sort of a non-custodial thing, a person is saying, I am taking the control of that. There is a much higher probability of a person losing funds because he was not careful about storing a seed phrase or something of that sort, than actually sort of an entity or a project kind of losing funds. So it's similar to that, like the money in your sort of home is less safer than a money inside a bank's locker, right? Because the bank has multiple measures to kind of do that. It is similar here as well. We hear some of these things because these are really, really large in value, and we're kind of seeing that. But a lot of people also kind of lose money because of they kind of falling for phishing attacks or other things.
Okay. We just have like a couple of minutes left. So I'm just going to quickly ask both of you. Gaurav, we are in the middle of India Gaming Summit. What is your favorite game? Just once again for our viewers, so that there are people watching and they want to know what games are being talked about. And
Mortal Kombat 4.
Mortal Kombat 4 is your favorite game, and yours, Siddharth?
I just started playing Just Cause, so I think I'm a little late to the party, but I love the game.
Great. Okay. So yeah, this has been a wonderful session. I'm sure cryptocurrency and gaming is still a very nascent at a very nascent stage right now. But I'm sure what both of you have spoken about has brought in a lot of insight, and I'm hoping that even the regulators, when they are forming regulations around cryptocurrencies, also take into account trading in NFTs and bring in some highlights on that, because I think these are things that people are not even talking about right now, and I see this becoming a problem area down the line, right? So yes, this has become a wonderful session. Thank you so much, both Gaurav and Siddharth. Great having you on this session. And with that, it's back to you, anyway.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Roshan. Thank you, Siddharth. And now we move on to the last session of the day, titled The Game of GST in Gaming. In this session, we shall explore the convoluted tax scenario of the gaming industry. For this, please welcome Sumit Kavaria, Finance Controller, ClearTax, 𝗚𝗚𝗺𝗏, EP, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, and Rahul Renavekar, MD, Curious Advisors. To moderate the session, we have 𝗚ጵIN𝗱𝗶𝗏, Partner, Leader, TMT Indirect Tax North Region, EY. But before we start the session, we would like to invite 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗏 Sanghvi, Partner, Indirect Taxation in EY, to share an exclusive industry report titled Online Gaming in India, GST Conundrum. Over to you, 𝗚𝗺𝗺𝗏.
Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, so the gaming industry is at the cusp, and it is in the beginning phases, and we are happy to release the gaming report on GST. Um, so uh, can we just release the report? Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we are able to hear you, Utkarsh. Why don't you go and talk about a bit about the report by the time I think the report is put up online? If you can briefly speak about the report, that will help.
No, absolutely, Vipin. Thanks so much. So, uh, as we know, from gaming.
Utkarsh, we are losing you. Your voice is not audible. I think we are facing some connectivity issues. So just hold on a brief moment. Yeah, you're back.
I'm
Yeah,
audible now, Vipin?
yeah, better.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks so much, and sorry for the glitch. So gaming industry right now is at the cusp. It is where internet industry was probably 20, 25 years back. And these are the initial years for the industry to kind of grow. I was talking about the kind of games that we have. We have games of chance and games of skill. Game of chance is where you will go and without knowing the outcome, you can just probably place a bet or gamble on the outcome. It could be if you go to a casino and put money in the slot machine, you'll probably get a result right from there. So a lot of skill is involved. While as a game of skill is similar to playing cricket, where you need to be skillful, you need to be experienced, you need to have the right amount of knowledge, and you should have practiced that game more, right? And it is only an experienced player will have more chances of winning that particular game as compared to someone who is not really experienced. So, I mean, what we're trying to distinguish in the report is what is a game of chance and what is a game of skill. And in this and the report talks about game of skill first, and it is even the GST law kind of clearly distinguishes lottery, betting, gambling, and horse racing from the games of skills. And if we bring and hence from that point of view, the industry has taken a view, and it is of the point of view that the game of skill is cannot be equated with betting, gambling, and that level of taxation. But it should ideally be taxed as an internet company, as a technology company, which provides its platform to the users to provide its service between the players to play between themselves. So this report talks about that. There are internationally various methods of taxation, especially for games of skill. There are similar provisions for games of chance as well, but especially for game of skill, there are two bases in which the taxation happens. One is a platform fee based taxation or a rake fee based taxation. It is also very popularly called as a gross gaming revenue based taxation. And there is another basis of taxation which is called it as a deemed credit taxation. This deemed credit basis of taxation is not prevalent in many countries, given that it is a little bit complicated. So countries like Australia, Singapore, and South Africa have deemed basis of deemed credit basis of taxation. Effectively, what happens is that the net platform fee that the platform player actually makes that gets taxed in both the scenarios. In a platform fee, that directly the gross revenue that a platform provider makes on that GST is paid, while as on the other side, when on in case of a deemed credit scenario, you need to pay GST on the entire value that you receive of stakes, and the total prize money that is distributed is deemed made available as credit. So effectively, if you've received 500 rupees and you're paying 400 rupees of winning, in the first scenario you pay GST on 100 rupees. In the second scenario, you pay deemed GST liability on 500 rupees, and then you take a deemed credit of 400 rupees net. At the end of the day, what you pay GST on is the platform fee. So these are two recommended approaches. We have a group of ministers being formed recently, and they are going to be looking at taxation and valuation of online gaming service providers as well. So this report kind of first of all clears the doubt on what is a game of skill and game of chance, and clarifies the stand that the industry wants to take. In fact, some of the investments are we believe that the companies who are in the space may be to some extent undervalued, to the extent that that clarity which may not be there on the ground while it is there in the law, right? And hence there is always this perception whether this clear stand will be taken by the tax authorities or not. So this report is trying to give that a clear color to what the game of skill is and what should be the basis of taxation here. So this is what in summary the report is, Bipin, and it clearly gives that highlight to the viewers.
Thank you, 𝗚𝗺𝗺, and I think it's a proud moment for all of us to release the report out here on the India Gaming Summit. I think it'll help the Indian gaming industry a lot, given that this is the time when we are at the cusp of forming or we are at the threshold of forming the GST structure for the for India, for the gaming industry, and it'll really go and propel the gaming industry to the next level. And that's what we look at the lawmakers and the regulators to really come in and support this industry in its full. So let me get to to my panel. Let me welcome Sumit, Rahul, and Badvi. And our intention here is to have a brief take on how we are how this gaming industry is happening, and really see what are the issues which the GST where the GST is involved and the GST is grappling with, and what are the solutions which we can look for going forward, and how this can be streamlined. So Sumit, very quickly, if you can talk about your perception about the gaming industry, and how do you see it growing in the near future? That'll give us a perspective to begin with.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And so, the online gaming industry, as you can see in your house, like earlier, your kids used to play offline games, and now most of the people are started using mobiles and started using games, YouTube. So those are the start of this era. And if we see the expected growth in this industry is almost expected to 20 to 25%. So this industry will be almost 2 billion in next 2 years. So which is 2019 it was around 1 billion. So it will be almost double in next 2 years as per expectation or reports by the All India Gaming Federation. So that give a sense like this industry is rapidly growing. The major reason is I can say the young and tech savvy population. So if you see this generation which is tech savvy and the internet, like after Geo, the internet penetration increase across the board, and with that affordable smartphone. These are the three things which change this entire gaming industry in last 1.5 year, 2 year, and the growth is expected in coming year. So as per all the analysis and things, like in next 2 to 3 years, the industry should go more than 2 billion and should become at least double of the current stage.
Yeah. Thank you, Sumit, for that.
$2 billion market, at least that's the expected number in 2 year time, like industry is expecting.
Okay, fine. Rahul, your take and what GST issues do you see? How is GST being charged on this industry, and how do you look at it from a perspective of other platforms which are there in the country?
Yeah, thanks, Vipin, and good afternoon all. I think there are two aspects within which are very important when it comes to GST on gaming. One, obviously, as Sumit was mentioning, it's 2 billion, which we are going to reach in about 2 years' time. Now, as a back of the envelope calculation, if you just calculate 5% of 2 billion, if I have to charge a 5% GST on whatever games which are played in the country, that number itself will be a huge number. Number one. Number two, the whole distinction between what is demerit, what is sin, what is good, what is bad, that is something which I think has been pestering all of us who are in the tax space, where game of chance and game of skill, as you mentioned earlier, and I'm sure Badri will be talking about it in detail. But the whole distinction between a game of chance and game of skill, and differential GST rate for that, and that too at a higher rate of 28% for gambling and betting, and an 18% for online gaming, is something which is very, very high for somebody to even think of not paying the tax, because the arbitrage of paying the tax and not paying the tax is huge. So to my mind, obviously, I have been advocating a lot of simplicity in whatever we do as far as taxes are concerned. I think it's about time that this number 2 billion, what we are talking about, the government is able to take the revenue, obviously, which is due, and which can be made if it is kept simple, without any ambiguity, and which is very, very clear. Because obviously, out of the 2 billion, how much is going to be the grey market, how much is going to be the regulated market, all those issues will come. But I think to start with, I think we should have a very simple kind of a mechanism where you are able to tax all that money which is getting involved in the gaming sector. What valuation, what Utkarsh spoke about, obviously we need to have a lot many clarifications and everything from the government, but I think the intent has to be very clear that we want to keep it simple, as it is simple across the globe. Obviously, we need to have something unique to India, because obviously if you go to the policymakers and tell them, sir, this is the best practice, they don't want to follow it, because they want to have a new practice for India, which is applicable and unique to Indian scenario. Therefore, we should be designing something which obviously is never thought of, as for example, the IGST that we have in the GST space. We used to have this discussions when we were together at some point in time. But I think this is something which we need to think out of the box and make something which is very, very unique to India as far as the gaming taxation is concerned, and then get the best potential out of that 2 billion games that we have. If we are going to do that, and if we are able to do that, then I think we all are okay. That's the opening that I would have.
Great, Rahul. Badri, let me come to you. I think as a legal expert, you have a fair bit of idea about the game of skill versus game of chance, how this issue comes about in this sector, and there is a lot of confusion in the minds regarding of a lot of people about how does this differ from a betting and a gambling, which is normally which has a very different take in the GST law and also the constitutionality of how this is being taxed. Can you just give your take on what are the issues, the legal issues, which and how this is being settled by the courts?
Thanks, Bipin. And again, very nice to meet everyone on the panel. So I think this one thing, which is what is a game of skill and what's a game of chance, is something which has been at the heart of the gaming industry. And a lot of concerns have been around whether some of the games that are being played are really the nature of games of skill, or more colloquially, games of chance, or what we understand as betting and gambling. I think that's been the way in which we have looked at. I think if you look at the government, some of the regulators, some of the people, okay, they understand gambling and betting in a very wide, in a very colloquial way. That's not how, for example, legally this is to be understood. So, game of skill and game of chance has got a legal understanding, because the states have the power to be able to regulate betting and gambling under the state list, while other games that are not games of skill and games of chance are typically not regulated by the state, but really falls either on the concurrent list or in the residual category of the union list. So to understand what is betting and gambling is very important. So for many, many years, there has been this debate as to what's the test for game of skill and game of chance. The Supreme Court many, many years ago clarified that. Okay. Initially, the thought process was that any game which has got an iota of skill should be considered as a game of skill, and only pure games of chance are where there is no chance, there is no skill at all. For example, tossing a coin was considered to be a game of chance, but even if there was some level of skill in able to understand and add and subtract, and therefore that was held to be this thing. But in the 1950s and 60s, the Supreme Court came down very clearly and said no. A game of skill is a game where the skill is preponderantly dominant over the chance. So, statistically speaking, where, for example, your skill is going to give you a higher chance of success as compared to your chance of betting something or putting money on it or doing some activity. That's what is really considered to be a difference between a game of skill and game of chance. For example, in a cricket game also, you can win and lose because of the toss that you are going to have, but that does not make it a game of chance, because there is preponderance of skill involved over that. Skill need not be physical skill, it could also be mental skill. So in variety of cases, the Supreme Court has held, for example, it first held that crossword puzzles are considered to be games of skill. Then they held that rummy and bridge are games of skill. Then they held that race horses and race course betting is also a game of skill. Very odd and very peculiar, because you'll be thinking betting and gambling should be covered there. But the bet is placed not based on a chance, but on the ability to be able to read which horse is going to win, and so on and so forth. Closer to the date, Punjab Haryana High Court, Supreme Court have taken a view that fantasy games, for example, is a game of skill, because again, as a preponderance of skill. And one of the ways in which you can understand is, for example, if you keep playing the game again and again, you get better at it, and then you're able to get better results. So that's a very clear indication that it's a game of skill over a game of chance. The other factors that are taken into account by the courts for the purpose of being able to determine whether it's a game of skill or a game of chance. But like I said, the straightforward test, very difficult to apply it, because depending on the different variations in the games, it can be hard. But the test is very simple: preponderance of skill over chance. That's the basis on which games of skill are there. So, large number of games that we play today online are considered to be games of skill. So that's typically how it's differentiated between the two.
Thank you, Badri, for that. I think that was quite useful, and I think the GST law differentiates between the game of skill and game of chance, in the sense that there are specific provisions for the game of chance for betting and gambling, and they are taxed at a higher rate, at a higher value, and that's something which has been vitiating the way the normal industry is being taxed. So great. One thing is that the link for the EY AIGF report on this is now on the chat box. Please go ahead and have a look at it. I think it's it's a very important work. Um, Utkarsh, you spoke about briefly about this initially. Can you talk about how it is this uh, online gaming industry is being taxed in other parts of the world? Any brief insight which you can give us?
Sure, Bipin. So, in many parts of the world, while the distinction between the game of skill and game of chance remains, and there are jurisdictions which do not allow game of chance to be played in certain jurisdictions. For example, Macau as a city is allowed, and that province is allowed to play a game of chance, while as other provinces in that country may not be allowed. So there will be specific pockets. So there could be specific places where game of chance and game of skill both are allowed, and there will be in however in most of the countries game of skill is allowed, given that the skill based gaming can be from playing cricket to tennis to table tennis to even playing mind based games like what Badri mentioned some time back. So uh, uh, the way the taxation has been evolved on this is that, and I'll give you some example of how all of these games generally are played. So if we take example of Rummy, which is a game of skill, and it has been pronounced by Supreme Court in 1950s, 1960s itself. In that, say five players play the game, and they put 100 rupees each. What the online platform really does is that it makes that infrastructure available to all of the five players for them to play between themselves, right? So if everyone puts 100 rupees each, and collectively you have 500 rupees available there, the platforms, irrespective of whether you win or lose, if you enter a game, will charge a platform fee. This platform fee is, could be between 5 to 20% depending on the type of the game. If it is fantasy, it is rummy, it is poker, or it is any other type of online game, the platform fee could be different. I'm talking especially in case of real money-based games, right? So if that happens, then conceptually, what you collect on the table as a platform service provider is 50 rupees of total fee, and what is left to be distributed to the winner is 450 rupees out of that. This 450 rupees is generally kept by all of these online gaming companies in a separate account, and it is identifiable. It never forms part of anyone's income. And it is then out of the five players, if the first player wins it, he gets the 450 rupees back. So this is something that the players across the world, the countries across the world, kind of realize that what a platform really makes is is the cost or a charge for infrastructure or providing that setup to for the buyers and sellers, like in case of Amazon and Flipkart, right, which are technology service providers. To provide that platform, they will charge a fee. Similar to that, a fee is being charged between players to play between themselves, and based on this, every country in the world is almost every country in the world is charging the tax on the platform fee, that which is a gross gaming revenue that the platform operator kind of makes. Some countries found an innovative method of taxation, but at the end of the day, the quantum on which the tax is paid remains the same. Wherein, if the five players are playing, they will charge VAT on the 500 rupees, and they will give deemed credit on the 450 rupees that was paid back to the winner. So internationally, these are the two prevalent methods of taxation, Vipin, in case of real money games.
Yeah, thank you.
Bipin, I just wanted to add a couple of points, if it's okay,
Sure.
at this stage, since we are going to touch on this. So, a few things. I think one is, I think Utkarsh makes some very interesting points. Just 2 points I wanted to add. So, for example, one of the reasons why we all get confused in GST when it comes to gaming or even betting and gambling is because in traditional GST, the services are provided by the operator, and the money comes from the consumer back to this thing as a service fee. That is a fee which is being paid. So there's always a movement of service from B to C. So there's always that. But if you look at, for example, in gaming, the money is actually coming from the consumer to you, and then it is going back. So it's always a C to B as a first step, and then it goes back out. So it's very confusing. World over, GST authorities make a mess of gaming and betting because the money is not coming in the usual way in which it is happening. That is, the money is coming from the consumer into the pocket of the business, and then it is going back in to the consumer. So there's a lot of problems when it comes to that. Similar problems, as you know, is in insurance also. But I think what the way that some of the people have done, and this is what my understanding is, for example, if you take countries like Ireland, there they take, for example, gross gaming revenue as the basis for doing so. But if you take Europe, for example, Europe takes a view that when the money is coming from the consumer to business, we will not tax it because you're not sure what is the value addition happening in this. So, for example, financial services, when you go to the bank again, you put money into the bank and get money out of it. Insurance, gaming, so they have exempted it, and then they are taxing only on the input side. While if you take Australia and Florida, which are more modern GSTs, there they are saying that we will take a platform fee or a deemed portion and then tax it. But all of this problem is happening because of the unique nature of how gaming is played, which is different to the usual auto industry. Or again, where you have second-hand cars, where it is coming from the consumer back to the distributor. Again, you have these issues. So those are not built. GST is not built, I feel, for this. So sometimes we make a mistake of trying to address a problem which is fundamental to GST rather than fundamental to the games. So I just thought I'll add to what
No, I think it's
has said with respect to that.
a great point you made, and since and I would want to add here that there's a very interesting nuance out there in the gaming industry, and the fact is that it's not only what the player one here the player plays against the player in an online gaming industry and never against a platform. That's a nuance which everybody has to remember, which is very different from a game of chance, which is there. And the second is that it's not only what the gamer pays, but and which becomes open to a liability from a GST, but also actually he wins back some things. So it's not a when the lawmakers have to really look at this in toto to really make a sense out of it, which is similar, as you said, with the financial industry, and which is why it becomes difficulty of taxation, and hence taxing the fee at 18% or as the most of the countries in the world do, or providing some sort of a deemed credit is the right way to go. Coming to you, Sumit. So the current GST rate is 18%, and the gaming industry pays GST at 18% on the platform fee or the rake fee. How do you look at it if you were a player of this game? Do you think this is the right or what the government is striving to do at some point of time to make it higher, to tax bigger revenues out there? What would prompt you as a player to play this game in India from a rate perspective?
Yeah. So if we understand, I just go in a little bit in detail, on this, on the charge of GST on this gaming industries on 18%. The first confusion which comes, whether it should be on gross revenue or it's on platform fee. So if we go based on the GST law, which Section 1 talks about it should apply whatever you are earning in India. Then Section 7 talks about how you should, whether it's a supply of service or not, because here consideration is going from one player to other, one person to other, and there's a service, so definitely it's supply of service. Now the third question which comes the value, on what value it should be charged. So if we read the valuation rule, and if we talk about the valuation chapter section 15, it's talk about the net paid amount, actual paid amount. So in this case, which at least a gray area, but make sense to have a taxation on the net amount, what actually been remain with a platform, which is nothing but a platform fee. So 18% currently, I believe is at least is a right rate, or it can be a lower, because the gaming industry have a margin of platform fee between 4 to 20%, right? If tax become higher than the platform fee, then this industry survival will be a big question. So considering all those aspects, it makes sense the rates what is there on currently, or if government can give a clarity or give a clear classification of this, will be really helpful for this industry, and this all the gray area of valuation also can be sorted out. So that will really help this industry to grow faster, and all the investment can come faster. And the because confusion always is like anti for any new investment, where everyone is cautious whether what will happen, whether it will lead to a big litigation or big outflow of tax in future.
Sure, Amit. So makes sense what you're saying. Rahul, coming to you. So see, whenever we go to the lawmakers to pitch a case for a reasonable rate and the right way of taxation, there is always a thought in terms of how this industry is going to shape up and how this industry is benefiting the country. I just wanted to have your take on how do you think a reasonable revenue, a reasonable rate would really benefit this industry, and in turn maybe the GDP of the country. How do you look at it, Rahul?
Yeah, Bipin, I have something. I love to be thinking out of the box. So I think the 3-4 points I would want to mention here. One is if you look at the current market or the demographics of it, around 66% of the players are below 24 years. If you see the data, who are playing those games. Now, if you see, as Sumit was mentioning, that now the kids have moved from offline to online. Obviously, the FaceTime or the laptop time or the smartphone time that the kids have, I would want gaming then to look at three aspects of human development. One, obviously, is gaming and learning. That is something that perhaps can be in gaming and skilling. Basically, how to ensure that any games that I'm playing, it is going to add to my skills getting kind of honed, and then gaming and upgrading whatever skills that I have. Now the point is that whatever you say, it's a game of skill. If you want to really have a good amount of revenue, again you have to keep it as low as you can. Obviously, we can't keep it at 5, but I would certainly shoot for 12% for two reasons. One, as I said, if the arbitrage is less to evade the tax and pay the tax, it's always better to have 12% on whatever volume, because if you make it 28% also, less people will be wanting to pay tax. Obviously, the industry may not even survive at 28%. So, but the amount of tax that you're going to get at 12% obviously may be equal or more than what you're going to get at a higher rate. That is one. Secondly, what is important for us to understand is that this all can be tracked, because when you say online gaming, obviously you can't have everybody in the same bucket. You have to really differentiate between online gaming, online betting, offline betting, and all of that. But in online, you are able to track to the large rupee which is today. So obviously, you will get not only indirect taxes which you are getting as part of tax on platform fee or whichever valuation that you want to go, but the larger part is the income tax or the personal income tax. If it is there, and then it can be tracked, and you can have more revenues if you want to really have big revenues from this sector. So it's not only about indirect taxes, but it has to be in sync with the direct taxes as well. So I think there has to be a pragmatic approach to this. And now we see that manufacturing is given preference; they are incentivized. There are so many. You have the package, the PLI schemes and all of that. Why not have an incentive scheme for gaming sector? If you want really, we have to really realize that potential. How can we think of incentivizing this as part of the fiscal, incentives which can be given to the gaming sector? We can, and as I said, we have to start thinking out of the box. If really everybody has to win this game, because it's not only the gaming, industry, but the revenue department, and everybody has to gain. It's a win-win. Actually, it's a game which we want to play, so it has to be a win-win game for everyone. And if you keep it simple, you keep it straight, you keep it the less the rate of tax is lower, I think it's a good step to start with. That's exactly what I would want to say at this point.
Yeah, no, I makes absolute sense. Getting the revenue from these gamers, and it's a really a sunshine industry. which should really be tapped to its full potential. Um, Badri, coming to you, the government is always trying to tax this at a higher rate equal to the game of chance. What negative implications do you see would happen? What could what do you think? Do you really think that people will play if it's raised from 18% to let's say a 28%, which is there in the or taxing a higher value? What do you see as a negative connotation, given there is an income tax also payable and other things?
No, I think important question, Bipin. I think first and foremost, I've always been an advocate that if you excessively tax any industry, not just this industry, any industry, that industry is going to do things which is going to be not above board. Okay, so the minute you tax this industry a lot more than is required, you'll lose the entire revenues in the industry. It will go underground. And considering gaming doesn't require any assets, doesn't require any access, so you really are looking at trying to find things that people can do which you have no real control over. Most people want to comply with the law. So I think the way you make it easy, like Rahul was saying, the way you make it simple and above board, you're going to be able to do so. Now, as you know, the lawmakers look at this industry as a no sympathy industry, because unlike auto, unlike other industries where there is, either an employment or they see some kind of, it's something which is industrial and so on and so forth. This is a soft industry to target. So I think all the time they try and categorize this with gambling and betting, and they try to show that we are going to try and target. I think that's a completely wrong way of being able to approach this industry. This industry actually is an industry which can lead to a lot of employment. It can lead to a lot of growth for the country. And if it is played in reasonable circumstances, it's going to be something which is very, very useful for our people. As you know, during COVID, this gaming industry took a huge upswing, and with a lot more people coming on it and spending time on it for the purpose of being able to play on it. But as you know, the group of ministers previously and also the GST Council has been grappling with how to tax this by having special cesses on top of the normal tax with respect to that. So in their mind, and in previous investigations in service tax as also in GST. So generally they want to say that if I'm putting 100 rupees as collections from the players, I want to be able to get 18 rupees or 28 rupees as my tax. So they don't think of it as the gross gaming revenue, which is the amount that I'm going to get out of it as platform fee. But they look at the ticket price and say 100 rupees, let me see how I can get the entire money of 100 out of this. And that's where the real problem comes. Okay. So like 𝗚𝗺𝗺 said, these are all things which never come into the accounts of a person. They are never considered as revenue per person. But you are trying to tax it by saying that we are going to cover it up as a fee that is going to be there. That's really where I think it starts really hurting this industry. So like what Rahul and Sumit were saying, your average amount of platform fees between 5 and 20%, right? So if you take 15% as an amount of platform fee, so that amount is already taken out from the rake or from the pool, right? So 85 is what really goes into the pool for the purpose of distributing that. Now, if you have 18% tax on 15 rupees, okay, that's 3 rupees. So that will make it 82 rupees going into that. Not too bad. And as you know, there's a further TDS coming at a later stage depending on how you win. But the minute you add 18% as the rate on 100, so you have to add 18 plus 15, okay? So that's almost 33 rupees. So 67 is what is really. So the amount that you're getting as a price is much lower for what will be a perceived kind of cost and risk and so on and so forth, right? So immediately the games no longer remain as interesting as possible. And so let's say, for example, out of the 67 rupees, somebody wins 50 rupees, okay? And then you decide that I'm going to have a TDS of 35% on that 50 rupees, okay? So ultimately what the person gets is completely nothing, right? So he's already given up 30 rupees in GST. He has given another 17 rupees in your income tax. So what he ultimately gets is a very small amount. It's not enough incentive for him to put money and play. So then you'll go underground with these kind of games. So that's the reason why the right way of doing it, for example, countries like Ireland and Australia, which is to kind of look at the gross gaming revenue, which is actually the platform fee that these companies are earning, which is really the revenue of these companies. Collect GST on that and then be done with it. Apply 18% on it, 5%, 10%, whatever is there. Okay. And then be done with that. That's the right way, I think, of being able to do that. Not try to tax the pool, which is actually not anyone's control. It comes from the consumer and goes back to the consumer. Okay. And therefore, I think in that respect, we should try and minimize the tax. And that's the only way in which we will ensure that the industry also improves and it doesn't go underground in this regard.
Yeah, and no, I think it's a very, very valid point which you have made. Because we are here at the time to conclude. I think the entire purpose is that we need a good platform out here, so on which the gaming industry can develop. Can you, from the 𝗚𝗚𝗚𝗺 report which has been released today, can you give us the policy recommendations which are being made by the industry to the government, especially the GOM, regarding the GST structure in India?
Yeah, thanks, Bipin. So, first of all, apologies in the middle. In the beginning, my network was really bad, so I could not, hear that I needed to kind of summarize the report. But I would, just like to share the first screen of the report, if that is okay, Bipin. And then
yeah, sure. Please go ahead. I think the viewers would be interested in seeing that.
Yeah. So this is the report that we kind of wanted to release. So what we are saying, Vipin, in this report as a policy recommendation is, that two aspects. One is on valuation, which is what the GOM is really looking for, and we are also recommending, the regular rate of tax that you may have. But the focus is around valuation in this. Given the group of ministers are clearly formed with a task to give their point of view on the valuation of the service. So there are, like, I was mentioning earlier, the right way of taxation is to charge it either on a platform fee or a rake fee or gross gaming revenue. All these three terms are the same. They, in fact, they are very synonymous, and that is the best way of kind of taxation right now. Secondly, I just wanted to also highlight that recently Karnataka High Court gave a judgment in case of horse racing as well. While as there is a specific provision in the rules under 31A that horse racing, the GST needs to be applied on the 100% of the bet value, the face value of the bet that you receive for horse racing. The Karnataka High Court judgment clearly said that if you are a totalizator and you are only making a 25% or 30% of the total bet that you actually receive from that particular horse racing, and it is very clearly known what your revenue is, then having a provision like that under 31A will be ultra virus, right? So getting a clue from various other judgments for other industries, while they have a specific rule under the GST law, and even in spite of that, it has been considered to be that GST needs to be paid only on the net revenue that the operators actually make. So in line with that, and in line with the internationally accepted principles, when we believe that the platform-based fee should be taxation should be considered for India. So the net value which the platform earns, and it is considered as its total revenue from that particular gaming operation, which goes into the financials, into the revenue, and on which GST should ideally be paid. The second recommendation, which is not really second option, which is not really a preferred recommendation, is some of the other countries like Australia and Singapore and in South Africa. What they do is, like I was mentioning, they pay the GST on the total value, and they give you a deemed credit on the money that gets distributed to the players. So in that situation, I think we will have to actually change our GST rules. We will have to ensure that on an overall basis, you calculate it on you obviously won't be able to raise an invoice on the customer for collecting 18 rupees from him, because you're not going to pay that 18 rupees to the government. You will only pay a part of that. Also, you'll have to look at that on a lump sum basis for a particular month, and say that total earnings received and minus minus winnings distributed in that month, and then pay GST. It is a little difficult for the industry right now to change its ERPs and change its systems, and for the government also to introduce these kind of specific rules in place to make this happen. But effectively, even if that option is being brought in, the effect of the total payment of GST will remain the same. And hence, these are the two recommendations, Bipin, that we would like to make the group of ministers.
Thank you, Utkarsh. I think quickly to conclude and summarize this is that the industry wants a simple 18% or lower on the gross gaming revenue or the rate fee. Treat it at par with other technology companies. It's a platform of connecting people who are playing games, and accordingly it should be kept at that. I'll request all participants to download this report, have a look, and I think we tried to bring in all the perspectives. It's from a GST perspective, this is the first such report. Any comments are more than welcome. At this juncture, I'd like to thank all my panelists, Sumit, Rahul, Badri, and obviously Utkarsh. Thank you for being such a wonderful panelist, and I think we have been able to add value here and bring some perspective to the GST conundrum out here in India. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
to
everyone.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bipin. Thank you, Sumit.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. And with this, we come to the end of today's session. Thank you all for being a loyal audience. We will come back tomorrow with an equally interesting lineup of speakers and discuss the importance of regulation. From panel discussions on esports regulation, real skill games, the need to create basic structure, next gen gamers, and the call for user experience and the need for better VFX. We will also have special sessions such as diversity in gaming and online gaming industry. Thank you all and see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Lastly, I would also like the time to thank our partners. I would like to thank our presenting partner, MPL, our co-presenting partner, WD Black, LG OLED, and Google Play, our knowledge partner, EY, as well as our industry partner, AIGF, and our associate partner, Zippy.